right, we are live. We are live. What's good, fellas? What is good, y'all? It's your boy Sean P, the Bluff God, and hey, we got a cast with us today. We got a cast. Oh, I see Dak in the building. I see Best G. Hey, so let's
Let's
start.
go.
Let's start with introductions. Y'all know me. It's Sean P, the Bluff guy. This is welcome to my channel. I don't know if you guys watching this on Twitch or YouTube, but welcome. To my, I don't know if I want my left. I guess I got Best Generations. If you want to shout out your channels, I will also be
Yeah.
plugging channels in the description box because I need to do that. So please, gentlemen, give me y'all channels so I could plug them in the
Yo.
description box. But Best Gen, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. My channel is Best Generation. Doing some One Piece content. Not so much lately. Gotta admit, guy was lacking. It is a situation, so yeah. But the return is happening, and yeah. I wish everybody a good evening, good day. Yeah.
The return of the G. And
Mm.
okay, so to my right, I got Dax Saki. I'm sure y'all know Mo Gang in the building.
Absolutely,
Mo
absolutely.
Gang in the building.
Mole Gang, Afro Gang. We got a couple other gangs on the most recent videos. I won't spoil. So after the stream, y'all can go check those out. But yeah, I'm Dak Sake. I think a lot of people that are probably here probably know me already. But yep, owner of the Mole Gang. Proud, very proud owner of the Mole Gang. I'm happy to be here. I've been loving the vibes over at Bluff God, Sean P's channel since I first watched him, and he reacted to the Mole Gang theory, or well, the Pluton Mole theory, not the Mole Gang theory. You know what I mean?
Appreciate that, man.
But
Appreciate that.
but no, I'm happy to be here. It's going to be a great discussion. A lot of other great creators here, so I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And down to the left of me, I got Triple N. What is up?
The other side,
Hey,
Blumph.
Well,
yeah, hey guys.
I don't know. I'm going off what how it looked to me. Go ahead, Triple.
Yeah. So I hope I'm not echoing because this is my first time doing a live stream with other people. So yeah, it's a very much an honor for me to be a part of it. So I know that I have to shout out Dax Sake and also Denden Kushi. They've helped me so much. Like I couldn't even begin to express it.
Ah,
So as for myself, I am a One Piece YouTuber. I started actually last year, but it was on a separate channel and I had other content as well. For example, I had educational content and also pro wrestling content. So I'm a big WWE fan as well. But then to
WWE.
boost the algorithm, yeah, WWE. And I'm also from Bangladesh. So I think that the majority of you are from USA, I think. So it's actually it's 2:03 a.m. right now at my place. So it's late night. So it's a pleasure to join. So,
Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. And below me, I have Den Kushi.
Below you. Oof. Yeah,
I mean,
it's
you
Denden
know,
Kushi, Denden Mushi, into the world lore, favorite characters, who's who, 33 all the way. Big up to these lot in the stream as well. Some of these boys in the stream, very helpful, very clever dudes. You know what I mean? Pushing this community into a place where it should be, rather than a money making thing. Just putting it out there. Anyway, I'll leave you to it.
all right, man. Hey, Den helped really put this stream together. So, definitely shout out to Den. And then next to Den Kushi, we have Kev DOG. What is up, Kev?
Yeah. What's good, everyone? It's the OG right here.
The
I'm currently
OG.
getting my hockey up, but I will be on camera in just a bit. So stay tuned for the drip. Let me tell you. Happy to be here, having a day filled with One Piece greatness with some other One Piece greatness. So yeah, looking forward to this conversation.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the stream. And then well, I got Dill, but he's doing other stuff. He's not a part of the streams.
Yeah, leave Jeremy alone sometimes.
Hey, Bluff, real quick, could you mod Dill on YouTube so he can patrol? There's some stuff we already got to delete. So if you could do that, that'd be great. I got you, Dill. I saw your
Yeah,
chat.
the sex bots are in They're in overdrive for some
Yeah,
weird reason.
that's when you made it, man. When you got those kind of websites chatting you up, you know your streams have made it. So
Yep.
Hey, Dill, if you could comment something in the chat so I could just, I'm not really, I'm getting used to all this stuff, I'm getting used to. But all right, so who's next? Who we got next? It look like the cameras doesn't shift around, so Tachi. We got Tachi.
Yeah, I forgot. It's my turn. Yeah, Tachi spins rookie pirate in name and trade and heritage. I'm Somali. One Piece creator for a few months now. Low-key got a couple L takes on me. I ain't gonna front. I ain't gonna lie.
Man, that's bound to happen. That's bound to happen.
When the first Cross Guild poster came out, I said, "Yo, Captain Kuro gave Mihawk that scar." So, and then GLR was like, "Yeah, no, that's Oda's clavicle shading," and I was like, "No," but that's my most successful video rate until I drop the better one tomorrow. But that's Tachi's problem.
Okay. Now I don't want to say it wrong, but it's Polar PD. How you pronounce that? Because I know I think I said it wrong last time. Polipid. Is he on?
I'm here.
We can hear you peeing.
Taking a whiz, as some might say.
Hey, you want to plug in any of your social medias, anything? Your YouTube, Twitch?
Oh, I'm up. It's me?
Yep, it's you.
Oh, okay, cool. Pauly P works here. Been on here for about 6 months. You can catch my channel, Pauly P Works. I hope I haven't bombarded your shorts feed too much because I make shorts every day. And yeah, One Piece creator, slight Pokemon enthusiast, but yeah, got shorts every day. And biggest video currently is saying that Law and Whitebeard have the same awakening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get, before I get the stream started, I want to also add, I'm gonna be posting a link to tip or to donate. So I won't be able to answer you guys' chat. So if you want your chat answered, just donate $1 or something, and then we'll definitely get to your comment. But okay. Man, this is probably gonna be one of the biggest streams that I've pulled, man. So I'm a little, overwhelmed right now.
Super chat as much as you can to Blumph.
Yeah.
Follow him right now if you're not followed. Immediately, do it now.
Like the stream, by the way.
Yeah,
it's on YouTube.
And post it everywhere.
Like exactly.
Spam it.
Exactly.
Like a buggy poster all over the New World.
Right. Exactly.
Yes.
All right. So let's get into 2022. Right. It's been a big year for One Piece. We finished Wano, and we started a new arc, the whole Egghead Island arc. Like, what do you guys think about this year in 2022? Starting with the Wano arc, how it ended. Any gripes? What are your guys' opinions? Best G, if you want to go first.
Or whoever. It was perfect. Like all my plot lines, they were like basically answered. All my questions, I was totally satisfied, 100%. It was legit Oda. Now, of course, he fucking blue-balled us all like crazy. Are you kidding me? He destroyed us all. Nothing was answered. And like the only thing that we expected or didn't expect, the Pluton reveal, that we got. But everything else we didn't get. So
yeah.
Though I believe, I'm coping. I believe. It's all part of the plan, okay? It's all part of the master plan. You don't see it yet, okay?
What if Zoro was a plant all along?
Zoro being
his family heritage, we don't know. We don't know.
Which is crazy, right? Like, like you're saying, like nothing was answered. I dropped a video on this a couple weeks ago, and basically, you know, like I said, like there's so many plot lines that weren't answered that there's bound to be one that everyone cared about, right? Like even if you don't care like, to see the Yonko's awaken, you probably cared about Zoro's lineage. If you don't care about those, you cared about Zoro seeing him as great. Like there's so many different things that just for whatever reason were left out. So like the arc overall.
Hold on, my what's going on my stream? What is going on with the stream? Is it just me? Hold on. My stream is.
He's not. Don't worry.
Right,
no one has made that claim yet.
Because goodness gracious, no awakening, very not boring techniques because he did sort of invoke.
What is
Right.
awakened?
I hope he's awakened. I hope that comes back because if you all remember back in what was it, Road to Laugh Tale, that you remember that little bit that came out?
Yeah.
They spoke on if you weren't a human fruit user as a human, then you turn into a demon guard if you awaken. I don't know. Well, if you read the spoilers, huh? But
let's not. Let's just keep focused on Chopper.
Yeah,
that's the best analogy that we can work.
We gonna avoid spoilers.
Go on.
We're gonna avoid spoilers.
Yeah,
especially in the chat. No spoilers in the chat for everybody. But go ahead, continue.
Everybody's just teasing. What the heck is going on? They're like referencing the spoilers. Like, calm down, guys. I know you just read them, okay? But relax, okay?
Yeah, I know.
You're all teasing, yeah, like you.
GGD, I see you in the chat. 3-day, I see you.
But yeah, it is disappointing so far. And yeah, I like Gear 5th. I had to think about how Gear 5th makes sense, but it does. And yeah, I hope Kaido comes back because he's terrible. He's bad. He's the worst One Piece antagonist, if you ask me. I'm sorry.
You mean
Orochi? Then Orochi? I mean, politically, Orochi was obviously worse.
I mean, I don't even consider Orochi an antagonist.
Politically, he had to be, right? But I mean, I do want to touch on your point coming off of Whole Cake though, because I think that is a good like contrast that we need to have, because that was a Sanji arc, but Wano wasn't a Zoro arc. And
exactly.
We all realized that up until the very end, right? It was, and then when we got like the Gear 5 awakening, to me, I feel like Wano was always meant to be Luffy's arc. And then whatever comes afterwards is, I think Zoro might just be like an end game. Because like we found him crucified at the beginning of the story, starving, right? Like he didn't even accept food from a young girl. So like he is probably just like Oda has something super, super duper special for a guy like that. You know what I'm saying? Where like he had 3 characters all in his prototypes of One Piece based off of Zoro's design, and he kept the same thematic of Zoro. Like it's great. So like knowing that, like, yeah, I know he's a swordsman. I'm a Kid fan. Kid grew up in this arc. Killer grew up massively in this arc, and he's at the half 3-eye tribe. But with Wano as a whole, like it's definitely the accumulation and the end of Momo's story. So like it's not like, oh yeah, you know, we were supposed to focus on the Straw Hats, but like in the overarching saga from Punk Hazard, we were following technically Momo. That's why like there's so much emphasis right now on Luffy saying like, yeah, you're my young bro. If you ever come outside, you can wave my flag whenever you want. It's like he was Momo's Shanks, and this was the arc to show Luffy becoming that level.
So one thing I want to touch on is like Oda's foreshadowing. We all know, we all love how Oda foreshadows things like hundreds of chapters before. But I felt like Wano, as you already guys said, that it was sort of a culmination point of so many arcs. It was the biggest mega arc that I think we've ever gotten, and I think that he kept teasing us, teasing us, teasing us, not only with the big things like Zoro visiting Ryuma's grave or other things like Zoro's arc, but also other little things that when we were reading it live, I mean, when we were reading it when it dropped, when the chapter dropped, it felt like it was going somewhere. For example, I'll just give two examples: Zenbo. The number two is the Sanji's promise to Zoro about what will if he or he cannot do if something happens to him, then he wants Zoro to deal with it. And then I was so interested and excited for what would happen. Like these were actually, for at least for me, my favorite moments of Wano. They didn't lead anywhere.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially about the Kazenbo. I agree with you overall, but I just want to highlight the Kazenbo because, like I talked about this in my video, where first off, it shouldn't have even happened because Kanjuro said he had a mortal wound and then had multiple fake Odins, then got sliced by Kinemon, and then was like sitting in the flames forever, like next to Kinemon when they were both like, you know, defeated or whatever. And then he all of a sudden gets up and apparently does an awakening. Like I guess that's not confirmed, but it seems like that could be awakening, right? Yeah. And so it just shouldn't have even happened. And then like it was meant to create fire, but Orochi was creating fire already. So like why? You know, like why? What was the? You know, it just took up time, right? Mainly, like it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, it did. It definitely did conflict because, like, the Kazenbo itself, its existence shouldn't have made any sense. We have no like we've never seen Kanjuro do anything special up until that traitor moment. Every single one of his drawings was trash. Every tiger he drew was trash. Like, and then the guy starts making it hail ink as he flies away with Momo on a perfectly like drawn crane. You know what I'm saying? Like Kanjuro was definitely like a character I feel Oda had plans for, but like he had so many other plans for that it just like fell underneath the mud. Like he didn't even fully explain the Kazenbo because like the argument could even be made that Kazenbo was a literal dying will just moving. So like the Kloboterman of a dead person. Right? Because it was meant to be an omen of the Korozumis. And that's why he's like, all right, if I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna take everyone else out with me. So
I agree. I think there was some messy bits, particularly towards that like part of the story. And like it's interesting you say it was buried because of where it is. It does seem like it was crushed down and like, as you say, buried or compressed. But I think what some of these other chads were saying earlier about like basically a lot of these themes I think like that we've had left open we will get more on the major stuff in the future. I mean my lowest moment was I really wanted to see Momo see Hiyori as an adult and see her like freak out. That would have been cool, like, and be like what the chuff's happening. But and my best moment I think was, I know it's probably random, but like the Zoro Grimm thing melted the community. It melted my brain. It melted so many different possibilities and stuff. So yeah, that was my peak, I think.
I'm upset we didn't really get nothing from that though. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say when the Grim Reaper happened, and along with, you know, obviously we ended up getting, you know, Gear 5th and all that. It felt like, oh man, like Wano's really about to become like, you know, something really crazy. Like it's gonna, like, I guess in a sense, like, oh, it's gonna live up to the hype that we've been feeling for, like, because it was a 10-year build up to it, right? Yeah. So whenever we got the Grim Reaper and then you saw the Gear 5th, we're like, oh man, like, oh, this is going somewhere crazy. But then the Zoro thing just literally wasn't touched on ever again. So I definitely echo that for sure. Like that was just such a there's a lot of things like that, but that was one of the biggest ones for sure.
But speaking
of, was brushed under the rug. I haven't forgotten. Okay, Oda. I still have a.
They're together now, right?
Because at the end, when like Zoro woke up, he was like, "Yeah, the reason why I came back is to like kill Sanji because they made this promise of him killing him if he turns." And then Oda just made a joke about it.
But
so yeah. That was either Giga Troll or we're gonna find out later. I'm a believer. We will find out later. I have to believe, you know.
I'm talking about the Grim Reaper specifically.
One of my members in my Discord,
not specifically.
Like we have these chats and we have these discussions, and one thing he speculated, even before once we got to Egghead Island, he said that maybe Brook and Zoro will have a moment where maybe Brook might be able to explain what happened, you know.
Yep.
And seeing where we're at now is Brook and Zoro at the ship on Egghead Island. You know, it's kind of falling in the place of where he
I mean,
speculated.
like Zoro's Zoro was the first one to ask Vegapunk a question. He was like, "Yo, I need something from you," and we have not gotten any form of resolution yet so far. But that's just because, like, you know, this CP9 stuff. On that note, sorry, not 9, CP0 stuff. And on that note, what is up with Kaku's nose? Is it permanently in armament? Because, like, in the last chapter that we got, it was all black. I don't ever remember seeing Kaku with an all black nose.
Actually, when you first see them getting briefed on the mission about the Vegapunks, Kaku's mask is on the table and the nose of the mask is black.
I'm an idiot. I didn't even take that in. Thank you. Because I thought he was just doing like some Mont Blanc cricket stuff where he has like maybe like a little bit of armament on the top of his head or something. You know?
I love Mont Blanc Nolan. Oh my god.
But
so
us speaking about Wano though, right? I think the biggest disservice, I think Oda kind of did a disservice to Wano, because I think like when we was in Whole Cake Island, he was hyping Wano up just all hell, right? Like people couldn't even enjoy Whole Cake Island. I personally I like the Whole Cake Island, you know, like, but people was like, oh, I just want this to end. I want this to end so we can get to Wano. Just get us out of Whole Cake Island. Because Oda was like, bro, this is gonna be the biggest arc, the best arc, blah blah blah, and he was setting like a high bar that it was gonna be impossible to reach that bar, because you're going to upset some people, right? It's just like it's tough.
It resulted in some problems. Like you had Zunisha just roll up, and Zunisha's like, oh, coincidentally, Joy Boy's here, and then just leaves. There was a couple things like that. The Navy were just there, and they're like, okay, bye. You know what I mean? Green Ball rocks up. Shanks is like,
they got a promo film where at peace, basically.
Right, and and Zoro we never seen Zoro go to Ryuma's grave. Like he was talking about
on that note, how? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say we see him at a graveyard, the swords, and he's just like, nah, let's not talk about this.
He gave up Shusui. Like part of the agreement to giving up Shusui was that he would get to see Ryuma's grave afterward.
And he didn't. And it was
like you said, like it was at a, and it was at a graveyard. So it's like, you know, I don't know. It's just like it was just the whole image was like, we're gonna go back there at the end.
Swords,
but no,
being buried with your sword and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, now you're just like rubbing it in, like.
Can we talk about how many goddamn mythical fruits were on Wano? There was a mythical human. We had the mythical's dog that
Kochoko or something like that. Kochoki or something.
And then you had the mythical snake from Orochi. And then you had
a mythical human fruit that Onimaru had, the fox.
Yeah, that was the first one I said.
What about the Tanuki pot thing, right? Thomas Teapot. That was a mythical zone.
That was a mythical zone.
I'm pretty sure it's mythical. I know it's a zone.
It would have to be because
it's definitely a zone, but it's a Tanuki, so I assumed.
Like, okay. Oh, go on.
Because I was gonna say there are obviously real animals, but like you can directly parallel them with the sea beasts. There aren't any sea Tanukis. They're only called sea raccoons. So if it's called a Tanuki, then it definitely is a mythical.
Technically, okay, there in the franchise as a whole, there are two Tanuki fruits. There's the canon one, that's the teapot. That's just a regular animal. The mythical one is from the video game that was on the 3DS, the one with Patrick Redfield in it, and that was a pen that ate the mythical Tanuki fruit, and it could like I think it could just make constructs. Like it made a copy of Luffy, it made a copy of the dragon from Punk Hazard. And then, you know, Patrick Redfield, he had the only bat fruit in the franchise, and he is a vampire. So yeah, the mythical version of the fruit is non-canon. The regular animal is canon. That's the one you're referring to, the one that the teapot ate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, and let me real quick. Elids tip $5 says just trying to make the bounty go up. Shout out to Elids. He might be joining the stream a little later. So
get this man a 5-star bounty today.
All right, so go ahead. Somebody was gonna go.
Oh no, go. No, you're the host. Go.
I was about to move on, but if you got something to add, then you know.
Oh, just some slander. The Flying Six pretty much all suck, and I hate that Who's Who got jobbed out by Jinbei after like what felt like 6 pages of story hyping him up, like, oh, I'm a former CP9 member.
I'm rival to Rob Lucci.
Right, I'm the rival of Rob Lucci. I have basically big Rob Lucci powers because I'm just a big cat. And then Fishman Karate, Brick Break, you're dead. And I'm like, oh, okay, Jinbei, great.
Yeah. Page 1 is the worst.
Water Shot? Did you take in Water Shot though? Like the anime has been gaslighting the shit out of me because bro.
Let me defend him. He's my man. Like, right? If you see a cat, you get a bottle of water and you go tss, tss, tss.
True. He had the ultimate super effective damage, you're right. But his sweat was literally destroying pillars. Like his water dead ass in the anime. Like it was called Water Shot and it came off his palm and it was his sweat. It wasn't moisture. It was like and then he just like destroyed like a small section of the entire performance hall. As Who's Who couldn't even use basic observation hockey to dodge it. But that's a different conversation.
I didn't know fish could sweat, actually. That's impressive.
I will say this, though.
I mean, if they're on land.
Ulti might have been the toughest one of the Flying Six, because she took that attack from Big Mom and was able to get up relatively quick, you know, and she was...
I want her to be a kid pirate so bad.
She almost,
don't understand how bad I was.
She almost pushed Luffy to go Gear 4, or was that Yamato? It was one of them.
Yeah,
no, it was
Ulti and Who's Who were solid.
It was Ulti.
Ulti and Who's Who were solid. The rest of them, though, like Page 1, I have like a vendetta with how much I don't like Page 1 because he was just like so bad. Like he just got fodder, like Usopp's pine cones, and then the punch from Big Mom, and even earlier, like he got beat up by Sanji's raid suit, and that was like the whole point was him just to get beat up, like to show the raid suit. And like we didn't even see it in the manga; we only saw it in the anime.
And so it's just like of it, because like Law was like, "Oh my god, that's actually Stealth Black."
Yeah,
I read
it
that
was
as
all.
a kid.
Page 1 was only there just to get beat up the entire time. He like there's no story. He got beat up by Ulti, he got beat up by Sanji, got beat up by Usopp, got beat up by
Power
Big
Rangers
Mom.
villain.
He didn't do anything, you know. So gotta bring that up.
Slander. To be a kid pirate, but I have to address kid slander that was in this chat. So I have to address this. Y'all don't know the story of Kid, all right? Kid created an alliance in order to counteract hockey. He literally wanted to do a cheat code and like not learn hockey, and then guess what? The narrative was like, nah, you're gonna have to learn hockey. Was in prison for 2 months, met Luffy, and then Law was able to literally deduce that, oh yeah, if I have strong enough hockey, I'm gonna be able to counteract the Devil Fruit. If you add on the fact that Kid is bar none one of the best mechanical and technical engineers in the verse. The boy built ground-to-air missiles in a few seconds, not even with his awakening.
Yes,
and
sir.
shot it at Big Mom.
We talk
in
about
a world where the main ammunition is gunpowder. So, number one, don't sleep on Kid's fruit. Kid's hockey, absolutely, I will concede to the fact that he has had suboptimal and like completely like abysmal performances with his hockey. He can't even coat his metal arm. Luffy can literally, like, isn't hockey supposed to stop Devil Fruits? And yet, in Gear 4, Luffy's able to blow up his muscles that are coated in armament. So he's able to expand the armament coated muscles themselves. Like, that's how Gear 4 operates. It doesn't turn off the function of the Devil Fruit, but is that because it's a Zoan? We don't know yet. Let Kid establish that connection, Oda, please. We've been slandered for too long.
We talking about useless mid.
Useless crapped in mid.
Stop, all right?
I will.
I have a Zangetsu in the corner.
I'm just
okay?
trolling.
I'm
just trolling.
It's all love. It's all love.
I will agree with Tachi on this point, and here's my I guess not my problem, but my concern. Okay, if you compare Kid to Law, technically based on how the world is set up, right? Because everyone travels based off of magnetism. Kid should be the most powerful person kind of in the verse because he could just trick everyone's log poses and throw them off.
On top of that,
If he
can assign magnetic fields projectily. He did it to
Right.
Big Mom, and Big Mom's hockey wasn't strong enough to counteract it.
I
She
mean,
got
if he
attracted to the wall.
if he was like Magneto, right, from Marvel,
He's
like
very
X-Men,
kind of like close
he
to
could-
Lodestar.
I mean,
he could manipulate the
Oda
iron in
needed,
people's
like,
blood. Like he would.
There's
like,
only about 5 nails worth in people's blood, but like I think the reason why Oda has his world the way it is because if Kid's fruit was taken, if any fruit was taken to its furthest extent, it would be like literal terraforming. Like
Well,
and
on that
and
note, dude,
popular.
like Balloon Island is above Kid's base. No one knows why, but I mean, it's balloons, magnets, static electricity. It wouldn't surprise me if it literally pulls stuff in there. And like I say, I think it's actually close to Lodestar. So if Kid's base has like some sort of magnetic sort of influence or something, it's interesting that Lodestar, obviously all the magnetic fields end there. And I think Kid's base is just before Elbaf roughly, but we don't know for sure. Like,
And that's why they didn't need the poneglyph on Zunisha. Because Killer was like, we just need to meet the Birdman. They were down 1 poneglyph while Law and Luffy had the other 3. So they're down 1, and they're like, yeah, let's just go meet up with the boy Saul, who was also from the South Blue, who has to be from Sorbet. That's an agenda that I'm also... They all have to be from the, like... Kuma is too important. Like, his timeline... Like, the fact that he was a king, then a revolutionary, and then roboticized, and then a warlord. Sorry, and then a pirate, and then established to be a warlord as a cyborg. Like,
And then,
then
the
the
format
SPS
for all the
Kid.
weapons. And then the format for all the pacifistas, too. But go on. Sorry.
you're absolutely
Yeah.
right. You're just steel manning this. We're building an iron giant right now.
Carmel's from the South Blue as well, I think. Carmel as well, because she was holding the Bible, right? Kuma holds the Bible. Saint Briss is from
The South Blue, exactly, and it sailed
Saint Briss
200
is
and-
bliss. Pacifistas, seraphim, all biblical terms, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's definitely some Christian vibes going down in the South Blue.
So I
It's
just
literally-
when you think
it
about
didn't-
America.
I got a
Here's
question.
the- here's the-
I
didn't
got a
reach
question for you
Heaven's Gate.
guys. I got a question for you guys. So
Yeah.
at the end of Wano, we was introduced to, I guess, the final admiral, Green Bull. Thoughts on Green Bull? Like,
You-
what
you
are
gotta
y'all
get-
opinions?
Fertilizer.
You gotta have it. You gotta let me have this. I'm so upset. I
All
made
right.
20 videos on Green Bull.
Okay.
I capped for him so hard because when you think about it, he's just like the guy from movie 6. I think what's his name, Baron.
The Moss guy from Film
Yes.
Z.
Yeah, no, like he's like him, but like if you remember movie 6, right, the creepy one. where
Oh,
they're-
the Omatsuri Village one. Yeah.
Yes, because the whole point of that was he was being controlled by a flower. Green Bull is literally that because he can also regenerate himself after he gets taken out. And there's so much flora in One Piece that I was like, okay, he's got to be like the ultimate Logia, right? He jobs at the sniff of Shanks. The sniff. He
For a
doesn't even
film
see this
promo.
man.
For a film promo. It wasn't
Bro.
even anything else but that.
But it
He
seemed
had-
like he kind of low diffed King and Queen, even though King and Queen probably were still recovering from their
tired.
injuries. So
But Queen is
I don't know how you
a non-factor in anything that they are a part of, unless they're scientists.
By the way, with Queen, I just want to say, so we saw with Shinobu that, you know, she transformed, right? She like went back to her like, you know, attractive form, I guess, after that. And you know how Queen said if I lost any weight, I'd be too popular. And he had the same thing happen. Next time we see Queen, he's going to be all buffed out. He's going to look way different and be like real impressive. And it's also going to be funny because Sanji's had this happen before, like with Duval, when he like changed Duval to be like an attractive person. But now it's like we're doubling up on it, right? It's so like Sanji and like the good looking factor, like changing people's looks. It's so funny.
Didn't it happen on the Sea Train too when he was beating the ramen guy?
Wanzini.
Yeah, it did.
Wanzini.
Man, that might be
Yeah,
a
so
video
this
right
is
there.
like
How Sanji
comedy
fixes
comes in
people.
thirds.
Sanji
creates plastic surgery.
Yeah,
in
he
One
should be
Piece.
a surgeon instead of a chef.
Literally a better doctor than
He's
Chopper
good with
in
the
Wano.
knives.
True.
He
Oh,
did better bandaging than the Minx in Wano. He's a chef.
who
How
is
did
the?
he treat Zoro better than the Minx in Wano? It makes no sense.
Speaking about that, Zoro becomes a cross. He was crucified when we first see him. He has a vendetta against Mihawk, and then he was put on an island, Mihawk's island, which has a giant crucifix in the middle of it. So there's a lot of crucifix symbology with Zoro. That's very strange.
Yeah, I always say Zoro was more like the spiritual character in the crew of One Piece. Him and probably Brook. Or not necessarily spiritual. He's more like training, but like his spirituality is his training more so. Because he's super disciplined about it, you know?
Yeah, they're both convicted in their passions. One wants to be, like, literally the buffest dude. Remember at the beginning of Wano, when he fought Hawkins for a little bit? Where the hell did those extra buff muscles come from? And why didn't we see that again? Because, like, he just buffed up, like, he's like, I think he was using 18-pound Phoenix, and every time we see that move, he, like...
Zone energy.
You mean one gorilla, two gorilla? That
yeah.
He's done that for a long time.
Yeah.
But like I don't know what it is. It's kind of weird, right? Like what?
Right.
He just flexes
like,
a bunch, and I don't know. Like
I feel like he's operating on like buff mechanics. It's like look at how he's been working out. It started off
either. You can maybe relate, but this guy is on an extra flex level, so you gotta appreciate it. Like this guy, he goes to the gym and like literally he has like stages. That's how I see it. Like, and he doesn't go stage 3 like ever. He's never needs to. But when he does, you see how it goes, man.
You know it's weird though.
On his name.
You know it's weird.
What?
Like Zoro, we always see Zoro training. We always see Zoro train, and he trains. That's how he trains. What about Sanji?
Not since the time skip.
What about Sanji?
Been alcoholic for 2 months.
But what about
Sanji? The King of Lightning gets mad right now. The King of Lightning would be really upset right now. Like, how dare you say that Sanji doesn't train? Okay.
When have you seen Sanji train? or
in the time skip?
He trains a different part of his body.
I would never go against the King of Lightning. I would never.
Nah, there's a meme though. There's a meme like that where it's like Zoro's wondering how Sanji stays strong, and then it shows him having to fight off Luffy, going to the fridge every night. So
that is the training right there. That is the training, dude. You cracked the code, man. You just give the best defense force for King of Lightning. I knew you were gonna come around. I knew it was quick.
Zoro and Luffy have only beefed once, so yeah, that definitely put him to the test for sure.
On Whiskey Peak, which was weird. What the f are they arguing about? It was like Luffy was like, "Did you kill all these people?" And Zoro's like, "And I was a pirate hunter."
Well, he was like, "Man, they was trying." Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Like he makes sense to me. Millions.
So I love that Mihawk is the Marine hunter, and they basically just paid Mihawk to stop killing them all. That's so funny.
Yeah, they're like, "You're too good at offing our mans."
How about
my headcanon is that he was doing it on Sabaody Archipelago because there's a bunch of marine bases there and a bunch of like unregulated places there. It seems like a great place for a kid to train.
Who y'all think?
Maybe Rayleigh connection too. Rayleigh connection, you know.
I mean, a lot of people have been theorizing he's his son. I don't like that idea. I'm not really a fan of.
Nah, I'm not a fan. But
it ain't it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. But like, definitely being trained by Rayleigh, like, who would technically at that point be the world's strongest swordsman, since that post Roger's execution, who as a pirate king was also the world's strongest swordsman.
Yeah.
Like Mihawk got his title by default, technically.
Yeah, because Odin's dead too at that point. So
yeah, Odin's dead. Whitebeard is the strongest man.
No. It's not the title based on power. The title's based on the sword. He's got Yoru. Yoru's got the hand, which is Joy Boy symbol. So
hey, Par Vision, there is still room for you, bro.
Hey, it was good, Par.
Par.
What's up, man?
But so they said Mihawk, I guess, cut somebody's arm off, or like he hurt some high level Marine, and a lot of I heard that.
Sailed through a fucking comm belt with just his slashes when he was chasing Don Krieg. Are you taking that in? Like his sword slashes were so strong that he was a Commodore, meaning he had a fleet.
Tachi, you see my like my design, right? Is Mihawk inspired? So you know I'm the biggest Mihawk fan. So, yeah, I'm the biggest.
This guy's funny. He's nuts.
Hey, there's a reason though. There's a reason. Mihawk is pretty much the reason why I love One Piece. Like that moment when he shows up at the Barati, that was the moment that like just
reason to love
that hooked me into One Piece right there. So
there's
I like, bro.
There's a little bit of a theory that I had for a while. Every bandit that we've ever seen all carries the same type of blade like Griffin. So is it possible that Mihawk blackened his blade while breaking Shanks' Griffin? And Shanks, being peak hockey, is like, all right, I'll just grab another fucking sword, bring it on. And he couldn't. And then, like, every time he broke that sword, it just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Griffin?
the sword.
Also, you know what's very I made some videos about this, but it's very evident that Mihawk and Ryuma are probably like the strongest swordsmen in history, because you have to think about it. We haven't seen many black blades but Susui and Yoru. So that has to be a significant thing. Even like even you look at Big Mom, Napoleon's not a black sword.
Yeah.
What about Inu?
Wait.
Whoa, the argument could be made that
about Inu
Napoleon could be. Napoleon could be, because Napoleon has the same type of eyes as fucking Mihawk.
That's interesting.
They have
I
the
didn't think about
exact
that.
same eyes.
Yeah, they do.
If an inanimate object, hey, listen, I'm not stealing anything. This is coming off the top of the rip. If Mihawk is a sword, that means he would have to be able to separate his soul and his sword body based off of Napoleon logic.
And also, if we consider like the whole hockey logic, you have to be a living being to use hockey. So Napoleon could develop his own hockey.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he was literally fending off Killer, and Killer was an aura who slashed through Kaido in his dragon form with those scissors.
True.
Does it
Fascinating.
actually say that? Does it actually say that you have to be living to produce haki?
Yes, you have to be a living being
to produce.
I mean,
it was stated by Rayleigh.
It was stated by Rayleigh, yes.
Zoro talks about the breath of all things and stuff like that. Even the stones have the breath of all things. So it's interesting. You'd expect that, like we've seen inanimate objects mixed with fruits, right? So yeah, it's interesting.
That's where this argument in my head comes from. Do spirits or gods or ethereal beings in One Piece, do those have lineages?
Well, if we're talking about certain things like wood, right? The Adam wood comes from a tree. And the tree is the Adam tree, obviously, and the tree is impenetrable, right? The tree is also filled with will. So we can imagine that as some form of armament haki, or like some like version of that. But you know that the tree can have wood taken from it, which makes me think that it's like a poneglyph. There's some way of inscribing it. But the point is that there's so much will in that tree, and then you build a ship out of it, it would make sense that the ship then has the will of the wood inside it, which could be the formation of a Klabauterman or something like that, right?
Explains the fucking eternal sunflowers in the goddamn Smile Factory in Dressrosa. Because those things were eternal sunflowers. Those never turned off. Those were the things that were being used to power, like, essentially what was the entire Smile Factory outside of the SAD chemicals.
Wait, it's told that it's forever?
Wow. That's something. Not, I'm just saying that's interesting.
Yeah, hold on, let me pull it up here.
I don't think so.
Talking about
I don't think they're going to Tano.
Talking about Klabauterman, do y'all think that with that skeleton, that the Grim Reaper that Zoro seen, like I seen a theory that could have been Pluton's Klabauterman.
I love it.
What do y'all think
I love
of
it. I'm all about
That's a fire theory.
I'm all about it.
I was on that.
Yeah, like I'm
too,
not.
I'm listening.
Until you add the context of the King fight, it was the Klabauterman of Enma.
Oh,
that's the other option. I think it's one of the two. Like I'm definitely not the first person to think of it, but I've been on that train since I ever heard of it. That's Pluton's Klabauterman. It's just because he's the god of the underworld, right? Pluton is,
Pluton.
and then I think it's going to be where like Zoro and Enma, like Zoro's like, I'm going to be the king of hell, and Enma's name is like the god of the or like another version of that, right? The king of the underworld or something. So it's like Pluton, the Klabauterman's like, hey man, like, you got to stop that. Like, that's not, like, I'm Pluton. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been around for 800 years. I'm the most dangerous ship. I'm an ancient weapon. Like, who do you think you are? So, that's what I hope it is. I know it's like, that's probably a little bit of a stretch, like, for it to be like that personal, but
no, but
that'd be my
make
dream.
A lot of sense.
That'd be my dream.
That would literally make a lot of sense, because how was Pluton described? Being asleep under Wano. Klabautermen are either a blessing or an omen, by definition of their own lore. So what we could have been seeing is the physical manifestation of Pluton's nightmare. Literally being like, get the fuck away.
Or building off of that, or it's Pluton's like dream, but it's like basically like he's Pluton and he's sleeping. So it's like if anyone tries to like erase his name, like erase the name of Pluton by claiming that they're the god of the underworld or whatever, and not like, you know what I mean? Like in a way, it's like erasing their title or whatever. So it's like, you know what I mean? So like they wreak havoc. Like it's like because he's sleeping, you know, he's like watching,
That
making
applies to
sure
the
his name's
hero look law.
protected.
That applies to the hero look law. People only die when they're forgotten.
Yep. And the Iron Giant thing too, I feel like that, like I think Cushy was about to say it, but like it's like a defense mechanism, which the Iron Giant might have been for the Ancient Kingdom. So that tells you right there, maybe there is a system, because like the Ancient Kingdom's obviously super duper advanced, right? Like
Yes.
we shouldn't even put a limit on what they could possibly do at this point until we see it, because who knows? So it's like they could easily just have some mechanism where it's like, you know, whenever Pluton, like in any way that's going to get erased, because that's what I think with Fishman Island in the robot is like Poseidon might have gotten erased by the Fishmen going under the world government, right? Because that's when they joined the Reverie. So it's like, oh, Fishmen are getting too friendly. We need the Iron Giant to go in and stop it, because like if the Iron Giant goes, it's going to make the Fishmen look bad. So it could be that the Ancient Kingdom just has defense mechanisms, like literally like technologically advanced mechanisms to like protect the memories or whatever, like the will of all the things they set forward.
Maybe that's what Klabauterman is. Yeah, that's
That's
interesting.
literally
Obviously,
what they are.
with the Ancient Giant, we see that there's we'll probably go on to free energy from this, but like with the Iron Giant, Chopper says there's no holes, there's no
Ways to get in.
openings, so you can't fuel it or anything.
Right.
So yeah. So it's probably fueled by will, right?
So I have a question. If shit, forgot my question because Doc
The
was
Adderall
spitting
kicking in.
fire. Yeah, Doc was spitting fire and it overloaded my
Your
brain
mind
for a
working
second.
at.
I'm sorry, man. I just kept going
I'm
there.
on-
There's so much to respond to. I'm sorry.
Hold on. No. It's like I agree with you on that because like it's like, fuck. This is what happens when you're away for like 73 hours.
Oh no!
Oh, man, you gotta
know,
get
right?
some sleep, my man.
Yeah,
I
bro,
feel
you
you.
know.
The editing grind, man.
Yeah,
We're talking
Doc,
about
I have to
defense
get-
systems.
Yes.
Tachi.
So the Ancient Kingdom, for some reason, the translation in the original kanji doesn't directly translate to ancient. Apparently, it's gargantuan or like gigantic. So your last video about the planet being a giant spaceship, and literally the day before, I was going through Anel's cover story, and I was like, these moons are not moons; they're machine ships. Every single one of
Very
them.
well could be. All of them terraformed. It could all have been organized on purpose.
What did Enel do when he got there? He turned it on.
Yes.
He-
Right. There was
Wait.
the fact that there was people living in space on the moon over 1,000 years ago in the Ancient Kingdom, super advanced. I think we just need to maybe accept that there was life everywhere in the universe, and like,
Yeah.
you know, like Earth is like a small
Those space
drop in
pirates.
the bucket.
One thing that doesn't
Yep.
get discussed ever is the fact that there's the murals on the moon, right? That gets discussed, obviously. Yeah. But the thing that never gets discussed is we see two separate celestial objects in their murals. Like two distinct, they're different. The inside is different, the outside is different, they're different sizes. So it's likely that there's two moons, or, you know, they're both celestial satellites. Also, we're seeing now with Vegapunk this idea of satellites and 6 to the 7 and stuff like that. You know, like there's something in control of multiple satellites. So it's definitely a possibility, in my opinion.
You
Where
know
the
what's
hell-
very? Oh, go.
I was gonna ask, where the fuck is the natural sun that we see then?
Yeah.
Where is that? Like, it's
Well, and-
obviously not the center of the galaxy based off of the geocentric model.
Are Lunarians from the sun, and they set this all up because they can live in any environment? You know what I'm saying?
what I was gonna
and
say.
they're also Lunarians. It's like a joke, right? They're from the sun, not the moon, right? And they have Luna in their name.
Because they're not in the mural.
They were considered gods, so
Yeah,
they would take the names of anything that would reflect them.
And the Earth with all of its resources would be like the ideal place to stay, right? Like it has the right temperature, the water, and all that stuff, and that's why they're up on the red line. Like they're in the center. Like they terraformed it all. That's where the gods live. Like they controlled. And I say controlled. They were probably good people. Like while it wasn't malicious, right? It was probably like a good system. Like nobody was like getting hurt. But then Emu was probably like, I want that. Like I want to run the whole universe, you know. But
That
I
could
don't know.
explain the pyrokinesis too. The fire control, pyrokinesis.
Yes, right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And being able to survive in any environment. We saw Prometheus literally pull out Big Mom from water as he is fire. So if you want to apply that to any environment, Lunarians can exist on the moon, they could exist on the sun, they could exist just in space, because all of these things technically, other than the celestial bodies, are seas. we have the Blue Sea, we have the White Sea, the White Sea, and then obviously the Black Sea. For the Black Sea, you're going to need a gargantuan kingdom in order to be able to navigate through it if your gargantuan kingdom is a ship.
So the Fairy Verth is actually the Fairy Arc.
Literally, yeah. Because how the fuck
Yes.
do you sail to the moon without breaking exit velocity?
True.
And on top of that, this was literally the other day. How the hell do winter islands make sense on an equator? They don't. Drum Island is on the Grand Line.
I think that has something to do with like,
The reason why is because the equator is the red line. It's literally tilted sideways.
I think the red line like messes because I personally think the red line isn't like natural. Like it's been there for a long time. I know that because like that's where the new Lunarians were sent. But I don't think it's natural. I think a lot of stuff that happened in the Grand Line, like the weather phenomenons, I think a lot of that is caused by the existence of the red line. Like that's part of the reason why I think the what are those the island whales?
Island whales.
I think that's why they're bashing the red line because it's not supposed to be there. Personally, so
But notice how they're bashing. But notice how they're bashing the reverse mountainside. It's not any other side. It's always the reverse mountainside.
No, the islands or the whales in the New World, right? Whenever we got into the New World, like all those whales helped the crew, like Brooke saying bring sake to them and all that. They had the scars on their head, but they're on the other side of the red line that's like with Marie-Joie on top. So we've seen both. So we've seen both ends of the Grand Line. We've seen whales bang their head on each section that's at the end of the Grand Line specifically. So with Blumph saying, I think the red line isn't natural at the ends of the Grand Line, right? Like those, because we've seen whales bang their head on both of those. So I think those 100% can't be natural.
Yeah.
So
And
there's at
funny
least
enough,
those at
right
least.
around there is
Old, though.
underwater sea
Definitely old.
volcanoes.
I wonder if the whale is symbolic for like a protector, because there was a whale tree on Zoe, and then Whitebeard's whole symbol is the whale.
Roger said he thought that something was watching him when he walked past the whale tree on Zoe. Him and Odin made that note.
Every time we enter the new part of the world, the whales were there too.
Sea Kings obviously mentioned the sovereigns will be the whales will be happy that the sovereign's going to be born and stuff like that.
And it's weird how they're called Neptunians. I feel like the one Sea King, the one weird alien thing that we got in the Nell's cover story, I feel like that could be technically a Sea King.
Oh yeah, that big thing.
Yeah, that big thing.
That was... note of Neptunians as well. What pulls Neptune along? Whale.
Oh.
Yeah.
Big facts.
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence why we see whales. Like when we first got into the Grand Line, the first thing we encountered was Laboon, and then when we got into the New World, first thing we encountered were the island whales like Laboon. So
First time we see a road poneglyph. Sorry, first time we see a road poneglyph inside a whale.
Yeah,
it's a whale tree, but.
And also there's a contrast there. Obviously, when we get onto the Grand Line, there's one whale. When we get onto the rest of it, like it's all the whales, you know. So there's like this split straight from the off. Like
when we meet the first Roger pirate, we get a flash of a whale fountain in Orangetown.
Yo, oh, that's good. You know what I wonder though? I wonder if there's a whale zone protector of a place.
There would have to be if there's any. If you're able to have a jacket fruit, any zone can exist. If the concept of a hobby can be eaten and then allow someone to just turn someone in, literally idle transfigurate them like from Jujutsu Kaisen. How does that function as a hobby? But like, devil fruits can do that.
Like a whale devil fruit, but how would that work? Because like, wouldn't you have to be in the water and then you'll drown?
Because it's not like you're so big, like San Juan Wolf. Like if you're such a huge whale that most of you can stay out of the water, or like enough that you can just keep going. That's what I would like. You float.
We don't know about Kaido's fruit, right? With the fish fruit, we don't know how that interacts with water. However, when we were introduced to him, we were introduced to Kaido trying to commit. I won't say it on stream, but you know what I'm saying. And and basically, I think that Odin must know, and it might be why he gave him the fish fruit. If Kaido really wanted to end it, he would just go in the sea and drown.
Yep.
And he'd be powerless. So maybe there is some abilities that
involve water.
Wouldn't he die of old age
But it-
though? Technically, because he was a fish for eater, right?
But it would
So
make
is-
sense with Kaidos though, because a fish has gills, but a whale is still a
It
mammal.
has a
even
blowhole.
though-
That's true. That's true. They're
Yeah.
mammals.
Because whales are mammals, yeah.
Wait,
And
hold
also-
on. What if the entirety of Ennis Lobby is just sitting on top of
Well-
a fucking whale, and the hole
Well-
underneath it is the damn blowhole?
That's
Well,
cool.
I gotta mention this with Long Ring Long Land too. Like that's one of my big theories, right? Like Agua Laguna. That's just a big whale breathing once a year, right?
I disagree. I think it's sea monkeys. So sea monkeys are all your
He took it
ones.
literally.
Go ahead.
Literally, yeah.
Go
Bro, I'm
ahead.
not even fucking with you. You have sea monkeys.
Just quickly though, you mentioned Enni's Lobby, right? The Toraya current is going around and in the middle you have a whirlpool, and when the Straw Hats get onto the Grand Line, what do we see? We have a whirlpool. They start to get sucked into it, and they nearly do.
The
get
White
sucked into it.
Storm and the whales
Yeah.
stopped them while hearing Bing Sake because
So
they
I
were
think
just
there is a
swimming,
tie.
and then they
is a
looked
tie.
at Brooklyn.
It might be like a whale breathing, I don't know, breathing in water or something. It's a weird one. But also, just quickly on the devil fruit thing, like Karibo, Blackbeard, and a few others, we see them have like some sort of dimension or pocket dimension they can put stuff in. Island whales, we know, we have seen stuff in them. So it might be a matter of like Laugh-Tail being inside the whale fruit user, if that makes sense.
Literally the treasure inside of the person. So
That's
an
good.
inverse Gaimon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, an inverse Gaimon. Oh
yep,
god.
exactly.
So like what if like it's like a dude that you have to beat, and then it's like, okay, here you go. Yeah, this is what the fucking One Piece was. And you had to go there on a specific time of year, like Aqua Laguna or any other type of ancient celebratory event.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
this is. Oh, go on.
Just going to say quickly, when Luffy's in Laboon as well, there's a couple of panels, one particularly where he sees the lights and all the like infrastructure inside, and he comments like, how
There are
can this be
halls.
possible to be built inside a whale? And it's Oda stating, yeah, there's walls, there's lighting, there's painted walls, there's
A tub of
islands,
ambergris in Laboon's forehead. It's not just a brain, it is a tub of ambergris.
No.
And there's a
Like, it's-
huge boat inside him as well, like a massive ship that Oda shows us that's like sunk. Like
There's a bunch of treasure down there too, and like skeletons, like in the bottom, like in like the stomach acid ocean
And
thing,
a fucking
whatever that was.
mailbox. A
mailbox.
mailbox
Really?
too. Yes. How did I miss that? Like I just
A
remember right
mailbox?
now, like a
Mailman's
mailbox.
coming every day, drop off the
News
mail.
organ.
Bro, it's
Uh,
gonna be the news coos.
the news
On the
coos,
topic of
yeah.
news coos, they're controlled telepathically, right? Or am I tripping?
That's a kamikaze seagull, by the way. Whatever seagull's going in there is not getting out. Like
No.
Not for the right amount, for sure.
I just realized Jinbei's a whale shark.
Mhm.
Oh, that's why you can
Yeah.
talk to the sharks. Well,
there is
whale
a few
sharks.
panels with whale sharks like
That's shark.
flying about in there.
And manta rays, which are funnily enough related to sharks.
Manta
And,
rays are known as the
yeah,
angels of the
yeah, I
sea.
think yeah, they
as well.
are.
And only Neptune can talk to whales. It's like the king of all the fishmen,
Mm.
the only one.
No,
Patrick-
Jinbei can talk to whale sharks.
Can
He did that
Poseidon-
in,
Whale shark, so that's different than whales,
Yeah.
though.
Can
Like,
Poseidon-
only
Yeah, it said whale
Neptune
shark.
can talk to the whales themselves.
And he also owned a whale.
Can
Oh,
Shirahoshi
yeah,
do
whale.
that though?
Yep.
Or is
What's that?
Shirahoshi just Sea Kings? Because Shirahoshi
Sea Kings.
talk to other
Just Sea Kings.
aquatic.
She maybe she can talk to the whales too. I don't that
Most
wasn't
likely.
said. I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, that's what was said though. Only Neptune can talk to him, and she
on the
commands
topic
Sea
of
Kings.
on the topic of Shirahoshi, I feel like we can reach a consensus at this point in terms of inherited will basically being possession, with Shirahoshi and Hakuba being the perfect examples. So like
Get
yeah,
the case.
because she's Poseidon. She inherited the will of Poseidon, not her mother. It was other previous generations before. Poseidon reincarnates. Yeah, every 200 years, someone is reincarnated as Poseidon, right? And Hakuba was a serial killer in the Rommel Kingdom, and Cavendish is a narcoleptic sleepwalker. He still sleeps even while suffering from narcolepsy. So, is it more possible that Oda is trying to like hint at us that like, yeah, there are some people who are just not who they say they are, like Blackbeard, or one more innocuous that I was just thinking, Stronger.
What he say is
Yes, thank you. Stronger 10th Titanic Captain, calling it. I've said it several times.
You think
Stronger as rocks.
You
Shout out
think
to
No,
Parker.
I disagree entirely. I think the reason why is because I saw a fucking same type of horse on Long Ring Longline. And Long Ring Longline obviously has its natural special effect or whatever. So
Right.
maybe Doc Q and Stronger came from there, and their absence from there is what's making them sick.
Mention Cavendish and Hackleber as well. What do they call him? The white horse. Why? Because he rides a white horse.
Yes.
Another example of that
Oh!
is Doc Q rides Stronger, right? Doc Q, look at him. He's 26. He looks old as chuff, right? He's in a state, yeah? And who does
Yeah.
he look like? Correja. Correja's the opposite. Correja's 140, doesn't look young, but you know, I still would.
Well,
Like,
young for 140. I mean,
Yeah.
most
That'll be a
people would be
great video.
bones.
then you say you would? You say you would?
No,
You
no,
would?
that was you.
You would.
That was you. That was you.
You would? Are you crazy? You wouldn't?
And
I
then,
mean, hey,
Will
And
of
then-
D.
Big Mom or Dr.
Damn right.
Correja? Gun to your
and then
head.
the ops, and then Dr. Correa also, like, technically, well, you could call her son, but she owned an animal, a mount, Chomper, and then Chomper is the direct opposition to Doc Q and Stronger. So
and
yeah,
also his number is funny. His number pun, funny enough, is Junroku 16. And what did we see
Junroku.
happen on the Lucia? Kaboom, 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 kaboom. So if Correja is as a lot of people have theorized, the inverse to what Imu is, a person who has just an infinite amount of knowledge, living in a giant castle on top of the world, just like how Correja is right now, who's also the only other person besides Nami and that one weird woman that sold that umbrella to Rouge before Raijin Island as a witch, explicitly because Correja and Nami both are just natural barometers. They can just tell the temperature and weather. Nami in chapter 131 just outright says, yo, the air is different. 2 panels later, there's a giant cyclone before they hit Alabasta.
Yeah.
true.
So like, and Correja cures people with like X-ray hockey, walking up to a kid and be like, "Yeah, you have bacteria in your bones," while he's screaming about his arm. So while wearing 2 layers of glasses, I don't know, man. There's
Hey.
just too much that.
So she diagnoses Hiruluk. Hiruluk's like, is there any way you can give me like extra time? And she's like, you've got precisely 5 days and 10 minutes and 3 hours or whatever it is. So yeah, she's pretty intense with it.
And she's like, I can trick your body into living for another 3 weeks. And she does that to her own body. And what's her constant gag? I want to see how I stay so young? Everyone's like, that's not what we're talking about right now. Gray, shut up. Even Dalton told her to shut up once.
Hey,
Yo,
so
best.
I
Spit
wanna,
your shit.
I
Spit
wanna,
your shit, my prayer.
best guy song.
About Dr. Correja, the Dr. Correja take, in my opinion, my humble opinion, how she stays alive for like a long time is actually
The keto diet.
just a joke in a certain sense. Of course, it's not just a joke, it's literal, but at the same time, it's true. And the premise is this, like every time she comes to somebody, she tells them, do you want to know the secret about my youth? And in this sentence is already an answer to the question, because she admits to herself that she believes she is young. She ain't young. She's delusional. She's crazy. She's nuts. So her belief in herself that she is young makes her young, or makes her youngish. That's why she dresses the way, like, yeah, a little bit too hot for the weather, Then Koshi noticed. He of course had to make a comment. He couldn't help himself. It's all right.
So you saying like
Oh.
that starfish? I forget his name. The one from Fishing.
Papawag.
Starfish Yachty.
How he
He
believed
just
he
believed.
was. He just believed, so he
believed it,
achieved.
So his verbatim line: "Don't underestimate willpower. The world runs on it."
Exactly. What's she wearing? What's she wearing on a t-shirt? Sakura petals, which shows that like
Sakura.
the will
5
the
of them.
sakura trees and the inherited will is
So
still.
maybe
in
there's
her.
some more up to them soccer pedals. But I want to kind of change it a little bit.
Sure.
Kind of going back to Wano. What the fate of Kaido and Big Mom? Like, what do y'all think they're out of the story? They're dead or
No.
coming back?
Absolutely
not.
Maybe
No.
plotting something. Because I think they're going to come back.
I think Kaido just gave up or died, and accepted it and gave his life to Linlin, who didn't want to die. So she just so focused him.
Owed her a life debt.
Yes.
Yeah, because like she has a replenishing health bar no matter where she is.
Also, I have a small theory about this. I will make a video about it, so check out for that. But I think Prometheus is about to get fired.
Prometheus.
That's a pun, right?
Yeah, it's a pun, but I think that's actually going to happen. And okay, so you know how, based on Oda logic, magma is greater than fire in terms of heat, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
It's not, but
internally it is.
Yeah, in One Piece it is.
Hey, that's not true. That's not true. Akainu stated, and by the way, I had these power scale discussions with people. That's why I know this shit. Totally random. Totally random. Has nothing to do with the point. But if you're a power scaler, you know about this argument. People are stating that like the lava, it's hotter than fire. That's like in Oda's brain or something like this. But there's actually a reason given in the story when they had to fight, like what the true reason is. Why Akainu can defeat Ace. It's because magma absorbs heat. That's the real reason.
Okay, so that's the reason.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, yeah, it's molten rock. It's
right.
not
What
even...
do we see? What do we see in Wano? We see flames rise the spirits, right? We've had a couple of people mention here about the cold and stuff, and we've seen Joy Boy's hat is artificially kept cold. So cold suppresses will, heat sort of strengthens will. So if what Best is saying is accurate, for example, then it's literally absorbing your will. Like it's so hot that it burns up your will. You know.
I like that.
I like that.
No, what? And oh my god, I can't say anything.
But
yeah,
like,
it's super leaky.
Shut your mouth, yo. Sorry.
So Kaido, so Big Mom taking Kaido's life force is what y'all.
That's what I.
It was something y'all speculate.
Oda could just be like, nah, that bitch dead. Now we're following Katakuri. Anything can happen. Anything.
He owes her a debt. He wanted to be Joy Boy. He's not Joy Boy. So I think he's sort of obsoleted now, and she's still got so much to give. I really hope he brings her back. You know.
Or explain.
Everybody
Like,
used to speculate Elbaf, you know, because she has her story is connected with Elbaf, and it's definitely pretty much confirmed that we're going to Elbaf. Well, not
exactly
confirmed, but like
Yeah,
you
and
know,
Kid's gonna be there.
it's set up. Oda's setting it up.
And do you know how he's gonna get there? He's gonna get there by starting a fight with one of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet members, Hadradin, who was there at Ohara, saving one of his books of salt. So all Kid has to do is find out where Hadradin is, and they take him to Salt, and then they meet up at Elbaf.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But on that joke I made about Prometheus getting fired. Okay, what is Prometheus usually?
Fire.
What is it? I mean, what does he appear as when he's
a sun?
Okay, what is
Sometimes.
Zeus?
A cloud.
A cloud.
Okay, what are symbols for weather?
What's the
Cloud.
sun and clouds?
Like a cloud and a sun, right? So
Yeah,
Nami
rain.
controls weather. So I think what's going to happen is that Prometheus is going to run to Nami. Big Mom, being in lava, is going to make a homie out of lava to protect herself. Probably going to call it like Hephaestus or something. And then that homie could then interact with like Napoleon, and she could smith Napoleon on the spot and make that more powerful.
I am
like
in love
that
with
idea.
that.
Deep
Right
head
now,
for sure.
technically, Zeus is a phlebotomer of the Climatact right now, by definition. So I am so hyped that you brought that up. Dude, that's so sick.
Also, there's one piece of Nami's tech we haven't seen, the magic wand. Yes, one piece.
Oh, when did we see the Milky
magic
Road?
wand.
It's been like some Hazard or Film Red.
So I think Prometheus will possess that magic wand, whatever that may be.
You mentioned weather signs. Where did she go for her training arc? You know,
With area.
With area.
Wind knots. That's gonna be like her mega power, I think. Because like if there's a tech that just lets you take like a small medium piece of rope and you're able to literally generate a fucking cyclone like Nami did, she canceled out a cyclone by creating a hotter cyclone with the wind knots and her natural climate attack that got Usopp built all the way back in Alabasta. So Nami definitely.
I think it would have been dope.
Be...
I think it would have been dope if Nami gave like Usopp some tech, because you know Usopp's pretty like he deals with a lot of gadgets as well. So if he had like some tech, that'd be pretty dope, like some weather type tech.
I mean, like, yeah, but I feel like him like building out the pop greens might be a more effective way for him because like studying under Heracles, who's also from the South Blue and left an unnamed island 31 years ago after to study in the Boyne Archipelago and how had all of his friends die. He also could be from Sorbet, Beetle Race Agenda. I'm kidding, not really. But anyways, with Usopp's thing is, I feel like he needs to like do like botany and tech, and then Nami is like weather and tech.
Yeah.
So like you have like the perfect like one like deals with how the ground and the things that come from it are grown because Watherian wizards literally just travel the Grand Line, just changing climates of other islands for free on their gondolas that they come from their moving island that's artificial that they built.
You know what you just made me think. I had to interrupt you. The connect, like, do y'all think there's a connection between Usopp and Nolan? You know, like they're both botanists, right?
There has to be.
Usopp is a liar, or he was a liar. Nolan was pegged as a liar. You know, so
they have Uso land statues in Skypiea now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Uso land. Yeah, kind of like Nolan. Exactly.
So on the Shandorian Golden Kingdom, there's like chestnuts everywhere.
Wait, what?
So on Shandoria, like in the Golden Kingdom, if you look around, you'll see golden chestnuts exactly like was on Nolan's head all over the kingdom.
There's also chestnuts all over the empty throne.
Oh shit! Jinra Kai?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's up, Adam?
That's your brother.
Subscribe to you, man.
Tachi and Adam. The world's about to implode.
God damn, bro.
Excellent video, Adam. I subscribe to you, by the way. Like that hour-long thing you did, that was excellent.
Oh, thank you, man. I've been liking your videos as well, so thank you very much.
I'm flattered. Thank you, sir.
I'm still loving the Goda, the pun, the thumbnail.
That video totally tanked. Anytime I do something that's not a Tuesday, it just flops.
Adam's like the expert when it comes to like breaking like numbers and words down.
So he's got his own manga as well. He's an amazing artist. He's got his own manga.
Yeah.
Plug your manga.
Hey, hold on. Since we got Adam here, might as well shout your YouTube and everything out, Adam.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm pretty much Adam Jinra Kai on everything: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff. You can just do Adam Jinra Kai. It should come up. I just did one of those new tag things or whatever, so it should just be Adam Jinra Kai now. But I also draw a manga called the Shonen Beat. My website crashed, so it's all on Patreon for free right now. But just Patreon, the Shonen Beat, and it's all there for free. And
I'll have links in the description soon enough and whatnot.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. All right, so now we got Adam here.
So. I had my tongue the way before. Hi, Adam. How are you doing?
What's up, dude?
About Nami and her like weather situation. If we combine it with like Emu being an obstacle in the future for the Straw Hats, maybe like Nami finds a solution like out of this fucking crisis with the big laser. The big freaking laser.
They did have to draw an X on a map in order to do that first, meaning they have the world map of the entire world. But it was the only time that we saw fingers painting on a map. Now, I ask you guys, after seeing her, Emu in Pangaea Castle, knowing that she's an entire silhouette and remembering that butterfly that landed on her completely black hand, why would Oda decide to show fingernails now?
I agree. It's because it's not the same person.
Wait, what? What kind of conspiracy is that? I love it. Who invented this? Who the fuck invented it?
I don't think.
When she's holding the wanted posters, she's wearing gloves. And also, just before we go into this, I just want to
hands
back
up
what West is saying. So people in the chat, if you ever Google Nami cover story, one of the things we'll find is Nami is playing cards with 3 swans. Swans are royal birds. The dealer has blue hair and is basically winning with one hand but cheating with the other, and Nami is calling the cheating out, and Nami has all the chips on the table. So that cover story,
the name of the chapter is Romance Dawn of the New World.
Here you go.
it suggests to me that Nami basically will be the one that has like that finds a way or sees through Emu's bullshit.
This is Adam Jinrakai's thing that he incepted into my brain 100%. Nami is gonna make or is the One Piece.
This guy goes in.
Like, I genuinely think that at this point. Let me tell you what. She has way too much knowledge about how the planet is supposed to work, right? She gives a shit ton of like climate lore and even deep, like she explained the difference of salt levels to the people and explained how the fucking deep sea and other sea currents work.
And Arlong says that she's like one of a kind, you know.
Quite literally,
There's no one
found
else
in
like
Okio Kingdom, which we don't even know where the fuck that is. But I was gonna say like Adam Jinrakai, it was his analysis that made me believe it, because in the first cover page ever of the fucking manga, Shanks is staring at Nami when Nami is introduced in chapter 8.
Yeah.
Totally. Serious question. Do you ever think that Oda will ever go simp mode like this?
Yes, the One Piece could be his wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
How?
There's actually a cover the week that Oda got married in real life. The cover is Robin walking on a beach in a very wedding dress looking thing with a huge turtle in the background that has a marine hat and all this stuff. I think it's like chapter 233 or something like that. I gotta find my computer. But it is actually
really high.
the
Can
week
you
that
say
he got
that
married.
again? Adam, run that by me again, because I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. Say that again. I'm really ripped. I'm sorry.
Do it. What part? Just the
One
the
moment.
chapter
I
that
think
you're referring to.
Blumph, I think you have to turn him up in your stream so it's louder for everybody because he's quiet for everybody.
Who?
So, Adam.
Oh, I can turn it up. Is this better?
I'm pretty loud on my stream.
Oh, he's super quiet for me. But yeah.
Like,
Is
what
this
was the same
better
for
now?
Hachi?
I can't really like do individual.
I know it's all good if he turns up.
Yeah. Just continue your description of the chapter, not the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's just the cover. It was released the actual day that Oda was on his honeymoon, the day after he got married. And it's not 2-33. I just looked it up. I'm not sure. I got it somewhere, but it is Robin. She's like holding her shoes and she's walking. And I think that I think in a very real way, Oda thought he was going to marry a Robin-like person and then married a Nami-like person, considering his wife, the way she looks and stuff.
That is fire, and he literally did create his waifu in the real world. The voice actress for Nami.
It's meme magic.
It is meme magic.
Yep.
It is.
I have a small pet theory that I plan to do something a little more about. But if you all want to hear it, I can lay it on you. It's about Nami.
Lay it on us.
I want to hear it.
That's why
you
we
all remember
here.
Chimney.
Chimney. In his lobby. The little
yeah,
girl?
in this lobby, Water 7.
Yeah, the
she's
little girl.
1/8 mermaid, right?
Mhm.
So back in, oh my god, okay, my philosophy is there are no jokes in One Piece, just funny explanations. So way back in Arlong Park when Sanji is fantasizing about Nami's relationship to the Arlong pirates, he imagines her as a mermaid, right? And then Luffy turns around and draws that funny little drawing of her as a fish person. I think she's 1/8 fish person. And then this is backed up when back in Punk Hazard. And this is very weird and no one talks about this. Now power scalar's not nobody, and I find this very interesting because she does have super strength. So when Sanji is in Nami's body, he goes to save Kinemon's torso, right? He's able to do blue walk in her body. Blue walk, mind you, is the elevated technique of shave or moonwalk underwater. How could she do that if she doesn't have super strength? So
I think she's got fully awakened hockey because she's like the Eye of Ra.
She's been giving
she
Luffy
literally
damage.
was making naps in a closed room.
Yeah, I think all of her hits on Luffy, they're jokes right now, just like Garp was jokes when we found out about hockey or whatever. I think Nami's got a bunch of things going on with her.
Jinbei called it. You're right, bro. That's the color of the Supreme King.
Nami be fucking Luffy up, man.
You're damn right, bro. Like, bro.
Nami be fucking Luffy up.
You don't have to be ready for Toon Piece. Toon Piece.
She does
that's
actually
the
have
grip.
Toon Force in a way. She
Well,
does.
does.
Yes.
When
She just
Robin
followed
joined,
around.
oh,
Go on.
sorry.
No, go on.
When Robin joins the crew, she's all about like we're gonna go to Jaya, all this stuff, and Luffy and Usopp both make a big point of you're not gonna decide where we go. But they've never once questioned Nami doing it. And I think it is all sorts of, creator, mom, god, weird shit going on with all that.
Yeah, she even swindles the whole crew out of like 80% of the money that they stole from Shandora.
True, yeah, true.
She's like, yeah, this is all of the money that we're gonna use to build the ship. But she sold it to them as, yeah, this is your tiny little pittance, and everything else is mine.
Andorian gold paying for an ancient Adamwood, by the way. That's kind of an interesting connection.
Hey, so
about Nami's strength, I'd just like to add that I rewatched Punk Hazard, and then there are some moments where Nami thinks like when she gets hurt by Caesar, so she was thinking, wow, Sanji has such a strong body. So I don't think that Nami's body necessarily is stronger than Sanji's. At least she may be stronger than an average person. But no, and also Sanji was saying that no, Nami has such a delicate body, I have to protect her. It could also be just his way of dealing with girls and but I think
I mean, he was fondling himself as Nami. Let's not forget that. He did take every advantage. He took no prisoners.
Khalifa though.
Also,
Nami beat Khalifa.
No, I noticed in chat. Mugla Tam was saying about like Nami could just take Emu's maps afterwards and stuff. But I think it's interesting that the All Blue is a concept that's probably unmapped, right? So anything that she's mapped already might be obsolete because if the red line's taken down or the All Blue's created, then it will need remapping. Like
Emo's psycho bitch who has the world map that Nami's like after. Are you trying to tell me this?
Yes. She has she has two of the greatest treasures because in the same panel where we saw the giant frozen hat, and also keep in mind the map of Leloucia that somebody put an X on. What it was Dolphy's line when we saw that giant frozen straw hat. Oh, power has such a short shelf life. You gotta use it while you can. Even when he was talking to Law, like yes, immortality surgery, yes, could have been the reason. But I'm leaning more towards a personality exchange, simply due to how Emu visited that straw hat. Like, it was somebody remembering someone. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I agree.
Do you think went through immortality surgery?
Because I
kind of had a theory that maybe Joy Boy and Eam had, like, some type of relationship, whether they were, like,
she's the
related
spirit
to
of his
each
hat.
other, or whether they was...
Shut the fuck up, spirit
I'm
of
not
his hat.
kidding. I'm not kidding.
Maybe-
I have a video coming out saying she's
The crazy part with Clobberman Man or whatever.
Well, hold on, Adam. Maybe Joy Boy sacrificed himself for Eam or something like that. That's one theory that I kind of had.
And then his heart became the literal Opie no Mi because he ran so many ops.
What were you saying, Adam?
You.
What were you saying, Adam?
Okay.
Oh, I was saying when it comes to the stuff, they are in every single real world mythology thing. They reside in the mast and head of a ship, which is where we first see Luffy standing, which is where we first see many characters, mainly Luffy, always around. Clobbermen in real life were said to reside in that front part of a ship.
Funniest part about that is their name translates to literal water spirits. So if you wanted to use the same Japanese language, then technically they'd be called Umibozu. And their lore demands that they need something to drink, otherwise sailors get a fuck time on the sea.
Now you're getting the grog.
Exactly. And then this is where we talk about Bink Sake.
Well, by definition, their grog is watered down rum given to Marines as part of their payment every week.
Oh wow.
Marines, disgruntled ones, started off as privateers, creating the formal age of piracy. Let's at them.
No, I like that. Yeah, no, I think definitely something along those lines, or at least what were pirates, weren't pirates before, etc.
What was you saying, Hyde? You were saying something?
I was saying, like, also...
I'm out here calling again.
It's cool. I don't mind.
You're on YouTube, bro.
You right.
Okay.
I'll fix that. Go ahead, Den.
You were talking about Tachi was spitting, obviously, and I was just going to say, what do we see Kureha with all the time? A bottle that says Umi, and also the bottle is usually filled with like a red drink, right? And red wine usually represents transformation grapes into wine. So
she said lean. She said
Damn,
Ume.
Rhea serpent it up, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, she looks like the type.
I mean, I thought it was ume, like, because that's like plums, and I thought it was like plum sake or something like that, because sake is what's like a main huge thing in One Piece throughout all of it. Hero Look even has it right in the Drum Island arc as well, and ume being related to like plums. Plums, they like ripen and get really old, like prunes, and I thought Kureha had them on purpose.
And there are such things as plum blossoms. So like I think they look like sakura blossoms. I'm not sure.
I think they do, yeah. And on that note, in Drum, obviously, but also as a thief in the High West, as he said. So how the hell did he get past Reverse Mountain?
Who, Dr. Hellelook?
Yeah. How did he do it?
Dude, he's a G. What the fuck you saying?
He said he was a thief. He never called himself a pirate.
Yeah, but he's a G. You know
He is
what's
a G.
up? Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I don't know if he like has any like sailing experience. I mean, like maybe he could be a shipwright, maybe he could be a helmsman. He could have been, maybe, but what we know him as is a doctor.
He has zero sailing and spirit experience, and I know that's nothing to go off, but he just looks like a bit of a tit.
Yeah, he's like me, crackpot in every way, shape, or form, literally making stuff up as he goes. He thinks that an Eye of the New is an okay medication for someone suffering from essentially Corona-19 in fucking One Piece.
Hey, so
videos.
Hold
on. So just kind of move on, kind of change, switch the topics a little bit.
Fair.
Yeah, end of Wano.
Blackbeard, right?
The boat fairy.
He was after Boa. Like, you know, we seen he was after Boa for some reason. Like, we seen him early in Wano talking about making his move and getting something that the world government, like something that the world government been neglecting or something. I can't remember exactly what he said, the quote. And then we see him.
Like, if the Marines aren't gonna go after it, I might as well take it.
Yeah. So
Was
we
that
see him go to That's the question. That's where he went to Amazon Lily.
Why would the Marines?
That's some prima pussy. Let's be real. Like that's the real reason he went there. That's the first reason. Like, so he had the choice. Like a la carte, he sees the supernovas. He sees Boa Hancock. I see like Luffy's already in there. I have to.
He's got
that was the first angle.
I want to hear
he
that.
looks Robin straight in the eye and he says, "You will turn me straight to stone." So he's like, "Yeah, you know what I mean." He's telling us straight.
Yeah, that homie's rocking a flaccid, bro.
Hey, so I want to hear Dex thoughts on that though. Like, what was he like? Is he after Boa? Like, what is he after? You know, because I kind of have thoughts on it as well. But
so this is actually like my first video ever talking about Blackbeard. I brought this up, and I thought that. And I still think it's very possible because we saw that Blackbeard had different groups go different places, right? So I think there could be a multifaceted approach to what he did, right? Because we saw like Van Augur and Aokiji go to Whole Cake, and that happened at the same time, by the way, right? Because we saw Katarina Devon and Vasco shot with Blackbeard and Amazon Lily, right? So it's like they had different groups doing different things. So that's one layer of it where there's definitely some stuff that they did that we don't know of yet. But as for like what Blackbeard was specifically referring to, I think it's Pluton or just the poneglyphs in Alabasta, because with no leadership in Alabasta right now, it's like a power vacuum, right? Like Koza's the leader right now of Alabasta, essentially. Like Koza and Chaka and Pell. If they're like Pell isn't even there, right? Because he was at the Reverie too, and they said that the Alabasta ship is still docked at Marijois or whatever. Like whenever we were getting that info, so nobody that went to the Reverie from Alabasta is there. So I think Blackbeard is like, oh well, all right. If no one's at what is literally like one of the most like the oldest places in all of One Piece, right? And I can go there and nobody will really be able to stop me because like there's no leadership there. You know what I'm saying? I think going to Alabasta and getting that poneglyph and finding out like all the information that's there, because Alubarn is like 4,000 years old. I thought that made a lot of sense. Like, oh wow, he can go get just a ridiculous amount of information, like without anyone stopping him. Like he might even be able to go in without anyone even seeing him, right? Like honestly, because like there's no leadership. Like all the they're all gone, right? There might be wars there right now for all we know. So
we don't know where Lafitte is at all right now. The last time that we saw him was in Dressrosa. So
I've
maybe,
got a little bit. Go on.
but we know
ahead,
that.
Go ahead, Polypit. I know I keep saying.
Dan Kushi, Dan.
That's right. Tachi, you can go first.
Thank you, because I was gonna forget my point. All I was gonna say was like, we don't know where Lafitte is. Lafitte is like a fucking man of mystery. This dude snuck into the meeting with the Shichibukai and literally was like, "Hey, you guys should hire Blackbeard. No, he's a super cool warlord, even though being called the demon sheriff of the West." So since not seeing him for all the way back in Dressrosa, which was basically like 2.5 months ago, if you count all of Whole Cake and everything from Wano, including udon and the 2 weeks and all of the preparation for that stuff, yeah, that was about a 2-month time period from the end of Dressrosa up until the end of Wano. So they had enough time to like, fuck, what was I talking about?
About Lafitte, something.
No, Blackbeard, yeah, it would make the most sense where he is right now to try and have Shiryu backstab Law and take his 3 etchings and just move on to wherever the hell the last poneglyph is.
You know what I found? Oh, go on.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so it's just like he's repeating what he did with taking the Guruguru no Mi, which in my opinion gave him the ability to counteract Conqueror's Haki essentially, because only in the anime we saw that the Guruguru split the sky.
True.
Yeah, I do. Yo, Elids, what are you saying? You good?
Oh, Elders.
I'm gonna bring in Eliz. I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'll introduce Eliz.
Okay, cool.
Well, no, let Eliz go first. Let's introduce Eliz first.
All right, Eliz. Well, we got Eliz in the building. You wanna talk about your channel? Talk about everything. This is the hockey expert.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just make theories. For the most part on hockey, I make other theories like right now. Well, still hockey at the end.
Like hell.
I
One
have
Piece
one
hell.
that focuses on just the world of One Piece concept known as hockey, where I just focus specifically on what is hockey, how can you break it down, what's behind it. And the one I'm working on right now, at least I'm working on the videos right now, is about Seraphim and how I think Vegapunk discovered how to give them devil fruit powers, and it goes off from there. I have at least 2 more videos to release on that. I was listening to the stream while I was at work, and I heard you guys bringing up how there's a whole bunch of Christian symbolism, especially as of late, and I think that plays a role in the idea of a devil fruit. I mean, it's even in the name. And Kuma, I think there's a reason Kuma has the Bible. And then what makes it super interesting is Dr. Vegapunk is a scientist. So it's like you just brought science and religion into this one thing. And I think Oda is doing that deliberately. Just showing how these 2 things can actually cross over and come to like a meeting point of, well, devil fruits. But yeah,
I'm not sure how well Elids and Best G know each other, but these 2 have very similar thoughts on they literally taught me everything I know about the spectrum of hockey and the color and
we are one and the same.
Like
not gonna lie, it's like
I had them on. I had them on the stream together. I had them on the stream.
Okay, can I get a consensus from the hockey experts here? The Boa Seraphim people and the Jinbei Seraphim people, is that a denotion that they are able to use Conqueror's Haki? Because that's my current running headcanon, because I think hockey's a frequency. Like a radio frequency.
True.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Eliz.
The Big Bang is too.
That's a...
Oh shit, is it?
The only way that we have to track the Big Bang is white noise in radio frequencies.
Go ahead, Eliz.
I was gonna say that's when you're talking about Conqueror's Haki, what makes it special, first of all, we know it's rare. It's like a chosen few, chosen by heaven. That's how Treble describes it. But I think it has to do with the human soul. With Seraphims being biological, but they're also science experiment, it kind of puts into question how much of their soul or free will they actually have. So even if they have the power to use conquers Haki, it's not going to be presented in the same way as you see with Luffy and Ace and Boa. But I do think it does exist, though. That's a big point of my theory.
I
is this
agree, by the
concept
way.
of a fifth element.
I think like the fact that you mentioned it was like heavenly almost. I think it is significant that it isn't everyone. It's spirit. I think you have mind, body, and spirit. The Holy Trinity, and mind would be observation, body would be armament, spirit would be conquerors, and not everyone has the spirit. That's more of a divine lineage, maybe sort of.
Saying that kid was sent from God, you're goddamn right.
Well,
Mahomes heaven sent.
Well, there are people who say that like Law outclassed kids like
And
heaven.
he literally didn't, because the kid had a lower health bar because Hawkins had his doll and was actively self-harming himself during the fight with Big Mom while he was taking more hits.
Law
from
had
Big
an
Mom.
infinite health bar in all of the raids, so Law's broken. Doesn't even matter. Law could have beat anybody. He could have beat all four Yonko because he had just infinite health. He literally just kept going.
To be destroyed though. He's about to be like busted in Blackbeard style.
Like the bro literally tanks
teeth,
down their
no
Bob was
teeth.
better than Luffy in Bound Man. Like that makes no sense to me. That shit's upside down.
To Itachi's point, we was talking about Lafitte a little while ago. I find it very interesting that Lafitte's called the Black Sheriff, and then Nami is the cat burglar. So basically, you have a cops and robbers analogy.
Tom
Also,
and Jerry.
Lafitte versus Robin. Lafitte versus Robin. Or you said Nami?
I mean,
Nami. Lafitte versus Nami.
Also, they're both navigators. And then early on, back in like Alabasta, Nami's tornado tempo used a clockwork. It used clockwork doves, and she could also summon doves as a magic trick. I think Lafitte could be a dove zoneman.
A mythical dove, I see it because his wings operate the same way Marco's does, but we don't know if he has Logia or Paramecia properties yet.
I really like.
Okay. Right. I was going to spit about Blackbeard. Right. This is a good time. This is a good time.
Blotter man. Go ahead, push your agenda.
You were talking about going. You were talking about going to Amazon Lily, right? And why he would go for Boa.
Yeah.
Right. So we're dropping the first voice video tomorrow, and this is what it's about essentially. Boa is tied to Medusa, and now we know that, right? We know it's pretty strong ties there.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that Medusa isn't like just a mythical character; she's a deity.
She's
She
an
is of a
amalgamation
spirit,
of three
right?
sisters.
Exactly right. And so here we go, right? I think Blackbeard went to Drum for Chopper's fruit because he knew it was a Hito, right? And it was frozen, so he couldn't find it because the will was suppressed. I think that Luffy has the twin of his fruit, which is a Hito, which means his is a Hito. And why did he go to Impel Down? Well, he just so happened to let out San Juan. And what do we know about San Juan? Everything except for the name of his fruit. We know what his fruit does. We know that he's a giant. I bet you he is a Hito. And I bet you BB, it went to Drum for the Chopper's Hito, went to Impel Down for San Juan's Hito, went to Amazon Lily for Boa's fruit, which will turn out to be a Hito. And it's interesting you mentioned Lafayette.
And I'll
because
bet
that
you
might-
money. I'll bet you money the reason why it was a human fruit and then the Yami fruit, which looks very similar to the Nika fruit, except it's a little bit pointier, is because he never had a lineage factor. He had no way to access the frequency that was Haki until he got the Yami Nomi.
Yeah, I kind of have my like I kind of have a speculation on why I think Blackbeard went after Boa. Well, I mean, I know there's a lot of theories about Blackbeard. Some people think he's like it's the Kraken, like he has a Kraken like fruit
I
or
have an
something.
interesting idea on ink, but I'm gonna.
I personally think I'm still a believer of the multiple souls though. Like I'm still a believer of that. I know that one's kind of like an older theory, but I think Blackbeard has multiple souls. One of them possibly being Zebek, right? Like I know that we got the stronger being Zebek. I do like that theory as well, but I still think Zebek could be within Blackbeard. Now, who does Blackbeard have possession of that we know of right now? He has Gecko Moria, right? Who could extract shadows, create zombies. I think that Zebek, right? I think Zebek's body might have been turned to stone, and I think he needs Boa's ability to unpetrify Zebek's body, and then when he unpetrifies,
But if it's not his
go-
body, but his shadow.
But hold on. I think it's his body. Once he unpetrified, I think the body is going to be pretty much dead. So he needs Gecko Moria to almost like reanimate the body. And if Blackbeard has Zebek's soul, he could probably, like, Gecko Moria could probably extract the shadow from, like, Zebek's shadow from Blackbeard and put it into his Zebek's unpetrified body. That's kind of my thoughts.
Functionally, he would be able to do the same thing with the Yami Yami no Mi. We saw that with the theft of Whitebeard's fruit.
Do what?
Being able to take a shadow from something and then give it sentience. Because his fruit is an upgraded version of Moria's fruit, where all of its attacks were explicitly displayed like ink. The Moria shadow, all of the inky blots that came out of Robin. I know it's very meta, but keep your Toon Force glasses on, all right? This is the era of One Piece that we're in right now. Shit's gonna get very meta, and we don't know how meta it's gonna get, right? Like Luffy in the Vegapunk panel, in the Vegapunk introduction chapter, he was like literally drawn as if he was shooting like through the spine of the book. If you like look at the scanlations and stuff, so Oda's very clearly trying to make Luffy a meta breaking, fourth wall breaking character. And the best way to have a duality to that would be to have a person who is also only limited by their imagination, but is rooted in the reality of the One Piece verse, which would be the antithesis being a canvas and its ink.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think Moria. I still think you need Moria to do it to take a shadow.
The only problem with the Moria, with what you're saying, Blump, is she says, what's her name? Boa, she'll kill me.
She doesn't know how to do it.
She says, like, if you take this fruit, you ain't going to be able to turn people out of stone.
Yeah,
right. It's kind of like locked to the user who actually did the petrification.
Yeah, but I kind of think that. Because I had that discussion as well, and one thing we kind of throwing around is, like, when we know Boa's devil fruit, like, the only way she could really do it is if someone's in lust with her. It's like lust kind of makes them vulnerable to it. Kind of like Big Mom's, like, fear makes a person vulnerable to her ability. So
she so focuses them, yeah.
I think when it comes to like devil fruits like Big Mom and Boa's, I think it's more like activated or deactivated based on like maybe some type of emotional spectrum. You know, like maybe
Paramecia's are confirmed
maybe
to be
how
an activation based thing.
Maybe how Boa's worked on lust, right? So maybe, I mean, I don't.
It's the lust that those people felt.
Like, yeah, if
that was the activation clause. If you think about it in like a hunter sense, in terms of like power rules, like the activation clause for Paramecia is pretty consistent throughout all Paramecia fruits, but adding the possibility of this just straight up being a Hito, possibly same thing like Robin possibly being a Hito as well. Like we want to give that possibility an acceptance, but the Paramecia aspect of her fruit is still true because the activation clause is not dependent on her, but she can activate. It's like a reception type.
I think it's on the frequency, right? Like an emotional type frequency. And I think if you could match that frequency, that emotional frequency that she activated with, like, then you could undo her ability. You just have to match the frequency, if that makes sense.
She always fucking shoots things through hearts.
We know that Haki had it confirmed, right? Haki can nullify the effects of a devil fruit. Someone in chat said something about it turned off their abilities, but it's more so it nullifies the passive effects, right? All the effects. Do you think it's possible that because you're lusting, you can't focus your Haki, and because you're scared, you can't focus your Haki? So Boa can get you, Big Mom can get you. Like, if they can affect your emotion, they can throw off your defensive Haki or your ability to nullify them effectively.
It might be kind of like Katakuri, right? like with Katakuri
Exactly.
and Katakuri's like, if, you know, you have to be focused and calm and all that. It's the same thing, but that probably just exists for all types of hockey, right? Like it's not just observation of future sight that you need to be calm for. It's like, you know, if you're lusting over, you know, the most attractive woman in One Piece or what is believed to be or whatever, you know, then you can't focus your hockey properly to like avoid getting turned to stone. But if you do have strong enough hockey or will or whatever, you probably could avoid it by just using hockey to not get turned to stone, right? Like even if you do think she's hot, it's like, you know, if you could stay focused, you can probably still avoid it. But it takes a really strong will to do that, I would assume.
Totally.
Yeah, and I piggyback right off that with as like the perfect
hold on, Tachi.
analogy.
Tachi, hold on. Let somebody else go, Tachi.
Hey, well, real quick, I don't want to hop in too much. I just gotta say I do have to go soon, so I'm gonna just do it now while I have a chance. It's almost 5, and that's kind of like the time I had to, or before that. So I'm just gonna take this chance real quick. I want to say an announcement, or give you guys an announcement that I saw shared on Rogers Base's channel. I don't know if this is public. I just read this, but One Piece has a 3-week break. So like the chapter we get this week is the last one, and then we have 3 weeks off after this.
Oh my god!
That first place I saw was Rogers Base's channel. I'm sure he wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
I think it's been like that though. It's usually like a 2-week break around Christmas. Yeah, it's usually like a 2
It's been 2. So what Oda's doing is tacking on an extra one, so it's 3 in a row.
Good for him.
Just so everybody knows.
So January 1st is the official next chapter after this one. So it'll be a few days before that we get the Scanlation version. But I just wanted to share. Sorry to make things. Sorry to be a Debbie Downer on the way out. But it's good to know that.
You're important to the people. That's great.
Figured the earlier you guys knew, the better. You know,
it's all good. Appreciate it.
But hey, I loved coming on the stream. Hopefully we do this again. This was great. A lot of great creators here. I'm excited to see, you know, where everyone goes in the future, how everything, you know, pans out. So, you know, definitely subscribe. Go like these guys' videos. Check them out for sure. It's a great stream, guys.
Shout your channel out again. Shout your channel out.
Daxake, come check me out. I just dropped a big video talking about space and terraforming the Earth and Lunarian's origins, all sorts of crazy stuff. So go check that out after the stream. Stream here is over, of course. Stay here. Stay here for now.
Do your due diligence, chat.
Yes. Yeah. But hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Have a good stream, guys.
Man, thank you, Dex, for coming through, man.
He's not streaming. I'm fucking tired.
All right.
He's in Ohio.
About Blackbeard, I recently dropped a video about. I don't think his Jolly Roger is an octopus. I think it's a compass.
Ooh.
Because
like that a lot better.
There are 8 cardinal directions: north, south, east, west, south, east, southwest, northeast, northwest. So perhaps in a way he's saying, I do still think the skulls represent all 3 types of devil fruits. So maybe his flag represents not an octopus, but him saying he will conquer all corners of the globe with these 3 particular powers that he's after. So now we know it's the Quake fruit, or the Tremor fruit, and the Darkness fruit. We don't know what the zone is going to be. Probably a mythical.
Assuming that.
Right.
I have a counter agenda.
That's if the Yami no Mi isn't really a Hito. Cause it looks just like the Gumu or the.
It does, and there's a very meta reason why, but.
And why is Blackbeard of all
guys,
people?
I have to throw a curveball. I'm gonna be like out in like 15 minutes top. Sorry, it's 11 p.m. then.
All right.
So I just want to get this in. I want to have my moment here with Elliot, because how cool is it that in the latest chapters, like it was revealed about the whole Vegapunk like light angle, that he was talking about light. You are probably like, it's happening, boys. It's happening. We have been saying it for years.
The gates of justice were always a pyramid.
Well,
and they
as
were
soon as I
invisible
saw
metal.
Atlas punch that light, that hologram, that's what I see where Oda's going with that, because that's basically what I was saying about armament hockey, conquerors hockey, why Luffy can't hurt Prometheus but Brook can. It's all about frequency. You have to match the frequency. If you can match the frequency of something, then it becomes tangible to you. And it's all about where you lie.
Like sorry guys, but you probably understood like as well, like when he's talked about like what is real. Like that he goes like a little bit Matrix mode, that he goes even into like this idea that if things
your eyes.
It's his
when you walk through the metal door, she said, "Ignore your eyes." Like that's such a subtle thing, but you understand what
slapped
she's saying.
it and said it's metal now.
Literally, she's saying it is literal, but it's a double entendre. I heard you guys talking earlier about like the whole Kureha being like youth, And her saying youth, if it's the belief, if it's what she has in her mind, it applies with what's on the outside. As above, so below, so as within, so without.
Yeah.
You
So
already know.
whatever happens within, it happens out. You mentioned earlier Nami in the water. How could Nami do blue walk if she didn't train for that? Her body. It's not about the physical body. Rokushiki
She was
is
riding
over.
on a
It's
wager
all
when they
about
first
the
got
belief.
Let him finish, Tachi. Let him finish, Tachi.
I'm sorry, I was
Go.
just building.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's just all of this is about the belief. It's what you believe inside. And Conqueror's Haki is imposing your own will on others. So when Haki is used to resist Devil Fruit powers, that's because you could use Haki to resist Conqueror's Haki. Because I believe Devil Fruits are made from Haki. So if you could use Haki to resist Conqueror's Haki, you could use Haki to resist.
And that is a topic we should talk about. But we could wait. I want
my next video release. By the way, my next video release, and also, somebody just messaged me, crazy enough, and he told me that the spoilers confirmed the video that's being produced right now, and that's released tomorrow. So I'm just saying, it's 3 months in the production. I'm just saying, like, we are not crazy here. This is all. Devil fruits are made out of light. Okay, if you didn't know. Devil fruits are made out of light. Like, this is confirmed. Just get over it. It's energy. It's electricity. It is what it is.
Where's the root of the giant jack? Before you go, where's the root of the giant jack? Because if it was actually cut down, Upper Yard would be on the blue sea. So where the fuck is the giant jack?
All right. Before we continue, because I do got a question, or I got a statement for you, Liz. We got there's two people, there's 2 additions to the stream. I want to give them a chance to say something. We have the Lonely Mage. Is it Reese Lucas? I think it's Reese Lucas.
That's G. Did you see that?
And we also have C-Stone Stage.
Hi.
Oh.
Yo, how's it going, man?
Aloha.
Hey, so shout your YouTube out or whatever.
No, I have to stay. What the fuck?
Yeah, they convinced me to join, so I'm a bit late, but I'm here.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Your YouTube, what you do, all that stuff.
Okay, hi. I'm Sage, C-Stone Sage. I have a YouTube which is C-Stone Sage. I've been in the community for a few years now. Some of you may know me from the Reveries. Some of you may know me from various channels that I kind of appear on randomly. And I'm a massive One Piece theorist. So,
and you have some great stuff.
Thank you.
All right.
I can find you at the C-Stone Stage on YouTube.
Reese?
Yeah, C-Stone Sage.
Okay.
Yo, Tachi, I'll sort you out. Don't worry, I'll send you all the links.
I already got. Bro, I'm on 2 screens. It's fine. And she SEO'd herself so well that she's literally the first pop up when I type in C-Stone. So great job.
All right, so we got Reese. Is it Reese?
Oh, hi.
What's up? Introduce yourself.
All right. My name is. Okay. My name is Rizey M. Lucas. I am a brand new YouTuber. I just started like about a month ago. I'm still kind of ironing out what I want to contribute to the One Piece community, but at the moment I got one theory video under my belt and some other smaller silly videos, One Piece related.
Is that best laughing at Tachi?
I know, right? Tachi.
Guy doesn't give a fuck. What the fuck?
We're at the same time. Great minds think alike.
Sorry, Riz. Go ahead. I know.
By the way, this explains a lot, doesn't it? This explains a lot. Like, Tachi always has an agenda, like 50 at the same time. But now with the extra, it explains a lot, doesn't it?
Hey, listen, this was Lucas's time to shine, okay?
Yeah, let Lucas finish.
Because he dropped.
Oh, I thought it was pretty much finished with my introduction.
No, you dropped a dope ass Ancient Kingdom theory. Let him know what's up.
All right. Well, in short, I believe that the name of the Ancient Kingdom is Gold Kingdom. It is basically, I found out that not only was the world government censoring the D like they were trying to do with Luffy after he fought Kaido, but they basically they didn't remove Roger's D. They merged it with his last name Goal. So that got me thinking that maybe Roger's family name is also significant as well. So, and of course, you got all these other different places in One Piece, like Shandora, the city of gold, and Wano, the land of gold. But Wano being the land of gold never made sense because, well, we never saw any gold in Wano. But then I got thinking, what if it's actually goal? What if it means goal?
Okay.
So
like
basically,
Totally.
So basically, what?
Oh, I said totally because I think there's a huge emphasis in the series, a difference between metal gold and mental goals, and each one you switch one letter or whatever. And I think
No.
I don't
has a
kingdom, but I do think it's a big thing.
Oh yeah, Adam, take this in. Reze has a completely different fucking angle, and this is why I love him for it.
I did watch his video. It was very nice. Very good video.
He was close to what I was thinking. He because basically, like I went through in the video the meaning of the word goal, which has Spanish and Portuguese roots, and it basically used in the context of scoring a goal. And I just figure, like, with an advanced civilization like the Ancient Kingdom, it should have a name appropriate to its nature. And I figured, like, it's a kingdom of goals. So I figured Goal Kingdom just seems like a very fitting name.
A lot of these characters are from Goa Kingdom.
And on top of that, they killed Clover the second he was about to say the Ancient Kingdom's name.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, which, to be honest, that leads me to believe that we've already heard the name of the Ancient Kingdom, because why would you blurt it out from the reader's knowledge, unless there is a significance to the name?
Say Dawnfall be so sad when they shot him, when Spandine shot him.
Plus, like, plus Clover was shot like 2 years after Roger's execution. If he said the word goal, that would have sent shockwaves through, like, maybe not everyone in the world knew about Roger's real name because, well, the world government censored it in his bounty, but I'm sure there was lots of important people who remembered the name Goal D. Roger instead of Goal Roger.
More importantly than anyone, the reader, like Sage said, like if it's something that it's like going to break the fourth wall, or it's something that the reader would realize, then Goal is something that the reader would be like, wait a minute, I know exactly where that come from. Like,
yeah.
And why was it the fucking Kureha who introduced us to the entire concept of the Will of D? Who isn't a D? At least as far as we know, there are only 10 right now.
Right.
So
just a quick shout out to Dill, by the way, for marking all this. Like, big man, thank you.
You said Dill?
Thank you, Jeremy. That's my Jeremy to my Joe Rogan. Give him shout outs.
Hey.
I want to see W's in the chat for No Chill Bill right now.
Hey, I want to say to Eliz, man. I know you follow the anime, right, Eliz?
I haven't been watching the anime.
Because
and it's not nothing like it's bad or anything. I just haven't had the time.
I think there was an episode that might have confirmed, because I mean it's anime, so of course not all canon, right? But they kind of showed Takai, like the iron body, almost if it was like hockey, like it was like black, like armament hockey.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, Eliz will go crazy with this one.
It's gone for sure. But yeah, I think Oda was like, yeah, we need to establish that like the current hockey system was present during the pre-time skip, and he needed to do that with Who's Who.
Which makes Luffy's W even more big. Like, let's be real.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
Luffy, he just destroyed this guy, this punk ass. Puma,
kind of. Well, you guys brought up something interesting earlier about Nami being able to hurt Luffy despite him having it. And it's like, you could interpret it as a gag, but maybe it's not. And he actually did this about 3 times, and he kind of did the same gag each time. And each time he does it, you kind of think maybe there's something to this. And he ties this all together. Basically, we see with Nami, she could hurt Luffy. You know, Sanji can hurt Luffy. And Garp could hurt Luffy. And when Garp hurt Luffy, you go, well, he's a hockey user. Of course he can hurt. But it's called the Fist of Love. So essentially, it's like he's punching Luffy's heart.
Love is emotion.
Yes, love is an emotion. And the my idea of hockey being frequencies, right? In the second level is this thing called the sacral, and below it is the root. So the root is like an earth-based chakra.
Talking
And
chakras.
that's armament. Then the one above it is the sacral. That's orange, and it's water-based. That's why I think advanced armament hockey is really, 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 really similar to Fishman karate. I mean, they look identical at some points. But basically, the sacral chakra correlates to a certain part of your body. Now, I'm gonna keep it PG. Nah, we're all adults here. It's basically sexual organs. That's with the sacral chakra correlates. Now, I don't think
the Japanese
Oda's
word for
doing an
soul.
angle.
The Japanese word for soul and balls are the same. Tamashi.
I can see him going somewhere with that.
Close. It's over. That's over.
Another word for soul is actually kokoro. And kokoro is an interesting word because it doesn't really translate to English, in part because it means soul, heart, and mind all at once. So a person's heart is also their soul. So that's why if Garp is punching Luffy's heart, it's not his literal heart, but it's really the representation of his soul. Not just even this part of his spiritual body. I mean, this heart encapsulates the whole body. And I think that's a huge deal with characters like Sanji and Law, specifically because he has a Dofus that's a heart. But let's just talk about Sanji. There was another joke earlier I was watching, and you mentioned we don't see Sanji work out, right? We see Zoro work out, but we don't see Sanji work out. Well, I believe Sanji is someone who's spiritually inclined, while Zoro's more physically inclined. So what that means is Sanji's powers isn't just from how hard he hits, but the power of his heart. In fact, this is just another one of those joke answers from Oda. And somebody said it earlier, there's no jokes. It's just
it would be the zones of liberation. Being a frequency, you would be able to generate a frequency that would be able to damage Zoro. I fuck with that 100% because he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki. The same way Zoro does. That's what puts him, in the community above him. But what you're suggesting right now is exactly what Oda's planning with the Volume 4 billion confirmation that Shanks can just kill Observation Haki. So directly,
I haven't even watched the movie, but
that was in the. They didn't show it.
So yeah,
Someone asked Oda, how come Sanji's leg doesn't burn off when he uses Diablo Jamba? Mind you, this is PTS, and Oda says, "Oh, it's his heart. It's the fire of his heart. It burns hotter than any fire." And that's taken as a joke, but it could also be literal, like the frequency of his heart. And I think that's once you start talking about frequencies of heart, now you got to look at Luffy, his Gear 5th. Why does his heartbeat have music? That's a rhythm. And
why does it get activated only with Conqueror's Haki?
Jen is going to be here. I wanted to ask him something. In your video about Devil Fruits, do you mention the bell of Shandora at all?
No, but I think I see the application with the frequency of healing or something like this. Or
well, the bell is called the light of Shandora. That's the name of it.
Yeah.
And
the voice frequency is described as a light. That's
yes, light is a frequency. There's also anybody who knows music, there's the A
audio.
It's all a frequency. And what's interesting about that,
while Apu is able to affect Luffy and
Naru.
Because audio is a frequency.
He enough credit for that. He knocked out Luffy. That's insane. It wasn't like, ouch, I can't get. Zoro literally had to carry Luffy. That's how damaged.
Point to kid, and that's a point to kid.
Voice is his weakness.
Y'all gonna put some respect on Apu's name.
Yeah, that's why Kid sought him out. Before he went to prison.
There's not much. I have to do one thing. Sorry. I'm sorry to be like this. I just want to do one more thing. Seastone Sage.
Yes.
I've never talked with you before. What's up?
No, you haven't. Hey. I did want to have a talk with you actually because you were talking about Devil Fruits being light, and that's a theory that I have an interest in as well, especially when it comes to Blackbeard's fruit, because I've been talking to some people recently about the concept that Blackbeard's fruit might be more related to the abyss of the ocean rather than darkness itself, and that the type of darkness it is to do with the ocean, and that's why Devil Fruits are affected when he sucks them in.
Thriller bark.
So your light theory works well with that. Oh, it's something we were
Let her
talking about
finish,
already.
Tachi. Let her finish.
Release a video on this, but that's not the point. Just saying, we're on the same frequency. We can talk, no problem. You can message me. It's all right. Yeah, it is what it is.
You're always saying, "Hey, drop in."
Yeah, we can hang out. It's no problem. Though, I want to ask you something on stream because this is just good content. Okay, this is good content. It's not like an attack or something. This is just good content. Okay, because I want to know what's up with you claiming that our boy Oda is sexist.
Oh,
No.
okay.
He was during Punkcaster.
I don't really feel like that's a claim. Like
he was like that during Punkcaster. You can't tell me that Oda did not.
It makes sense to me. I'm just saying.
Okay, here's my thing when it comes to sexism in One Piece. I don't think it's overt, as in like there are forms of media out there that are worse, but we can't ignore the fact that the females are reduced to lore and plot devices, and the one female we had that was meant to be this strong, fighting for her independence was a he, and then also never truly became independent. So like I just like when because Yamato is meant to fight for her independence and all of this, but they're actually a he, and they're also never really truly becoming independent.
But look at the inverse.
Let her finish, Tachi.
Kiku is one of the better written women in One Piece. Full stop.
I kind of agree with that, honestly. I think it's kind of a funny take. I just like
full stop.
No, it's
that's the
kinda,
W take. Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
it's kind of true. Maybe that's what we like a little bit about Oda, that he's a little bit edgy. I would say that maybe that's gonna. It is what it is. He knows what pleases people. You know, he's a people pleaser. He's releasing the #1, so it is. We live in a depraved world, quite frankly. I don't know if it's Oda's fault.
Is one of the best-selling figurines in the entire fucking merchandise franchise.
I think the thing is though, like I think Oda underestimates teenage boys as wanting complex, interesting stories, because at the end of the day, a lot of us got into anime when we were teenagers, not when we were the ages we are now. And we're as hooked on anime now because of partly the nostalgia we get from watching it, of these kind of memories while growing up and having these epic stories and seeing them conclude when we were a bit older. And now we're looking for these different stories. Like for me, Chainsaw Man is a massive resurgence of like my initial love of One Piece.
I want to make one case, just one thing. That's it.
Yeah.
That's also for, and then I'm gonna get off your back or whatever it's called. Like I'm letting it go. Just you made the case about Sanji being like a problematic.
Oh, I do. Yeah, he is problematic. He's not alone.
He's totally problematic.
Not alone in being problematic.
And that's my point. That
let's look at
what you see.
He's the outlier.
Calm down. I know it's hard. I'm just saying that is kinda Oda is stating with the case of Sanji that he's like a bad role model, right? That if he acts that way, he gets in trouble.
Yeah.
But does he?
That he literally dies for being this way. He literally cheated. He gets like he almost dies from like a bleeding. That's bad behavior. Like I'm just saying.
Okay, his whole power is his heart, and Pudding was a trifling hoe. You cannot tell me she wasn't. Any man whose heart literally powers his entire fighting style.
Man, y'all really turning this into.
Hey, Pudding is for the streets. I don't care if she's with Blackbeard.
All right. So
basically, let me spit quick.
I would like to say one thing when it comes to Sanji as an outlier of the problem within One Piece, and it is an outlier. It's not the only one.
He's a simp.
The thing about Sanji is, although those consequences happen, they aren't long term. There's nothing that happens to him because of how he does his behavior. In fact, it even got rewarded in Wano because his behavior got him power-ups, respect from Robin, character development. Like there was almost no like actual like the problem I have is
leaning on a character.
Let her finish, Tachi.
In order to support
Tachi, let her finish, Tachi.
Yeah, but that's exactly my point. He's leaning on that character flaw to develop other characters and to have these moments where Sanji admits that he needs help and things like that. Cool, no problem. But like we aren't addressing the harassment issues. Like we're just buttering over them like the burnt bits of toast when I toast it too long, and that's fine. I still eat that bread. But that doesn't mean I like that bread. Like...
Yo, let me say this.
I would just say that. Well, sorry.
Hey,
but
no, let Den go.
Hey, let Den go.
Sanji took that.
Den's been quiet for a while.
Best G, let Den go.
That's why I was about to go. I didn't want to throw a curveball in this whole conversation. Derail. I'm going now, but you have a great evening, everybody. You can stop the conversation, but. Or you just can just pop off. Just want to throw a little Molotov, good content, it is what it is.
You're just gonna see here a little Molotov cocktail in the chat.
All right.
Have a nice one, everybody. Love you guys.
Bye.
All right, later, Best G. Appreciate you being. Go ahead, Den.
Right. Basically, all I was gonna say is Sage said that Oda underestimates teenage boys. One thing we can all agree on is someone who doesn't underestimate teenage boys is his sensei. Anyway, let's move on because I knew as soon as Best saw Sage, he was going to bring that up.
I would like to go back to the talk about the frequency.
Wait, I was going to literally just jump on that. I was going to say, before we move on, I just want to say to Elids, right? You mentioned, obviously, the sacral, you also mentioned as above, so below. The number after my name is 33. You probably know what's going on with that. I just wanted to say the head of the Navy was Sengoku. Now, Sengoku's fruit is not a Buddha. It's a golden Buddha statue. Buddha was a real person. Golden Buddha statue is not. It's a symbol. It's a symbol of enlightenment because, for example, in alchemy, gold is the highest state of being, as you know, and stuff like that. So Sengoku is another example of that is why he's so powerful. It's because his frequency is just wide, almost light. You know what I mean? It's pretty big.
So where do we put Kong?
Go on, Lucas.
Kong's my guy.
Yo, do you think he's a fisherman, low-key? I low-key think he's a fisherman.
I don't know about all that because the time period that Kong would be coming into that level, where you the thing is, because Jinbe has come in to be a warlord, and they see that as trying to mend problems. So I'm not sure whether Kong, how far back he is. It makes sense.
I'm not saying he's full.
Hey, hold on. Den, was you finished?
Yeah, I was just going to say let Lucas go as well because he wanted to spit about frequency.
Right, go ahead, Lucas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was just saying that the frequency stuff just it seems like it has to be connected to the voice of all things.
Yeah. I was gonna
breath of all things.
I'll talk about that once you're done.
I have to agree, and like what Eli was saying, I think it's very topical and thematically appropriate that when Sanji sort of comes to terms to what he is, his flame turns into a proper blue flame that you often use for cooking. So that's actually very cool.
Totally.
That's gonna be his upgrade. Blue flame Sanji.
Can I talk about things for a second?
Yes, Adam, talk.
I'll go after Eldis.
Let Adam go. He haven't said anything. Go ahead.
I've been taking notes, so I apologize if this is taking a little bit long. One, I want to shout out Seastone Stage. Your 5 Sun thing, I think, is totally important. And I think Vega backwards is age V, so age 5. I think that's a huge thing or whatever.
Vega also means underlying financial asset that's intangible.
Tachi, let him finish. Tachi,
yo, I'm just saying, that's
Tachi, you keep interrupting
knowledge you got there.
Go ahead.
It's also the star that our entire universe rotates around is the Vega system, and I think that is a whole thing with light and all that stuff. You guys have totally right. But Eldis was talking earlier about some of the Christian and crucifixion ties or whatever. Earlier in the stream, you guys were talking about crucifixion with Zoro and stuff like that. There is one body, there are 2 beams of wood, and there are 3 nails. Now, in modern culture, it's been 4 nails, but before that, it was 2 in the leg, or 1 in the legs, and then 2 in each arm. And that was the 3 nails, and I really wonder how much that has to deal with Zoro and all of his crucifixion ties and everything like that, with the 3 swords and 3 earrings or whatever. But you guys were talking about, just touching back, like I said, I've been taking notes or whatever, the Blackbeard stuff, okay? All that Medusa ties and everything like that. Now, the person that killed Medusa was Perseus, okay? Perseus in Greek myth, okay? And I think there's a huge thing going on with, there's only 3 people that have found the Holy Grail, okay? Percival, Galahad, and Lancelot, okay? And each one of them has adjusted to the times of basically once the culture kind of changed and everything. Percival was the first one. They kind of made all of his attributes kind of on the anti-hero evil side because they were promoting a new hero, Lancelot, and then Galahad or whatever. Well, I think all that stuff with Blackbeard and him being able to hold multiple fruits and everything. I love Tachi's ideas of the Clabater Man or whatever, but I think that he's more. What is like? There has to be some magical aspect to what holds fairy dust. The bag that holds fairy dust. You would maybe even call it a purse. And Perseus killed Medusa, all that stuff. Percival was the first person to find the Holy Grail, and I think. As we've seen so far, Blackbeard has almost exclusively been a pursuer. I think all of those are plays on the word purse and being able to hold multiple things, and inside of a bag is darkness and all that crazy stuff or whatever. And I think that if Roger found the first One Piece, if he's the first one, and then maybe Blackbeard's the Percival version or whatever, I think there's a lot tied into Luffy being Lancelot. Lancelot means Longinus in many languages. It also, the very first scene we see him in, he's holding one of the nails that in my opinion, one of the nails that kind of held Christ to the cross or whatever like that. That sword he has. All of those things are very just weird freaking clues to me. I have a video about it called the Judas kiss of One Piece, because where Luffy stabs himself actually correlates to every single major and famous painting of the kiss of Judas on Jesus Christ when he is telling the Romans that he betrayed him or whatever like that. He always kisses on the right side of the cheek, which is exactly where Luffy stabs himself. And I think there's tons of shit between all that stuff and kind of, obviously many religious ties or whatever. You can go ahead, Dachi.
Thank you, Sensei. Literally, when you said bag of fucking fairy dust, this is why I love.
I told you that months ago, man. I told you that months ago.
I know, but this is why because Braze gave me more information that allowed me to connect it. So the bag of fairy dust that you're referring to is Bink. In Scottish, Bink means a bank of land. What did fucking Tamisha do? It literally ripped out the Mokomo Dukedom, put it on his back. What are all those Minks able to do during the moonlight? Activate Sulon. Literally, ancestral DNA is being able to activate through moonlight contact. And this moon is a fucking machine because Nell literally went there. So absolutely, that fairy dust that you're talking about, homie, is a fucking Minx, bro.
Well, I agree to a lot of the points you're saying. I would also say Fairy Dust by George R. Tolkien or J.R.R. Martin and all that shit, whatever. I'm a little drunk. But all that stuff's kind of referring to power. I'm never on camera. You can check my Instagram for me on camera for art stuff or whatever.
Hey, get on camera, Adam.
Make sure you're still alive.
Get on camera, Adam.
No. What he was saying though, with all the fairy dust and everything like that, I think he's totally right in some aspects, and then in some aspects, it's just it's kind of a lot different. I think.
Goddess in the chat, bro. Fairy birth is fairy dust.
I think the V in front of Earth is a big reference to the fifth Earth and fifth incarnation and all that stuff like Seastone stages as
fucking Yuga cycle, homie, which is supposed to set the goddamn era back to the Age of Heaven / Age of Spirits. Let's go! Yes!
Also, to your point, Adam,
like, I just want to quickly say, before Tachi dies, let me just say, if in chat or
Tachi gonna have a blame there.
If anyone's listening to Adam and he doesn't, and they don't get what he says, right? Just come back in 2 months and watch the clip. This dude talks futuristic, like 6 months in advance, a year in advance, and sometimes it doesn't make sense to me, and then it all becomes true. So like, he's a genius.
Thank you.
To your point, Adam, also Luffy was pinned inside that book when he was on Whole Cake Island.
True. True. I think there's a lot of, if you look at the, I think a lot of the main clues are in the prototypes. And when you look at the very first prototype of One Piece, there is the Nami, pseudo Nami character or whatever, and she sits on what looks exactly like an ancient book press. And I think there's a lot to the idea of a cover of a book being torn off, trying to find its way back to the main book, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Both prototypes had the rock bird that would have just rewrote into Karoo. So, and every one of those prototypes, they wanted that special bird's blood every single time. The first time it was a literal black magician. And the fact that this magic now in One Piece we call hockey, Egyptian magic was just what was called Heka, by the way. Major theory coming out in January. Big shout out. But it's so fucking mimetic the way that Oda does it, because I don't think he does it on purpose, and I think we are all like, we're all going crazy, reaching the same conclusions as him, but he's just like, oh yeah, I just went like the normal Japanese manga cover out. But yeah, we all went down this awesome way together. Yeah, sure. Tell me about Viking and Hindu mythology. Yeah, sure. But you know.
So I have full disclosure. I have had a mental breakdown the last 2 months, just from just crazy life stuff, and also I think tapping into some sort of a magical realm. I don't want to sound too crazy or get committed or anything like that, but there has been just crazy things. But if you read the prototypes, that wanted volume that Ichiro Oda has, that one-shot volume of all of his one-shots, and it's got 2 different chapters of Romance Dawn and everything else, if you read those the right way, and I'm not saying that I'm some expert, I think a lot of this stuff comes from, because I've drawn manga for so long, that there's an artistic side that kind of taps into this stuff or whatever. But if you read that wanted volume the right way, you will be, and I do not mean to demean the experience or anything.
No,
like that.
you're right, because it tells us about it tells us the void century and Oda's ideas of it.
You will be touched by the hand of God. And there are moments in that where he taps into your brain somehow through artistic ability to make you feel the things that are going on the page. And I know I fucking sound crazy with that. I'm not trying to sound.
No, you don't. No, you don't at all. I follow you completely.
We are on fucking board with this Jinra train, bro.
Makes sense to me.
And I touched on it in one of my newest videos, that whole brain fruit thing or whatever. In the very first prototype thing he ever drew, it was a whole thing where a character named Bran. Now, Bran, huge ties to Game of Thrones. If you've seen Game of Thrones, you already know. But it's also
before or after Gilbastar? Because I know we had a conversation about Gilbastar's story.
This is before. This is his first one, and then that wanted, technically the wanted one shot comes out second. The main character of that series is called Bran. Okay, now Bran, all of its ties etymology-wise are to brain and higher thought and all of these crazy things. I think Elders is 100% with his hockey stuff, where it's a higher frequency of cognition, and he's been touching on that forever. And the main thing in that series is that the eraser of fate. There's a whole thing where like God writes in a notebook and all this stuff, and then
we're literally, God was writing down the dude's life in the fucking book, and he had the pen, and he couldn't control it. Yeah.
Totally. Now the whole thing though is in that whole entire chapter, the eraser of fate is missing, and it doesn't get touched on again. It's just missing, and they don't have it. I think that is the rubber eraser of Luffy. Now, when it comes to Luffy, I think there are crazy things.
Looked like Nolan's pen.
I wanted to tell Best G, all of the pens and pencils we've seen in One Piece are those feather pens. They don't have erasers. Okay? I think that Luffy's rubber part is an eraser. Now, what's really crazy is when you look at the Gum Gum fruit, how it's presented in the anime and all official images or whatever, the top part of it has 2 little nostrils basically of a hog, okay? And I think that it's an outlet to the sun, which would be the moon, touching on what you guys talk about with the light or whatever, the moon only is visible because it reflects the sunlight. I think that it's all a whole crazy thing for like the word outlet and outlet stores. You look in WAPO's cover story and you see tons of crazy shit with outlet stores and making toys and stuff like that. I think when you break down something that you mold and use, it is a toy in some sense. But the hog word is really crazy, and it refers to stuff like the main part of a machine that works. And if Luffy is a on purpose world cleaning machine, whether it's cleaning greed or cleaning violence or cleaning, whatever bad parts of the world there are, Luffy is this amalgamation of all these things. And I think it also has to do with coins. Another term for hog is like 3 of them are like all 6-pence pieces and all that stuff. What do you say?
I said we're just going to have to. Firstly, can somebody in chat check Kev's pulse, make sure he's still on this planet? And,
It's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy because I really did want to talk, but I'm like, oh god, when do I stop? Because that specific point, I'm like, oh my god, this
we gotta let Kev talk because Tachi been taking over the
biggest
stream,
thing
man.
to coin is Nico's name. Nico Robin is an anagram for coin. And if you were in this One Piece world trying to make a wish for the world to make sense, now maybe one version of it is like in Dragon Ball, CENTS, but another version is SENSEE, which is, make sense or make coinage or whatever. And I think that's a big tie into Nico Robin's purpose, being a coin that basically makes sense of the world history and world.
You want me to fuck your brain a little bit? That literally means that Robin has been sailing currencies.
Tachi, calm down.
That's good.
All right, go ahead, Kev. Let's give Kev an opportunity to say something.
All right, so I wanted to talk about the whole eraser idea because this is something I've thought about for like at least a year at this point. Because before Gear 5th was revealed, I thought that was going to be Gear 5th because when rubber is heated up, not only can it when you use an eraser like on a pencil, it heats up the rubber, right? Mm-hmm. And what Adam was saying, Luffy essentially when he goes from place to place, he does turn it all into like a blank slate where these people are out to rebuild stuff off of all the destruction that he caused. And with Blackbeard, he destroys it, but doesn't really leave it like a blank slate. It's more like everything is just worse. So I thought that Luffy and the eraser was going to be the thing because it was the rubber fruit, right? So I'm like, okay, rubber, and there's no pencils in One Piece either. It's always like the feather quill type of stuff. I was thinking like, oh, it probably is going to be something like the eraser, or it could have been something like, I don't know, like burning rubber, like going fast, something like that. But those were my 2 huge ideas on what Gear 5th was going to be, or like some sort of awakening or something along those lines before Gear 5th was revealed, obviously. But I definitely think the eraser thing is going to come back in with Emu, because Emu's entire thing is this erasing thing, like how he erased Lucia off the map. And I think Luffy is going to actually be the thing that's a true, in essence, like eraser. You know what I mean?
Luffy?
I agree. Mago? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think both with Blackbeard and Luffy are kind of like 2 points of the same thing. So to speak to a point that Sea Stone Sage was saying before, darkness, I think, is prevalent in the ocean, but it's also prevalent in every element we've seen for Logias. So like if you have a lot of smoke, it can cover the sky. Flames create shadows, etc., right? So with Luffy, he is an eraser that sort of like wipes the history clean of oppression and discrimination in the world, right? And he lets the people decide for themselves. Blackbeard, in a sense, is also a representation of nothing, but instead of letting the people decide for themselves, he consumes everything because he is dominance. He paints the page completely black. It is like if you spilled a entire inkwell. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Tachi still talking even though we can't hear him. is Tachi
That
talking?
was actually something I wanted to touch on a little bit earlier. Sorry to cut you off, Polar Pie. It's touched on what you're saying or whatever. I wanted to mention this earlier. I'm just too fucked up to remember. When I do a lot of stuff with what many people have considered magic, just stupid shit where you shine light through the page and you look at what the entire page, knowing that it's printed on both sides, what it's saying or whatever. And that chapter where Blackbeard talks about his fruit being the dark, Yami Yami is darkness, and he's about to fight Ace. Like it's like I think it's 441 or 442 or whatever. That last page, when you look at it through the light, I'm not gonna get into total craziness or whatever, but the sound effects and words through the lines in the back of it make in Sanskrit the word for abyss. Okay. The what you were saying earlier, Stone Sage, and what you were just saying now, Polterpie or whatever. It makes the Sanskrit word for abyss, and just I have a whole. I always put like note like little sticky pads or whatever over my pages or whatever when there's something important going on. And that page, literally, the entire top, sides, and bottom is filled with little notepads explaining Sanskrit words for abyss. And all of these things tied to void and all that with void and form for concepts of like creation, all that stuff or whatever.
Can I go into a little bit why I think it's the abyss? Oh,
totally.
Yes, please.
Teach people about Davy Jones' look.
Yeah,
Sage.
that's what I was going to talk about. So the reason that I think that there's a lean towards the abyss rather than it being just darkness is because I don't think Blackbeard's fruit is necessarily just a Logia. Luffy's fruit was already wrong. We know these two have interconnected characters. We know these two are going to most likely either have fruits that have similarities or have parallels to each other. And it's my personal belief that Blackbeard actually has the Davy Jones locker abilities. So Davy Jones is confirmed to be that's what makes it the abyss. That's what makes it all consuming. That's what makes it what it.
Well, the very first definition of abyss is hell.
Adam.
Hold on.
Adam. Let her finish.
So part of the reason I think this is because the lore of Davy Jones in One Piece is that he's a no good pirate that stole everything away into his locker, and he's doomed for all eternity to be within this locker. My actual thoughts on devil fruits originally a few months ago was that devil fruits are people's fears manifested, and that Davy Jones will collect these treasures for himself, and that's why they sink in the ocean. That's why you sink when you go to the ocean, is because Davy Jones is reclaiming his treasure, and he's claiming you because you have his treasure, and he's not able to, because he's so cursed at the bottom of the sea, he's not able to like keep these things, so he drags them down only to lose them again. And I think that there's a likelihood that this fruit is more to do with the locker. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've gone over the myth of Jonah myself. So Jonah is, we all know him as the guy that gets eaten by the whale, but Davy Jones actually has a few aliases, and one of them is the Sea Devil himself.
Talks about in chapter 1. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the aliases is the Sea Devil himself. When you cross the equator of our world, a lot of people celebrate Davy Jones, so they get safe passage. And obviously the Grand Line is the equator in One Piece.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The equator of the One Piece world is the red line. Because
the way up the anime map has is the Grand Line.
Because how do you have Winter Islands on an equator? It doesn't make any sense.
It's not that kind of equator.
But
That's the whole point of the
the
Grand
Grand
Line.
Line is an anomaly, bro. You can't.
When you look at the map that they've shown us, they put the Grand Line in the middle where the equator is. Now the equator probably doesn't have the same meaning in the One Piece world, because even the Red Line, if you remember correctly, Nami tells us, has several different islands' climates. So it's not possible for it to be that either.
No, on the Mary Joy side, which is all artificial, Nami explained on that side. But on the reverse mountain side, there's no winter, summer, or spring or autumn islands on the reverse mountain side of the Red Line. So no, it used to be a natural thing that was
with
built
Loketown and stuff?
No, on Reverse Mountain.
But Reverse Mountain's only a mountain.
That's built out of the Grand Line. Sorry, the Red Line.
So the Red Line is made of.
There's a lot of.
I'm confused.
When we go to Fishman Island, we see underwater sea volcano vents, and we also see a massive sea volcano explosion, and that's actually how Cinnabar and land formation is formed. So if you have a constant running volcanic vent right underneath where the Red Line is, directly underneath Mary Joyce, you basically have an infinite red line that you can spam forever and always.
See, that sounds more like that the Red Line is the Ring of Fire in our world.
This is why I fucking love you, Lucas.
Well, there is something called the Box Saga, which is one of the oldest kind of stories told, and it's got some weird shit in it. But in the whole thing in the Box Saga, the very first thing that's termed Ragnarok was the shifting of the equator to the whatever the degrees is now, whatever. Where
Prime Meridian. You're absolutely right. Fuck yes, Adam. I love you.
Well, and that was I wanted to touch on with Seastone Stage or whatever, that Abyss stuff, and as always, Eldiz's great work on the hockey stuff or whatever. I think Oda works a lot with language and with anagrams and all that stuff. And one of the anagrams for Abyss is Bassi, and Bassi is specifically high tones in a low frequency zone. And I think that might be a whole tie to the underworld, or maybe if it's like the element of tables or whatever, the table elements with the heavenly elements and then the lighter or the heavier ones or whatever. I do wonder if that frequency thing might be being touched on with that Abyss and Bassi, all that stuff.
Okay.
As well as having sounds in the middle of it.
Real quick, hold on. Triple N, you got anything to add? Anything, say, any topics, any theories? Cause you haven't got a chance to talk.
Yeah, so I was thinking about like a lot of things that you guys said. I wanted to jump in, but couldn't. So I wanted to touch on Tachi, what you said about. No, it's okay. So I actually want to talk about what you said about like Mihawk actually being a sword, like breaking the sword. So we actually got precedent for that because Mihawk broke Zoro's 2 swords, and also in the Wano arc we also saw that King, he had a sword breaker technique. Like he could use his sword, and there was a mechanism where he could actually take Zoro's sword, and like it was sort of a trick technique. And I think we do have precedent for that. So I really like that theory.
Thank you. No, and what you were saying, when it comes to Zoro and all that stuff, what was most important about him facing Mihawk is at the end, he decided to totally sacrifice and protect that white sword, the Wado Ichimongi or whatever. He totally chose not to even attempt that against Mihawk. And I think that was the most important aspect of Zoro's spirit or whatever in that moment, was that he wouldn't even threaten the breakage of that sword. Well, along with what you're saying.
All right.
I'll go if you want. Basically, I just want to touch on something that Sage was saying. Sage was talking about Davy Jones' locker, and there's so much more to say before she was cut off and whatnot. But basically, there's ties between Blackbeard and Zebek. Some people think that Zebek had the Yami because, for example, God Valley disappeared off the map. Oda actually stated that, which could be an awakened way of doing it, like an awakened Yami fruit that could just literally absorb the whole island if shit was going too far. Big Mum says that this isn't the first time she implies it's not the first time she's been on Zebek's crew, and she's surprised that Kaido is on Zebek's crew. How does Zebek get his crewmates? Davy back fight. So I think that Sage is on it.
Also, they throw in 3 coins when they start the Davy back fights, and Blackbeard's number, his trilogy, is a aesthetic of 3.
Also,
Lucas, you got anything?
I was gonna say about regarding the eraser and the void stuff. I was like, it got me thinking that if Luffy's an eraser, he's technically a white void, while Blackbeard is a black void. Kind of,
yeah.
Totally. I think it all has to do with walking catfish. There are genetically modified catfish that walk on land. They look like their feet, and they either are all white or they are all black. That is basically the 2 separations of them: all white or all black. And I believe that I think that Luffy is a type of catfish. I think he's a fishman, but it's the first time he has mated with a human, and it not with a human, but produced a human or whatever. But it all having to deal with these walking catfish thing. So Oda's name means small rice paddy in Japanese. Now in Hebrew it actually means favor of God or whatever. But in Japanese it means small rice paddy. And I think that the way that they have for millions of years, you can look at alternate history, whatever, but for thousands of years at least, the Japanese and Koreans and Vietnam and all that stuff have used catfish or carp, garp, whatever, genetically modified carp or catfish to clean out and eat out the bacteria of their rice paddy fields to make rice for the humans to use. Now, every single time we've seen Garp, for the most part, he's eating rice cakes. He's eating rice, whatever things or whatever. And I think that's him being the old kind of father time or whatever. But now it is, it's kind of like Luffy's time or whatever. But the catfish they used to use Garp for cleaning out these rice paddy fields or whatever. Now they almost exclusively use catfish, and some of them, when they're wrong genetically modified or whatever, they become what's known as a walking catfish, so they can go from pond to pond or whatever on the land, and they're either all white or all black. There was a whole thing a couple years ago in Florida where Florida had to have hunters come out with guns and stuff to kill these catfish walking because they are so detrimental to the environment if they're not controlled in a paddy field.
Adam, you're gonna love this. So there's an actual Japanese myth of
Taji.
If it's got Utanari, I agree.
Adam. Polar Ped, you got anything to add? Any theories? Whatever.
3 points to what Adam was saying. I find it very interesting that one, mochi is made out of rice, correct? So that's very interesting that Katakuri was picked to be the mirror to Luffy. 2, to Sage's point again, it's very, how can I put this? It's, let's say if, presumably, going with what's in the manga now, that the darkness fruit is a Logia, right? Okay, we know that Logias, to an extent, can affect the environment. So, do you all think that perhaps the darkness fruit can actually paint the sky completely black, and then Blackbeard's power would change because there's no light actually interrupting him? If light interrupts him at all, that is.
Oh, can I just jump in on this as well? Can I say, what does Elids think when he hears all this? When he hears the difference between the darkness and the light, what do you think? Because you're a bit of a master on Haki and this sort of subject.
I'm going to guess yin and yang, but I'll eagerly await his answer.
Yeah, I mean, I have a ton of stuff. I've just been taking notes and waiting. So I'll address what was asked of me first. The concept of light and darkness and how they oppose one another. So light is on the electromagnetic spectrum. What we see, the visible light, is only really a fraction of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. That contains radio waves and whatever. But when you compare the light to philosophies such as Chi, which Chi is Haki, it's literally in the word Haki. It's Haki. I'm sure you've heard of Ki from Dragon Ball Z. That's what Ki is. It's just the Japanese word for Chi. So there's precedent for me to even bring up Chi. So chi is a spectrum, just like light is. And it's not colored spectrum. Chakra is, that's why I have a Haki chakra theory. But chi is not a color spectrum. It's rather black and white. And at the top is white, and at the bottom is black. So then obviously you're going to correlate white with light and black with dark. So the idea is at the top of the frequency is heaven. It's a heavenly frequency. So that's light, that's white, which is interesting that Gear 5th is white. And at the bottom is known as the earthly frequency, and that is just pure black, like darkness. Now, from a Western standpoint, we usually pair heaven and hell together. But in an Eastern standpoint, they usually pair heaven and earth. I'm sure you've seen in many different things, like in Naruto, there's the earth and the heaven. So that's just their theme. And I think what Oda did is actually combine them together. And watch this beautiful segue. So now I'm going to talk about Sea Stone. And she was bringing up Davy Jones, the bottom, the abyss. Well, I have this theory that there's a place that goes even below the sea floor. It's called the Red Sea theory. And it's this idea that hell is literally in earth, on earth, in earth. And there's a precedent for that. Literally, you could find in the sky Heaven's Gate, a place you could physically go to. So if you could physically go to heaven, maybe you could physically go to hell, the Red Sea.
Someone built an artificial milkway between those two white seas. You're right.
It's crazy expansive. I take my time to talk, but if I were to go all out, I basically sound like Tachi or Adam. I have that in me. I'm
crazy.
Like myself. But that's.
Hey, listen, I gotta find Pepe Silvia. What do you want from me?
They can talk.
Pepe Silvia's all over the door.
They can talk. They can talk.
So there's this idea that hell and earth represents darkness, not evil. There's a difference between evil and darkness, and I believe that's very shown with Vegapunk and Lilith. And she's evil, but it's a concept rather than it being attached to symbolism. But that's a whole other thing. So with darkness or earth, it represents lack of spirituality, right? So, for example, I was talking about Rokushiki. I believe Rokushiki is Haki. And I believe that correlates to the lowest chakra, which is the root, and that's the color red. But it's a color. So even though Rokushiki applies the physical body, right? That's what we were very first taught, right? Rokushiki isn't supernatural, at least in the context of One Piece. It's not supernatural, it's a physical. You just do a bunch of push-ups and you can do Tekai or whatever. But over time, it becomes more and more apparent that it's really not a physical thing. It's still Haki. It's a color of Haki. I haven't even talked about that. Oda's never addressed why it's called color Haki. Everybody just calls it Armin Haki, observation Haki, but that's technically not entirely accurate. It's actually called the color of observation. It's called the color of Armin, the color of Conqueror's Haki.
No,
so what is this whole concept of color? Well, black and darkness is the absence of color. So it's this idea that, I said earlier, as above, so below. Below is the earth itself. It gets super meta. You got to think of the
That's
nature.
how he describes his gravitation.
A thing.
Yeah.
It's just a placeholder. And then the idea is that the spirit lives on top of the earth, right? But that's only two things. It's just black and white, like the yin yang symbol. So then there's this idea that between white and black is colors, and that makes up the reality we perceive now. Because if it was just white, it'd be everything, and that would be the voice of all things. And I didn't forget, somebody asked me earlier, well, how does the voice of all things, involve frequency? Well, first of all, a voice is a noise. No, it's never explained why Haki is called voice. Like, what does that even mean? Well, technically, Haki is synonymous with voice. In my theory, I just say that they are one and the same. But when somebody uses observation Haki, they'll say, I can sense their spirit. They'll say, I can sense their Haki, or they'll say, I can sense the voice. And Oda just treats them all like they're synonymous. Why? Because I believe it is synonymous. So,
wouldn't they all be flowers though?
Since it is I believe it's a spiritual noise. It's a spiritual frequency. Think of like a dog whistle. It's a noise that exists, but it can't be physically heard. And I believe this has been shown throughout the series, even beyond just the poneglyphs. That's when you think of the voice of all things, you're going to think the poneglyphs. But there's two instances that I think didn't involve the poneglyphs where you could look at the voice of all things being applied. The first is the first one I'm going to bring up is Luffy being underwater, and the Hearts Pirates knew where to find him. But how could they hear Luffy underwater? It literally doesn't make sense. Well, I think it involves Nika. Nika has the power to create a spiritual sound.
That anyone
the
can
drums of
hear.
Liberation. Literally, people can hear spiritually this noise. The first person to pop up, because remember I said this character is spiritually inclined, when Lucy awakened was Sanji, and he was like, well, Zunisha's another example. Zunisha's very important, but in people that know Luffy, it was Sanji. He was the first one to just, he just got done fighting Queen. He was knocked out, or he just like popped up. It's like Luffy, because he's the most spiritually inclined there. He was actually able to hear it the first time. Now, before I get into my second example, I just want to plug my theory, because I can go all day, but it's not gonna make sense when I say all
No,
this
you're
stuff.
making complete sense right now.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
following
like
pretty-
anybody that watches my videos knows I show manga panels on screen. First of all, I never make a theory that's baseless or just whatever I think. Anybody that watches knows I always show receipts from the manga.
Same.
And my video is called Seraphims Did Not Eat Devil Fruits. I believe that seraphims are actually just using the powers.
So they
not
become
the
it.
devil fruits. I give my reasons why in the video. But back to the whole Christianity idea is...
I agree with that too, that Seraphim didn't eat the devil fruits.
Yeah, seraphims are interesting because they
I kind of think they are devil fruits in a way. I kind of believe they are devil fruits.
They kind of are, but before we
I think
even
it
get into that,
depends. I think it depends on how devil fruits exist. If devil
look at
hold
Bello
on,
Betty.
let me talk. Come on. If devil fruits exist as a manifestation of deep emotion, or if to me, I thought originally fear, but let's just say emotion for the time being. If they exist as emotion, and they're not connected to Joy Boy and stuff like that, but they have their own connection with the world, which is why they interact with the sea. If we did put that as a premise first, if we say that, then there is no reason that the Seraphim have to engage in, let's call it a contract, in order to express this, let's say, emotional state. If they were artificially put into that emotional state, it could even be a hacky form that you're eating a contract of hacky that you then feel and express. So if we say this, you would not need to necessarily have them eat the fruit. What they would need to do is express the will or emotion.
Exactly. And that's why they're biological and not mechanical. Because ideally, that's one of the points I make in the video, you would want a mechanical soldier, a mechanical weapon, because they're programmed to do whatever it is, not something that's biological that could have a free will. But I think it's because the idea of being living is attached to a devil fruit. And that's why you only get zone devil fruits in objects, because you still need that will in order the power to be expressed. Because that's what it is, like we were talking about earlier, the idea of the belief, knowing within yourself, affecting not just your body, but your spirit as well. So basically with the seraphims, it's a type of angel, but the literal definition of seraphim, one interpretation can be fiery flying serpent. Now, a fiery flying serpent in the context of One Piece, what comes to my mind is a dragon. There's flying serpents and they have the fire around them. In fact, they've been often shown, their most powerful point is when they're literally engulfed in fire or magma, right? That's what Kaido did. And King is a Lunarian with obviously ties to Seraphim. And his most powerful attack was literally a fiery flying serpent. So what is this connection between dragons and angels? Well, this gets to Red Sea Theory Part 3, is I believe the dragons were at one point considered gods, and they might have had angels. I believe the dragons were the first ones to even develop devil fruit powers.
Couldn't they be classified as fish though, because of Kaido's fruit?
Yeah, they can be fish and still be gods. It doesn't matter. Like that's
So that
that's my Red Sea
it is
theory. I believe they're from the Red Sea. That's the whole thing. Is that yeah, they would be fish because they're from the sea.
so that
But the idea of them being
hey,
serpents, you
Nero.
look at them and you think they're serpents.
And then too, the clouds are called flame clouds. So you're very correct.
Yeah. So basically, to tie this all together, my next theory that's going to come out Saturday is I think that there's a devil of the One Piece. But I think there could be more than one devil. But I talk about one specific. I'll talk about more in Red Sea Theory Part 3. But it would probably come as a surprise who I think one of the devils is. And that's Joy Boy / Nika. Which it shouldn't be too much of a surprise because world government calls anybody a devil.
Yeah.
Would apply to. But I think he literally is a devil figure. And the amount of evidence I have is staggering. Like, for example, Brook. There's been this new theory, Afro Piece. This new trending theory called Afro Piece. And it's about like showing the similarities or like how you can attribute an Afro to Nika and Joy Boy. And what's funny is
was that
like
Parvision?
5 months ago. No,
That was Dak Sake. He was
Dak.
just
I knew it was
here.
one of them two. I knew it was one of them two.
Yeah, I should have mentioned this to him. But it's funny, way back, me and Sean were on a stream and we were talking about
That's
hockey
me.
and I was talking about Brook because he has the soul fruit, and that's a huge implication of the capabilities of hockey. His powers to literally manipulate soul, and that's what hockey is, soul manipulation. And Sean paused, he said, "Hold on for a second. I just noticed something." And I was like, "Oh, I thought he was going to talk about what I was talking about." And he said, "No, look on the screen." And it was Brook doing this magical attack against Fishman. And it showed a moon in the background. And he's like, "That looks like Nika." And I said, "Oh shit, it does look like Nika."
Yeah.
And it's funny because where Brook got sent to during the time skip, he got sent to the satanic cult. And I never thought much of it. But it wasn't until now that I started studying the occult information, because that's what I believe Vegapunk is applying in his science. It's not just science. I believe there's a lot of occult things applied to how he created seraphims. But so then it made me think, like, well, they're called devil fruits, and there is a little Satan in the world of One Piece. There could be something more to this. And then I started thinking about how Brooks literally has the power of music. And he could bring smiles to people's faces. In fact, what he did for the satanic cult was like something Nika would do, was save them from their oppressors. And he was like telling the people, you got to fight for yourself. That sounds like literally straight out of the Revolutionary Army, like warriors of liberation. That's what they do. It was just eerily similar in hindsight to what you would expect of Nika. So the last thing I'll say, there's obviously so much more. Just got to check out the video. But the second time I think the Voice of All Things was displayed, besides being related to poneglyphs, was when Nolan went to Jaya. The whole reason Nolan went to Jaya is because he heard the light of Shandora. It's that bell being rung. But it was amidst a storm. So it literally would have been physically impossible for Nolan to have heard that bell. Yet somehow he was able to hear the bell, just like how the Heart Pirates could hear Luffy. And the first thing Nolan did when he got to the island was kill the Giant's god, the Shandian's god, the Kashigami, who was a serpent, by the way. So it just lends to the idea that they worship serpents as their gods. So what I end up saying is I believe at one point dragons may have ruled the world as their gods, and Nika / Joy Boy might have actually revolted against them. And this makes Nika anti-god, so then that's why he's the devil. And it's cool when you look at at the end of the story, when Nolan saves the giant people from their disease and everything, go look at the panel that shows them celebrating. It shows the moon like 5 times. For whatever reason, it just shows the moon again and again and again. Literally panels dedicated to just the moon for no reason. Oda has a very tight schedule. Why would he spend so many times drawing the moon in his chapters? Like, he could draw anything else, but he just kept on showing the moon.
He stopped showing the moon and then brought the moon back after Fishman Island. He stopped around Jaya.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, legit, you could actually count, like, Oda was actually using
What happened to the audio?
So we got the background star map that Lilith had on Egghead Island, like just a few chapters ago. So like Vegapunk is actively like mapping out the stars right now.
Yeah. So all right. Kev, you got because I know Kev been, he ain't had a chance to talk in a while. So what's up, Kev? You got anything? Say what?
I got something cooking. I got something cooking.
You want me to come back to you? Or you good?
No, this is like a thing that's been cooking for like a few days, maybe a week or at this point. All right, and this is like very, very current stuff going on right now. Very current, and it kind of relates to what we were talking about earlier with Big Mom and Kaido coming back to the story, right? And it's talking about why Kaido didn't awaken on Wano, because a lot of people were pissed off, saying like, "Oh, Kaido, he didn't awaken his Devil Fruit. That's crazy. Why didn't Kaido do that?" Well, I think Kaido didn't do that because if Kaido did become an awakened Zoan, he would have been one of those weird things from Impel Down. They were kind of mindless drone-like stuff. And Kaido's whole goal is to be the one who's defeated by Joy Boy, And if he was just some mindless drone, he never would have been able to see that goal come true. And he wants to see that goal come true. So that's why I think he didn't awaken, right? Now.
But is that genuine if you let the person win? Like that's not really destined. That's not fate. If you are holding back, that's not.
That's true.
Like
that is true.
It's just more just like
I think in his heart of hearts he did want to see the person who was Joy Boy defeat him, so he wouldn't have awakened. But that's just like a thought process, right? Now we're thinking about drones.
Advantage of Guernica like interfering, right? He also took advantage of that, and he was telling Luffy that in a real battle, that's what happens. And if what you were saying, well, like if that were true, he wouldn't have, right?
Yeah. If he didn't want to see Joy Boy defeat him, I think he would have awakened. But that's not the point right now. The point is, if we're thinking about current time One Piece stuff, we know that Luffy did awaken, and that Luffy at this point, he's getting a bit more strange. A lot of his reactions are getting a lot more Gear 5th-esque when we look at him reacting and stuff. So I'm thinking Luffy is slowly sort of doing this metamorphosis into one of those Impel Down weird drone monster thingies. And the battle Luffy's going to face in Egghead, besides Lucci, is with himself. He's basically going to be fighting himself for control of his body over the will of the Devil Fruit versus his own will. That's what I'm thinking is going to be happening on Egghead. And we're going to get this reinforced because I'm not like a power scaler type guy. But Lucci is obviously going to fight Luffy. Now, if he wins, like gets bodied or just wins, Luffy's going to win, obviously. But to what degree, I don't really care. But what I'm thinking is going to happen, because we're talking about mindless drones, and obviously Lucci, he's the biggest drone of all. He's the drone of the world government. So I'm thinking Lucci is going to awaken in this arc right now, and he's going to turn into some mindless drone monster thing, and we're going to see an awakened zone happen. We're going to see him turn into some mindless monster. And that's going to be the threat for Luffy in the future. Luffy is going to either basically be the person who can overcome literally God, and he is, God. He's going to have to overcome this and be like, no, I'm not some sun god person. I'm not that. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The thing he's been saying from chapter 1. He's not sun god Nika. He's Monkey D. Luffy. So that's what I'm thinking is going to happen on Egghead, at least. Lucci's going to awaken. He's going to body... Luffy's going to body Lucci in some form of another. It's like to the most insane degree ever. Or just, ish.
I agree with you because we also saw a bit of that in the Smiles, right? Because Oda also said in the log books, I don't remember the name, so he said that Zoans have, Zoan devil fruits have a will of their own stronger than the other type of fruits. And so in the Smiles as well, the Smile devil fruit users that we saw in Wano, we saw that the half of the parts of the lion and the other Hamlet and the other people, So they were not able to control their part of the zone bodies, right? So yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It could be really fire. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really great point because, like, with Hold'em, especially the line would just beat up Hold'em himself, and we had the one dude who was like a hippo in the prison. That was really weird as well. But like,
yeah, I know you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I really think this awakening thing is gonna happen, and I haven't heard people talk about it, which has me really like confused. And I think they're just dismissing it because Kaido didn't awaken, and it makes you think like, why didn't Kaido awaken? You know what I mean? Because I feel like if he did, we would have seen it. And a lot of people said that the drunk phase stuff was kind of like an awakening. I don't think that was his awakening at all. I just thought that was some Kaido shenaniganry. You know?
Yeah, I was upset not seeing him do something with hockey because he said something about hockey trumps all, and then he does absolutely nothing hockey related.
Honestly,
he does imbue his club.
I mean, that's his weapon was constantly conqueror coded. But
I mean, he does
you
nothing
are
special.
right. He
You know,
didn't
he done nothing
manipulate
special.
his hockey in an efficient way, the way Luffy does with Downman, because he manipulates both his hockey and his devil fruit in order for that.
If you follow what he led, if you follow what we were talking about earlier in Elids, and then you think about Kaido is often drunk, right? So the mind aspect is probably hindered, right? Oh, look at this guy's pop. And basically, you've got your spirit, which is natural, is divine, right? So it's the conquerors he can have, and then the body is armament, which, like, again, he's old, he's battered, and he'll have some form of defense, but not like a young guy who can just like armament himself up with a fresh body.
Also, to touch upon that, way back in Drum, Chomper relates his form shifting to wavelengths. So him, Kaido being drunk is just him sort of like half measuring. Exactly.
It's the same thing, pretty much. It's just him. He did it with like a drug, kind of, altering his frequencies. Kaido did it with a drink, altered his frequencies. So I really like that idea of why Kaido didn't awaken. And I don't necessarily agree that it would make him mindless, like
I think
in Impel
those
Down.
ones.
Hold on, Tachi. Let him finish.
First, they were forced. Whatever it did, I don't think those were actual jailers that learned how to awaken. That's like a very incredible feat to do, to awaken Devil Fruit. So I assume they were forced to awaken. And two, they were acting like animals, which actually makes sense. It's almost like the will of the animal in the fruit is what took over them.
Yes.
Not necessarily that they became mindless. So this is where it gets really interesting when you apply that idea that the will of the fruit takes over the user, thus making them not want to awaken. What if this dragon literally not just has a will, but like a consciousness, an idea? It has names, has a history, has emotions. What if Kaido won't awaken because he doesn't want to awaken this, whatever the dragon is that is in the fruit was like an actual force of nature that existed at one point in time in One Piece. And it's so powerful that even Kaido can't fight back. So he kind of just has to do limited control. You got to think of like Naruto, and he couldn't just do all 9 tails. He had to progressively. So it's like he basically had to hold back because he couldn't tame whatever beast, which is funny because the voice actor for 9 Tails is actually Kaido. But this also ties back to what I was saying about how Nika, this idea that the dragons were gods. There's proof in this in Nika. Like this is a very layered theory, because if you look at Nika, or Luffy in Gear 5 has the swirly eyebrows, right? Which
his eyes are also the same color as Shanks.
Swirly eyebrows, but throw that out of your mind because those swirly eyebrows look way more like dragon eyebrows. You look at Luffy's eyebrows, the way they face inward and curl, it's the same eyebrows that Kaido has and the same eyebrows that Momo have in their dragon form. Any interesting thing about
and
that,
Jinbei.
a lot of people catch this, is that Kaido in his hybrid form doesn't have those eyebrows, except for when he drinks. So somebody said earlier that they don't think the drinking was his awakening. I half agree, half disagree. I don't think it was the full awakening, but I do think the alcohol actually did help him awaken. Because why would he all of a sudden get those eyebrows only in that specific situation. And why would Oda go out of his way to do something like that? I think there is significance to Kaido having the swirly eyebrows only in that form, especially when you consider that devil fruits have swirls all over them. They have those same swirls.
Jinbei's eyebrows look very similar as well.
Yeah,
I'm about to say hop off.
Humans are all they're all sorry, this fishmen and angels. I don't think they're different species. I think they're all humans that through their lineage have inherent haki. Like
Yeah, they all have the same
inherent
blood,
basic
but
abilities,
just different
inherent
blood type.
frequencies that they live with the moment they're born.
Yo, Elids, let me just jump in here and say, if anyone needs to leave, say your goodbyes and stuff, because I know a couple people do want to say goodbye.
So I'm about to hop off. Keep your guys' eyes peeled for the greatest crocodile origin story you have ever seen. It is better than Crocomom, even though I do not disprove Crocomom. He can be whatever he wants. Peace out, guys. I've been Tachi D Spins. Thank you so much, Bo, for having me. Thank you, fucking
All right, man. Shout out to
for
Tachi.
putting up with me because I'm constantly over talking people, but that's because of 50 hours of being awake. So I'm gonna get my video done.
Well,
Take
get
it
you
easy,
some
boys.
sleep. So
Later, man. To build up, go on.
Nah, go ahead.
To build off what you were saying, Eli, it's Eli, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I do think I really like what you were saying about how the spirit in the dragon, because we kind of surmised that, well, it was actually confirmed that Zoans do have souls within them, and that makes sense because when you feed a Zoan fruit, an object, it becomes an actual creature. I think you're on to something with the dragon having different goals and motivations to Kaido, because it may not even be a destructive force. It could be a very benevolent and wise force. But Kaido doesn't want that. He wants his big war. He wants his warrior spirit. He wants to go all out. And I think the reason why this sort of overtaking is never going to happen with Luffy and Nika, because they're both the same thing. Luffy ate the fruit when he was a child and has retained that childlike spirit. Nika has always been childlike because he's a cartoon character. That's the whole point. That's why he's white. He's a manga character in a manga. But that's all I want to say.
Okay.
I'll push back a little bit on the swirl stuff. I think it's interesting that, like, because you mentioned Sanji's eyebrows. Sanji's definitely inherently tied with technology because of his dad and who he is, his family, right? Nika, Gear 5 Luffy is sort of a full synthesis of or a full synergy, should I say, of Luffy and his fruit and what happens with his eyebrows and all of the air around him. It starts swirling. What happens when Emu walks into the vault with the straw hat? The air starts to swirl. So personally, I think that the swirl might represent this free energy source, or just will, or energy in general, mixing or combining with technology, and that's why we see it all over. But it's specifically, I'm thinking, as I say, a combination of tech and and capturing that spirit or energy with the technology.
Then I'm glad you said that, because it brings up a topic that I've been wanting to talk about. Vegapunk, like, it was a few times, like last chapter and the chapter before, he brings up energy source. Like, he talks about an eternal flame. He talks about he just talks about like this unlimited energy, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
I've been going back and forth with how important this energy is, because especially the fact that it's coming from Vegapunk, the guy who pretty much who studied the Void Century through like the Ohara research, and he's really been like emphasizing this energy thing. You know, I'm almost to the point. I know this is real cliche. Everybody have their theories on what the One Piece is. I'm almost to the point where I'm believing that this energy could be connected to the One Piece somehow. Like, maybe
agreed.
The One Piece has something in order, like it's a portion of this unlimited energy, or what? Like, because he talks about like this energy being able to, like, if he had this energy, he could like share Punk records with everybody and like all these different things. So, like, anybody got any I guess any thoughts on what this energy could be? Or
well, it kind of reminds.
Go ahead. We can start with Lucas because he hasn't really said much. Got a chance to speak.
I mean, the whole thing when we first learned about this energy, I mean, it kind of reminded me of the Disney movie Atlantis: The Lost Empire, and how in that movie Atlantis had this crystal which basically was fueled by the collective emotions and memories of their ancestors, and basically it continued to grow. One of the current king of Atlantis, he got arrogant and decided to use it as a weapon of war, but it was too powerful for him to control, and that's what led to the island of Atlantis sinking into the sea. So it was kind of interesting seeing, kind of interesting me thinking that, like when it's been confirmed
really
that the Ancient Kingdom was advanced.
That's super interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go after Eli.
Yeah.
Okay.
I personally think it's Will. I know there's a couple of people in chat that I think agree with me. I think like when you look at trees and just the abundance of will and spirit in the world, it's the only thing that's everywhere. It's the breath of all things, the voice of all things. That's how Dendem Mushies can talk. It's the spectrum, you know what I mean? The whole spectrum. And that is spirit or energy or will or whatever you want to call it. And Vegapunk for some reason can see it. Probably because he's been munched on mushrooms or something.
Okay.
Yes, yes. I think him being representative of Albert Einstein is a huge clue as to where Oda's going with this scientist. Because ironically, a lot of people don't realize this. They think of, well, he's this world-renowned scientist. You know, Einstein must be atheistic, but he actually wasn't. You can look it up. He was not atheist. He did believe in the concept of a higher power and spirituality, and he wasn't religious, but he wasn't atheist.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. He was Jewish.
Well, that's not religious. I mean, I'm.
How is Jewish not religious?
I can explain it to you. I'm technically Jewish. I'll explain it to you real quick.
No, I don't mean racially. Like he talks about it. Like, please don't explain the race of Judaism to me.
I think the religion
specifically on about
race. I can tell you from my personal experience. Like my grandparents are Jewish. I could tell you this in my lived life. So I'm considered Jewish to them. And they consider themselves Jewish, but they don't go to synagogue, they don't read the Torah, they don't do any of that. Because the idea of being Jewish is bigger than just the religion. It's an identity. A lot of people there's people that are Jewish that say they don't believe in God. That's a real thing. I know people that are Jewish that say they don't believe in God. That's a thing. You know, you might think, well, if they're Jewish, how could they not believe in God? Because it's a community. It's so much more than just the religion. I don't want to go on because that's not One Piece related, but I'm just telling you.
I already knew this. Like I tried to say it. I already understand this.
Okay.
That's why.
So that's why if I ask my grandparents, are they religious? They wouldn't really.
No, but
religious.
I
In fact, my
understand that.
grandfather,
But we're talking about a specific person who was Judaistic in their religion and talks about it.
I could double check that. I mean, from what I've seen, he didn't seem religious in the context of, actually.
But like you just explained, like some people have different ways of worship to others, and some people are racially Jewish, but they're not. They're ethnically Jewish, but they're not practicing Jewish, and there are different levels of strictness. Like there are different levels of what people agree to be kosher and things like that. Like I understand all this, but like Einstein was one of those people that specifically said he wasn't Christian and he did believe in God and that he was, but he kept a lot of that stuff private. So
just to roll through because Kev was posting something. Kev mentioned one of his comments mentioned nuclear energy, and sorry to cut Eli off and whatnot, but I just wanted to say to him, like, I've actually seen a lot of people mention nuclear fission, fusion, nuclear energy in general.
Oh yeah.
And Oda is pretty topical, so maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that is my personal thing. I think I've talked to you about it, Hyde. Is that I think that the Eternal Sun part links to nuclear fission because that's essentially what it draws into is this form of energy that the sun provides and how it does it. on a much smaller
Hmm.
scale.
Yeah. Sun, which like Eni's Lobby, for example, and the Nika fruit, for example, the Sun God fruit. I think
Yeah.
it could tie into it. It's possible.
But Elis, you were still going?
Yeah. So essentially, I'll just start by saying this. Way before Nika was even a concept, before you could find Nika on Wiki at all, I came up with my prediction of, oh, how is Luffy going to be Kaido? And I said, I believe Luffy would become Gear 4th Sunman. I just had this idea that he would have a sun-related transformation, but
Yeah.
it didn't come out of nowhere.
I remember
the whole
that.
reason I thought he would have a sun-related transformation I even had like fire hair and all that stuff. A lot of that was not entirely accurate, but
I think you made that like
put on that
literally.
path
I think you
because
made
of
that
this
like a month or two
idea.
before. I think you made that theory like a month or two before that the whole reveal and the whole reveal of Nika and
No,
everything.
I made it before Nika was even a thing. I made it before Who's even brought up Nika.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you made it like right before.
Oh.
Like you was
I know
like
what
2
you're
months
saying.
before it was even mentioned.
Yeah.
But go
It
ahead.
was like a couple of months. And there's this idea I was talking about, the root and the sacral. So the third highest one is called the solar plexus. And solar obviously refers to sun. And it has the element of fire. So I looked at characters like Sanji, King, Kinemon, Luffy. There's so many different characters that have fire-related abilities. And it's never explaining why. For some characters, they'll say, oh, I'm a fire breather. You could see they literally had reasons for their fire capabilities. But Luffy, we know he doesn't incorporate technology or anything like that. He's just doing whatever it is he wants to do. And a lot of people believe, well, it was friction like Diablo Jamba or whatnot. And I debunked a lot of that. And what we've seen thus far is this idea that the fire is related to an energy source. And before we even got to that point, I was speculating that the solar plexus, or what I call yellow haki, basically I think the hakis are kind of separated into 7 instead of 3. So the first, our armament haki has 3 colors, observation has 2, conquest has 2, so that's a total of 7. And there's the idea that solar plexus is located in your navel area. Actually, Hold'em. It's where Hold'em's lion is. And a lion is attributed to fire and the sun, just like the Thousand Sun.
And Hold'em could breathe fire.
It could breathe fire. Wow. So this idea that it holds your soul. So there's 3 chakras, the solar plexus, the heart chakra, and the throat chakra. The 3 in the middle, basically, are like attributed to one's soul. And how the chakras work is as you get higher, it gets more spiritual, and as you in the lowers are more physical. Hence why hardening is the very lowest. Armor hardening, the lowest one. So this the solar plexus represents like the physical soul, the physical power. And I had this idea that not only can you conjure fire with the 3rd level of armament, but the 3rd level of armament represents the haki user's energy source. And I think this is shown in Gear 4th, right? You look at Gear 4th and it has flame patterns, and it's never explained why. Is it just artistic, or is there more to it? Now, in hindsight, you could say, well, it's because the sun god, right? That's why it has flame patterns, which is a good, conclusion to come to. But then how do you explain Big Mom and Katakuri, who also showed those flame patterns in their, for Katakuri, it was his strongest attack. He had the flame powers. With Big Mom, she was just showing when she clashed with Luffy, had the flame patterns. So that's what gave me the idea that this frequency of haki is the energy source. It's what powers all the other colors of haki. This solar plexus, the yellow haki. So now there's this concept called the voice of all things. And someone said it's like the whole spectrum. The voice of all things literally means everything all at once, right? That's the white. You know, there's the color of hockey that are like the rainbow. Then above the colors is what I consider white hockey. This is all the colors being used simultaneously at once, and it's not attainable. I believe it's something that you can get close to, like Gear 5th. I don't think it's a coincidence that his outfit is all white, but the idea is to get close to it, and in order to get close to this white hockey that's using all colors at once, you got to master all the colors at once. And if you do, that's where you get devil fruits from, or you can develop devil fruit powers. But because it's called the voice of all things, it doesn't just pertain to the person, which is known as a microcosm. It also pertains to the macrocosm, literally means the entire universe, everything, not just the people, not just the animals, not just the plants, but like the chair I'm sitting on, the phone, everything applies to this idea of frequency and colors of hockey. And that's what Vegapunk said. And when I see these things at this point, I don't even get too surprised. He said, literally, the energy is all around us. And, that kind of makes me think of Naruto when he entered Sage mode, is he literally gathering the energy around him. And I actually incorporate that into my Gear 5th theory when I talk about how I think he'll enter a Gear 5th Sun God. And he'll gather energy
do you mind
from around him.
real quick?
Sorry, what?
I got sorry. Like I've got to shoot. I'll be in chat. But quickly, Polly, Blumph, Adam, Eli, NNN, Kev, Riser, all the rest of you, you're absolute legends, and I'll see you around.
See you around,
Thank you for coming.
See ya.
Peace,
See ya,
then.
man. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks for helping everything.
Despite me sounding like I'm rambling like a crazy man, this all ties together, I promise. So, this idea that the energy is all around and that it enters, that I believe at one point that it would enter his body. Well, we see Gear 5th now, and it wasn't exactly as I predicted. However, I haven't given up on the theory because of two things. One, we see that it seems to be kind of detrimental to Luffy. There's been hints that, like, Gear 5th is not a safe transformation. It's actually pretty deadly. I think Kaido's kind of hinted at that, like, so you want to die. Once he saw Luffy getting in, the way Luffy was like panting and everything, it seems like maybe Gear 5th literally uses Luffy's own like life force. And what I think is that it uses chi. It uses the idea of the energy source, but it's using it up from Luffy's body. So I think in order for Luffy to actually be able to use the Gear 5th safe, he'll have to learn what Vegapunk understands, and that the energy is all around. Which then brings back my theory that I originally thought was that he would be able to incorporate the chi from around him. And chi actually means breath. It just means air. It means breath. So the idea of him drawing energy into his body is synonymous with just saying he's breathing air into his body. It's just like a spiritual, supernatural version of that simple concept that everybody, even a newborn baby, knows how to do. It's almost like being reborn. That's sort of the idea of spirituality, is this idea of being reborn, or being reborn over and over again as you work through life. The idea of awakening, the idea of enlightenment.
That's why Luffy also says that in Gear 5th he's the most free, right? So yeah, it fits into the newborn thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And breathing air into one's body makes a lot of sense because he does that for Gear 4th and 3rd. He bites his thumb or he bites his forearm.
Exactly.
Hey,
all his gears are based off of air in one way or another.
You know something? I seen somewhere, like I read somewhere. Yahweh, right? The word Yahweh for God. The name Yahweh. The name, I think it's. I mean, I had to look this up again. I seen it somewhere. The name Yahweh stands for air, or something like that. Like, it stands for air. So when you look at God and air, like just kind of connecting it with Luffy, how most of his gears have something to do with air, and you look at Yahweh and how we got the sun god. Sun god is kind of looked at. Some people relate or connect sun god with the actual God, but in some cultures the sun god is God, the main god. But just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting in relation to that is what the naming scheme that goes into a lot of devil fruits is based off just the noise or a sound effect. Like, for example, Mr. One's devil fruit, he could turn into a sword, but his devil fruit is not called the sword fruit. It's called the Super Nomi. And the reason it's called the Super Nomi is because that's the sound effect of like clinging blades together. So this idea that like a noise or a sound can go into
the glint fruit.
Yeah. Or the Gouda, like the rumble, I know it doesn't have the lightning fruit. I think early on that's what Oda was trying to go to, but yeah, I didn't think he expected to have the series gone for so long. At some point he was just like, all right, I can't keep on doing with this noise theme, but I think there's still something to that idea of sound.
And you can consider the onomatopoeia of certain things sort of like their breath or their identity. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I also want to touch upon, it's very interesting that when you look at a brain, right? Because Vegapunk, of course, has the brain fruit. The brain is made up of like all these swirls and lobes. And it's also very interesting that you use a Dendemushi. A Dendemushi is a snail. A snail has a spiral shell. And yeah.
Spirals are very
Always brings up the you always bring up the thing from Skypiea.
The tone, the dials.
They also have the
impact.
swirls.
Swirls are very prevalent in like most anime. You look at like Naruto, the Uzumaki clan symbol is a swirl.
The ceiling thing that keeps growing inside the swirl.
Gurren was it Gurren Lagann or whatever? That whole anime is just spirals. The spiral king.
Energy.
Yeah. It's kind of like chakra, right? It's like chakra related stuff. Or in real life, you got that. I don't know why I say the Pythagoras theorem because it's not. It's like a different. It's like the cone. The cone multiplication or the cone.
I know what you mean.
I just always forget what it is.
Are you talking about the golden ratio?
Yeah.
And JoJo's Part 7, there's something called the spin, which is that same idea.
Yeah. That was it.
Yeah,
the Hamon?
I mean, JoJo Part 1, Hamon. Hamon literally just means ripple.
Yeah,
It
right.
means like a wave. That's what a frequency is made of.
Exactly.
And it allows you to transfer energy from yourself to the world around you.
Yeah.
In fact, the whole reason they use Hamon is to counteract the vampires, similar to how you want to use Haki to counteract devil fruits. It's
Yes,
because of
exactly.
The idea of the frequency. In fact, it's frequency and it heavily involves the sun.
Which is controlled by breath.
Exactly. Yeah, I have an understanding hockey series. I had 3 videos. They're pretty informative, and I'm gonna remake that series and really go like insane, like as if I was Vegapunk or a scientist writing a journal. Like I basically like imagine you just endlessly hear Adam or Tachi talking, but like they give you every single reference on the screen for you to actually see, and all the research, and it gives you stuff to follow along. Like I go crazy, but I always try to make sure it's understandable that you could pause and look at what I'm talking about. I really go the extra mile to make whatever I'm saying like consumable and you can understand it.
It's the Fibonacci. It's the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah,
the Fibonacci.
But I get what you mean, Eli. But I follow the same sort of design philosophy with my stuff. You want to like give the people something to follow along with, so it's easily digestible.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying.
All right. Anybody got like any other theories or any, Kev DOG?
I got some propaganda if you want to hear it.
You got some. Go ahead.
So, okay, I've talked about this in sparing amounts in several videos. What happened to Carrot?
What happened to her?
Back to Zoe.
I think she's the leader of the Minx now.
See, that's the weird part because that's what's said, but you don't see her in the big goodbye sequence at the end of Wano. I'm not saying anything in particular, but I find her just interesting.
Oh, like she didn't get a goodbye, like even though she was with him for so long.
Yeah, it's very.
That's a good point. I never actually thought about that. They introduced Yamato and Carrot was just kind of a like everybody was saying, yo, Carrot gonna be the next Straw Hat, and then they introduced Yamato and it's like, screw Carrot. You know, it's kind of like that meme. It's that meme where you got the guy walking with the girl and he looks back at another girl. It's like the girl he's with is Carrot, and then Yamato show up and
I'm not saying I'm totally off the Carrot for Nakama bus yet, because she did appear as a stowaway when she first like joined them for their trek to Whole Cake. And then now we have a C plot with Jorah and Brooke still on the ship, so we'll see where that goes. Don't know, but I find it very interesting, especially seeing as how she was the sort of progenitor of the whole Sulong thing. So yeah,
I think Yamato is going to be the... go ahead, Kev.
For Carrot, I'm not gonna lie. The second I thought about, the Scabbards dying was like a huge theory where a lot of people thought the Scabbards were gonna either die or like fail, the raid fail, you know what I mean? And the second I was on board with the Scabbards dying, I was like, oh, Carrot's gonna be the new leader of Zoe. And that's all I thought about, because I was like, all right, Ino Arashi, Nekomamushi, they're probably gonna die like Pedro did, and then Carrot's the next generation, kind of going further on what Pedro sort of was meant to represent in the story, this passing of the torch type stuff. They didn't die, obviously, but they sort of led to that same thing, which I think is kind of lame, but like, I'm still super fine with her being the leader. That's exactly what I wanted, but it's like, man, if they died, that would have been a lot more.
Yeah, it would have hit more. Yeah.
Exactly. But honestly, I think her being the leader of Zoe is cool, because she's definitely going to show up again, in the final war. So I'm fine with it. It's sort of like, I guess like a Vivi-esque scenario. I do think Vivi should join the crew, but Vivi's definitely going to show up again, and she already has. Literally, how many chapters ago? Like I think 1060. She was in the news. Like she's definitely going to show up with the main squad again. But I don't know.
I had a big theory on my channel about Vivian Lucy. It's a little tinfoil hat, but if you look at Lucy, right, Lucy looks like Cobra.
I can see it.
I can see it.
So if he got, and then two, there's a very, very odd line that's spoken in chapter 109 where Vivi is talking about Karoo and how he's fast as a leopard. There are no leopards in Arabassa.
Oh, that is kind of crazy.
That's true.
It's kind of crazy.
He was racing Lucci.
So we'll see. But I do think if anyone were to come back, Vivi would actually come back as a crewmate. I think so. I think that's very possible.
I think Yamato will.
I just want to know how Oda's going to pull it off.
And Triple Wayne, you got some?
Yeah. I want to share some of my theories. So I got a couple of them. So let me just tell the name of the theory, and you guys can say which one you want to hear about. So the number one, so this theory I was really passionate about is that I think that Sanji will actually hate Dr. Vegapunk's instant cooking machine. So
I said that. I said that in the stream. I was like, bro, Sanji would hate this.
Yeah, so I've got a bunch of points. So at first, the concept of food in One Piece, I think, is like when you compare other shonen series, like of course not food-based anime like Toriko or Food Wars, not anime like that. But if you compare it to other shonen, like you can say Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, there are gourmet hunters in Hunter x Hunter, but if you compare them, as I said, One Piece has a lot of importance. It puts a lot of importance on food. So we got Zoro's backstory. We know where we first saw him starving for about 3 weeks, I think. And then Sanji, of course, his entire thing is cooking. And then he also went had that terrible backstory about with Zeph not eating for about 2 months. And we also had a lot of other things like Yamato fasting, Samurai not eating, and Yokogu,
Luffy.
But the most important thing, Whole Cake. Yeah, I really, really loved that scene. It's one of my favorite scenes of all, like in One Piece ever. So one particular character I would like to focus on is Troyson. So he is like he's probably Big Mom's first husband. It's not confirmed, but he's probably Perospero's father. So if you look at the similarities between the faces, like it's almost a done deal. So his devil fruit ability, if you remember, it's like he can turn any non-living thing into food, and it's edible, but it's not tasty. All right, and also Chopper actually specifically says, I think it's 1061 or something, that everyone would love the instant cooking machine except Sanji. And I don't think that's just a throwaway line, because Sanji, of course, he on one hand he's very caring. He would want everyone to be fed, but I also think that he also cares about how food is prepared as well. So I think it was in one of the movies or something where Luffy was saying it doesn't matter how food is prepared, it just matters if it gets in my stomach. And then Sanji was like, no, the preparation is also important. So, and also film Red, it's not a big spoiler, but when Uta, her devil fruit powers manifest a ton of food, then the camera zooms in on Sanji. And of course, Sanji doesn't say anything. He wouldn't ever say anything to a lady, but his expression isn't actually happy. It was somewhat of a somber expression. So yeah, and also I'd like to touch on another thing, which is that the instant vending machine or the cooking device, there is a list of food that's shown on the panels. So let me just list them. I took some notes. It's a hamburger, drink, steak, omurice, tonkatsu, cotton candy, cake, ramen, fried chicken, and hot dogs. So if you look at this list, you'll actually see that all of them are fast food. So it's not prepared, right? So I think that it's something like
It's
a
literally
vending.
fast food.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it's something like a vending machine that we could get, like not proper restaurant meals or something like cooked with passion. So I don't think that even though Oda is bringing up all this futuristic stuff, and maybe the ancient kingdom had something like the instant cooking device where everyone could just eat whatever they want, but also there's another catch. It's not something like a miraculous food producer, so you have to give ingredients to that. So yeah, I think that the main point of that video that I made is that Oda wouldn't just devalue food by just having a machine that could produce any food whatsoever without preparation, without the passion of cooking, without ingredients even. Yeah, so that's my theory.
I like it.
I like that a lot. I actually have something to in response to that, and I promise you, I'm not going off theory. I mean, off topic. What I'm about to say, it's gonna go back to. But I just to ask everyone here, do you think Conqueror's coding is advanced Conquerors? So, for example, you look at Future Sight, that's advanced observation. You look at Rio, or what we know to be Rio, as advanced armament. So, do you think Conquerors is what you would call advanced Conqueror's ability?
I would say yes.
That it's the evolution, the leveled up version?
Yes, because like you're taking what would be assumed to be just a random outburst and condensing it and using it in a more eloquent way.
Okay.
I would.
Okay, yes.
I would say it's advanced because it's not just the normal use of it. You know, like I would say anything where it's just not like the most base form use of it would be advanced.
I'd say it's not basic, but it's not quite advanced yet, because I would have said it was advanced if not for Shanks at the end of Wano. Because what Shanks did, that is way different. That is a whole different field than what Luffy has done yet.
Yeah. I agree, and here's why. Actually, we could kind of use Rokushiki as an example. Or we'll just use hardening. You can harden your hand, right? But you could also harden a sword. But you don't look at hardening a sword as the advanced armament exactly. It's more just like you're using that application of what we know to be that ability as armament. But then you look at Rio, where you add a whole new element to it, where it's like now you have this field of aura around you. The thing with Conqueror's coding is I don't feel like it adds a new element. It's more just like taking something and making it better. I think that's what differentiates between the distinction between observation and future state. Observation is what you heighten your senses and you can feel things. You're just more sensitive. Future sight is you're literally getting images put into your brain of the future. It's that distinction of you're adding a whole new element to it. That's what I think would constitute advanced. Now, at the end of the day, it's all semantics. It's not like we have a One Piece Bible that tells us what this means and that means. But that's just the general consensus. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But my opinion is that it's not advanced. But I think we've seen advanced conquerors throughout the story already. And you guys were talking about the Klabauterman, of the ship, and you were referring it to swords and all that stuff. And I think that is the idea of what advanced conquerors is. First of all, when you look at we talk about frequencies, the higher it goes, the less physical it gets, because the highest one is spiritual. So what you would expect is the more advanced these things get, the less physical it is. And Conqueror's Haki is going to be the most spiritual of all. So it's really not going to have such a physical application as something that Conqueror's Coding does. Although Conqueror's Coding doesn't have a very physical presence, it's still there, especially since it's attached to the arm. I think Advanced Conquerors is something so intangible that it's almost like it might not even do anything. For example, the Going Merry having the Klabauterman, you can't really say that it does something until you finally see, oh, this thing has a will of its own. It's not an overt ability, right? So I think Advanced Conquerors isn't going to be flashy, but rather actually the opposite. It's more just subtle. It's the imposing of wills. So like what Shanks did. I mean, Shanks didn't get on a megaphone, yet somehow it's like he transferred his message all the way to Greenbow, and Greenbow got the message and was like, all right, I'm out of here. I think that is what Conqueror's Haki is, this idea that you can impose will into things, whether it be people or objects. That's why I think the poneglyphs have their voices. That's why I think Cursed Blades, it has to do with whoever making these things imposing their will. So then how this relates to Sanji is, I believe when a person is preparing food, the food itself could have a life force. Because if it was something that was alive, whether it's plant or meat, there's that aspect of it. But then there's, putting your heart and soul into a dish, which is like, you could say that's metaphorical or whatever, but we're talking about fiction. So there might actually be a representation of that in One Piece. And we already know there is supernatural cooking. That's what Sanji learned over the time skip. That literally you eat this food and the next thing you know, it's like you could have a jolt of energy. You could knock people out with food. It's like crazy things. And I think that actually could be Advanced Conqueror's Haki, which I think everybody has access to, which is ironic because we know Conqueror's Haki to be rare, but I think everybody has access to Conqueror's Haki. It's just some of them are able to use the overt version, whereas others have to actually put in the work, the path to enlightenment, to use the subtle version.
Sorry.
Go on. Go ahead,
Lucas. I would say that we saw that from Sanji even in pre-time skip, like in Baratier when he fed Gin, and I think he really touched Gin by just giving him food without charge or anything after he was kicked out of the restaurant. I think we saw a little bit of that in Baratier.
And that's the thing. You said, you put the emphasis on pre-time skip, and I know why you do that because it's like, well, we didn't know what Haki was. Sanji doesn't know what Haki is, so how could he be using it? But that's the thing. At the ends of the spectrums, you're going to get completely opposite results. And you actually can see that when you compare to my speculation of this subtle power versus the very lowest one, which is Rokushiki, the one that basically almost seems physical. That's something you could actually learn. You notice there's no Haki school. People kind of just haphazardly learn Haki, or they just go along journey. Like when Rayleigh taught Luffy Haki, he didn't say, sit down and do this and that. Yet Rokushiki is like systematically taught. It's rooted in this physical realm. And that, I believe, is the exact opposite of the idea of Advanced Conqueror's Haki. It literally cannot be taught. It's just a spiritual thing. It's the opposite of the physical world. It's just something that can be done. That's why I think Usopp used Advanced Conqueror's Haki when he tended to Going Merry. He was putting his heart and spirit into the Going Merry.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree as well, because I know you haven't seen the movie, Eli. I haven't either, but there's a scene that people keep talking about in which Shanks imposes his will on Fujitora and Kizaru, and they just stop fighting. They so yes.
Would you
Yeah,
argue?
I'd also like. Yeah, go ahead.
Would you argue that Luffy has always had an innate conqueror's haki? Because when I look at it, you could probably consider luck, like, because we know that Luffy has always been pretty lucky, right? And I will argue, you could argue that luck in itself is a form of conqueror's haki. Like, you're almost imposing your will on fate,
right,
or destiny, right? Like when Luffy was saved at Logtown, even though some people would say that was Dragon, but it was never really confirmed. You know, if you looking like the I know it's not the most, you know, reliable source, but if you look at like the wiki, it just says Luffy is lucky, right? Like Luffy's always been pretty lucky. But I would argue that could be like conqueror's haki, you know, that he's imposing his existence, almost imposes his will on fate itself.
Yeah, I actually, that's what I'm writing about right now, and I think that involves both conquerors and observation. And I can't really explain that in a quick, but let me just say this: a radar. We all know what a radar is, right?
Yeah.
We use it to detecting. When you think of a radar, you would think of observation haki being more tied to what a radar is, because it's about detecting and finding things. But how a radar works is you send out a signal and it gets sent back to you. So I think there actually is there's an idea that conquerors and observation can actually be worked in tandem with one another, where you can send out a wave of your will and it can get back to you. And that can actually influence you subconsciously, because there's this idea of subliminal messaging or subliminal noises. So this idea that Luffy's super lucky, maybe on an unconscious level, he's not only receiving information that influences his action, but he's also sending out information. This will, this wave, a will of wave or wave of will that I'm trying to say, this hypothetical, it's like a radio wave. You can't see a radio wave. It just exists. You don't see it coming out of your car and getting back to you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Triple N. Go ahead.
So I'd like to add to this by saying that different people, as you were saying, all people have the capacity to have conqueror's haki within them. Like, it's just that some people, like, it's clearer. For example, for Zoro, it was less clear than it was for Luffy. So I think that even Nami has conqueror's haki. I mean, observation haki, in the sense that she can foresee the weather. So that's a form of advanced observation haki as well. And also Sanji also has advanced observation haki by the way that he can sense women. And also Oden had that power as well. So it's like some abilities, some types of haki are more inherent to some people based on their personality, based on some other things. But I also think that these can also be learned. Maybe not all of them, like you were saying, not like the Rokushiki, these can be learned, but I think that some others can also be learned, because Kaido knows future sight. He said that something like this, he also knows, like it's more attuned to Karakuri because of his personality, like he is always calm. At least he pretends to be calm. So it was easier for him. For Luffy, it's not so easy, because he tends to be like, it's his personality to always be goofy and always like to not care so much about it all the time. So that's why he doesn't use future sight all the time, but he does know how to use it. So yeah, I think that it's sort of similar to Hunter x Hunter, like you are attuned to specific powers, but you can also learn learn some adjacent powers as well.
So here's the thing. You know, you say that, right? And it's like this idea that maybe someone has an affinity towards these things, just like Hunter x Hunter. Well, when you look at someone like Pika, remember, not many people have shown a full body arm in haki. That's a very rare thing. So what is the coincidence that we've only seen two people, that the one person we've seen that does that also has an ability of devil fruit that relates to the earth?
Yeah.
What we have with
Virgo,
Pudding has a third eye, right? So the third eye is one of the chakras. It's called the third eye chakra, and an element of that chakra is light. In fact, I haven't really got into that. Like, I believe hockey's elemental. I mean, you guys probably got the gist of talking about fire and earth and all that stuff. But the element of the third eye is light, and it's the chakra of the mind, which Vegapunk is very fascinating light. It doesn't surprise me. But pudding has the power to reach into people's memories, and it comes out in the form of photographs. And the word photo literally means light. So what are the chances that Oda would make a character who has a light-based devil fruit also have a third eye? There's way too many coincidences with this guy for me to actually think he's not going into this to some degree.
Also, to a sort of a funny point when you said Sanji can detect women in the anime, it's also depicted like a radar. And also,
Zoro can detect booze better than anyone, even though he's
True.
not shown to have great observation hockey. It's like what Triple N was saying. It's like the things that matter to you is you get a heightened ability in terms of your hockey ability.
I kind of got a term for that. Like, I think, you know how there's the voice of all things? I think everybody has like the voice of some things.
Yeah.
Because like you're attuned to like Luffy has the voice of all things, probably. Like he could probably hear, you know, like when you had the voice of all things, you could probably hear the voice of everything, right? But like you had the voice of some things, it's only more so what you're attuned to, kind of like
desire.
Like, yeah, like Sanji, he loves women, so and food as well. He loves cooking as well. So he could tell when the woman's in trouble. Huh?
He figured out the ingredients of the wedding cake just by the smell.
Yeah.
Like his observation hockey in certain regards are like off the chain.
Yeah. And Nami,
Do you want to
since
go
ahead,
I do want to add something, and oh no, I had two things to add. But the first thing, this is like kind of a weird ramble thought, but I like it, right? So I'm curious what you guys think about this, because we were talking about the food from Vegapunk's thing. I know this is a bit back, but I think this is interesting because we brought up the idea of like wills being put into food and all that type of stuff. And it relates to what's happening right now in the last chapter, meaning 1068, obviously. And it talks about how these Cypher Pole people have been missing for like months now. And I feel as though something might be up with the Cypher Pole people being missing. And I think it might have to do with wills. Maybe Vegapunk has made some sort of device. And I know Vegapunk isn't that ethical of a dude, but it basically can extract the wills of people and use them for like machinery. For example, all these cool experiments and stuff. This is a very Oda thing to do. He sets up all these really cutesy, cool things like Dressrosa with the toys, and then out of nowhere, it's like, oh my god, these toys are like enslaved people who have no idea about their loved ones. I feel like it would be crazy if all these experiments like that sick dinosaur thing and all these little robots are actually being powered by like people in like basically like Matrix pods or something like that, where they're sort of being taken out of the world and forced into like some crazy like, I don't know, battery-like thing, and they're sort of getting their wills drained out of them, something like that.
Seems like a technological version of Sugar's power.
Exactly.
Or maybe they're being liquefied and turned into SAD made out of human beings.
That'd be sick.
Green blood.
Seraphim's, if you look at F Shark,
yes,
part of his flesh is missing, and you can
transparent.
Yeah.
What if that's what that's from? And you know, my idea of what I think about Vegapunk is I don't think he's like a monk. Although, ironically enough, Shaka is named after a Buddha, so that's just more evidence that he isn't all science. There's spiritual and religious influences in his character. But I think that Vegapunk is approaching hockey from a scientific perspective. So, for example, hockey, if you have advanced armament hockey, you can send out a wave of your energy, right? And it's like Bestien was saying, like, it's light, but for hockey, it's different because it's spiritual and it derives from a person. I think Vegapunk is finding a way to make a scientific version of that concept. And if you notice when S-Shark does a palm strike, it's like he's doing Fishman Karate or advanced arm and hockey, but he only shoots out laser. He shoots out literal light rather than hockey. So the idea that he has liquid fluid running through the seraphims, and that could be why they can use Devil Fruit powers, actually relates to the sacral chakra once again, because the sacral chakra is that fluid aura that runs through a person that represents their life force. So I believe that that fluid aura can vibrate at frequencies, and whatever that frequency it vibrates at is what creates devil fruit bodies, like logias or the special paramecias or zones. It's that fluid aura that transforms the human body, but not literally. Because if it was literal, then it wouldn't explain why someone can turn into ice, break apart, and then come back together like a regular human. It's that same concept. It's the belief. And if you eat a devil fruit, you're cheating because you got to think for you. Or if you do it Vegapunk's way, you're also cheating because it's scientifically imposed. But I do believe there's people like Zoro who could actually develop these powers all by himself. And I don't think it's a coincidence that his eye is covered, and that also talks about the mind's eye, because the third eye represents the mind's eye. Unlike Pudding, who has a literal third eye, it just represents a spiritual third eye that's within you. And Zoro is someone who has a lot of conviction. You know, as we said, he's always training, but he's not always just training. He meditates. He chants before he fights. He does all these technically unnecessary things. Like if you're just
the rituals,
you could consider unnecessary. But it's like in Hunter x Hunter. Let's bring that up. It's so befitting to bring up Hunter x Hunter because it is really similar. This idea that your conviction empowers your abilities. So Zoro having that faith, that discipline, putting all that effort into heightens his spiritual abilities.
Yeah. I think Mihawk is definitely, you know, some because he's super spiritual as well. So
yeah, definitely.
Exactly. And he's on like a Christian themed island.
Yeah.
In a giant cathedral, or a cathedral like mansion.
Yeah. I think there's something with his lineage, but go ahead.
Oh no, you go on.
No, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. I think what Eli is saying makes a lot of sense. So perhaps. Okay, let's say if the Seraphim are like pacifistas, right? And they can be given orders. Maybe the green blood is a way of sort of cheating the lineage factor ideal. So these guys have the potential to have a great amount of Haki, but they don't have wills of their own because they can be commanded. So perhaps within this whole idea of liquefying somebody down and having like liquid will, that's a means of activating the lineage factor that's present within the Seraphim without actually making them independent, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think Vegapunk definitely has to do some unethical things, but he also has to apply what I call occult knowledge rather than scientific. So one thing that's interesting about the Seraphims is that they have star eyes. But why? We know that they're based off Lunarians, right? But King doesn't have star eyes. So what is this star eyes? Where did that come from? Is it just Vegapunk being like, okay, here's some eye tattoos. Here's my insignia. I don't think Vegapunk would do that. I think he's deliberately doing that. We're not deliberately doing it. It's the result of trying to implement frequencies into a person. So like I said, it's literally their eyes, for one. Like that's where the mind's eye, that's like the portal to one's soul. The heart is their eyes. And the star, I believe, represents the 5 elements.
You there?
You there?
Sorry,
you there, Eliz? You cutting in and out.
You cut out.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just the last thing I'll leave it on, is that I believe the energy that Vegapunk is trying to understand, it involves what's known as the 5th element. I'm sure you guys heard of that in one way or another. It's been brought up in a lot of different contexts, this idea of the 5th element. So basically, a dumbed down version of this is that there's 4 elements that are known as terrestrial. And you can think of Avatar: water, earth, air, and fire. But terrestrial just refers to the earth. Then there's a 5th element that is celestial. You know, kind of makes me think of celestial dragons. But basically, a celestial element just means that it's not of this earth. It's beyond the earth, but it's still attached to the earth, which then brings up the concept of satellites. one of his that's a double entendre. It brings up satellites because satellites are something that surround the Earth. I didn't realize it was double entendre, which I said, because it's a part you consider a satellite because it has a relation to the Earth. A random meteor 1,000 light years away is considered a satellite, but as long as it has some relation to the Earth, it's considered a satellite. But I'm actually trying to talk about Vegapunk's satellite. Its name is Atlas, and a lot of people think Atlas is the guy that's holding up the Earth. But that's a common misconception. He's not holding up the Earth. He's holding up what's known as a celestial orb. And a celestial orb is made out of what's known as quintessence. And quin is 5. It literally just means he's holding this fifth element that is actually intangible, which should make you think of hockey, because that's one of the main things of hockey is to touch that intangible. So quintessence is just... Well, actually, I would like it if you guys actually looked into it, and because I think it's a big.
I think you're cutting in and out again, man. Unless that's just
Sorry.
me. Unless that's just me.
No, he is cutting out on my end as well.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I'll let him get that together. I don't know. But all right, dang. I wanted to give him a chance to come back, but he's still. But all right, so what was I going to bring up? Because we was talking about like hockey and everything. I got a question for you guys. Like, it was a specific situation in Marineford where we got when Luffy encountered Mihawk, and he was able to see. It's like he had future sight for a very. Like, temporarily had future sight, like
right.
Do y'all think that was like, because I think that's like it's two explanations for that. One, we know that hockey blooms in like serious situations, like bad situations. Which, I mean, hey, Mihawk must have been ready to kill him if he really cut his arms off. Like, it really was Mihawk about to, cut Luffy's arms off. Or another theory that I had was it was Mihawk giving Luffy that future sight. Like, maybe it's a, because I think Mihawk could potentially, I think his eyes, it might be like an awakening that that only Mihawk has, and maybe Eam, because Eam has those eyes as well. Maybe those are like a bloodline trait of them two,
And he's also called Hawkeye, right?
Yeah. And because I got this
old epithet that it was clairvoyant.
The clairvoyant, yeah. So I'm thinking like maybe Mihawk has, because when I look at, I always look at like the animals that each character are based off of, right? Like, we know Mihawk is based off of eagles / hawks, and if you think of a hawk, they have the best vision, or one of like top tier vision in the animal kingdom, because I think the other animals that could compare, like manta ray, shrimp, but it's more they could see things on like they see a bigger spectrum than any other animal, if I remember correctly. But eagles could see like a mice running through like grass from a distance. So when you look at like eagles, they have a very good ocular vision. So I personally, like, I think Elids, he compares it to Conqueror's hockey, but I always say it's like maybe an observation hockey related thing. Maybe Mihawk has like a observation, like a higher level of observation than the average person. But
the opposite of Shanks' observation killer, it could be like observation provider or something.
Wait.
Like,
I mean, like, advanced observations can be things like future sight, but what Mihawk essentially did is that he projected future sight onto Luffy. Wouldn't that be a combination of advanced observation and Conquerors?
It could be. I thought that.
It's like the same thing. It's like you take Conqueror's coding, which that's why I don't consider advanced. I just think it's like a mixing of the two. It's like you're mixing Armin and Conquerors. Well, what you're proposing is like, well, what if you mix Conquerors with observation?
Yeah.
I think Shanks did that too to Green Bull.
They project. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'm sorry because I have to go, but I didn't want to leave that thing. I'm not gonna ramble. I just want to give you guys information to look into.
Okay.
So it kind of like what we were just talking about, ironically, is that mixing. That's what I think devil fruits are made of. They're the mixing of the colors, mixing of abilities. I think it can get more complicated than compress coding or sending the projection. I think even the magma dragon that King sent out, that was like a mixture of hardening and that fire thing. Basically, the eyes, I believe, represent what is known as a pentacle or a pentagram. And as random as that might seem, Pythagoras is not just a mathematician. He actually believed, he had a lot of spiritual philosophies. So if you want to do some research into, maybe where Oda could be going to this, look up the Pythagoras pentacle, which a lot of you might associate a pentacle or pentagram with like Satanism, which wouldn't be too off topic because devil fruit, Satanism, but pentacle and pentagram predates the whole Satanism, basically appropriation, like thousands of years. So yeah, I would look up that. It explains the 5 elements, the celestial, and it ironically ties Atlas to Pythagoras. Even Lilith plays a role because Lilith actually represents the upside down satanic pentagram. And it's just, when I was doing this research for this theory that I'm still making, I'm like, I'm connecting all these dots. There's like way too many coincidences here. But thank you so much for having me, Sean. It was such a pleasure to meet all you guys.
I appreciate you.
Yes,
I know you've been
Yeah, that was a
going.
lot of fun.
This is an enlightening experience. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Could we just take a second for each of you to tell me your channels, so you could just use that to tell the audience as well, because I want to follow all of you.
I think you already subbed to mine, didn't you?
Okay.
I think I got a notification of that.
You can find me on. Oh, go on.
Mhm.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
ready for-
Okay. You can find me at Polypede Works on YouTube.
Polypede
Works. I also have a Discord called Digital Burrow, and I'm on Twitter, but I don't post that much on Twitter. I'm also on TikTok.
Indeed, a man of
because
many hats.
I have to follow the get into what the kids are doing to keep up with the times. So.
Hey, I'm trying to get into TikTok. Is like,
but yes, Polypede Works on YouTube. Polypede Works on TikTok. Believe Polypede on Twitter, and then Digital Burrow here on Discord. So thank you all so much for having me as well. I believe my time is almost up. I may have a few minutes. So,
anybody else gotta go? I mean, I know we've been at this for like 4 hours now, so I mean, we could wrap this
Well,
up.
I was the latecomer, so I can stay.
Okay.
I do unfortunately have to head out. I was in the background just modding around doing some stuff, but yeah, my time has come, guys.
Dill?
Yeah.
All right. Cause I'm almost ready to wrap up too. If y'all, but I don't want. I'm not trying to rush nobody. If y'all still got more stuff to talk about.
So I just want to talk about another theory of mine. So it's about.
But hold on, because
parallels.
Eli's about to go. You wanna give Eli your channel?
Yeah, sure. So I just commented my link. So it's NNN.
Okay. I got
Yeah, on YouTube. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also commented that I really like the way you explain, like with your hand gestures and all. You're like a teacher almost. Do you teach?
It's funny because I don't use my camera when I make videos. Actually, I've been starting to use it more now in my new videos, but I don't use it a lot. But maybe I should use it more.
So you got
I'll definitely sub to you.
You got Polypede's YouTube. You got Lucas. You got Lucas, right?
Right.
You got Lucas. I think you already got Adams. You should already have Adam.
Yeah, I already said.
Even though I think Adam might be doing Adam probably drunk. And then we got Kev DOG.
Yeah, I wanna just say something really quick. One, you should definitely use your camera because the way you enunciate is like super clean. And two, if you haven't, you should definitely check out Parvision's channel. The way you talk about things is crazily like when you even mentioned like putting all the stuff on the the screen at once and being super like energy. I think I'm actually gonna send him your channel like literally the second we finish this because I think he would really mess with it. So I'm definitely gonna do that.
Yeah, and you also have a thing about connecting a lot of things together, like a lot of theories, and so, yeah, like
Yeah.
Power Vision.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I always like conversating with Eliz. I always feel as though I learned something.
This is
I'm
very
like,
enlightening.
damn. And it's like real world stuff as well. Like it's not just One Piece stuff. It's like real world and connecting.
Yeah, in my new video, I talk about the Dark Ages, the Renaissance. I talk about history. You know, if I find something that's relevant, because that's the most important thing. It has to be relevant. I'm not gonna just start talking about random stuff. I always have to show the manga relevance, but I always try to incorporate many different things because it's fun, it's enlightening. Like you say, I like to teach people different things that, hey, this is just a One Piece theory. You enjoyed it in the moment, but maybe you can just learn a piece of trivia.
Yeah. And y'all go check out his Understanding Hockey videos. They're lengthy, but a lot of detail about it. Like it's a lot of you got like 4 or 5 of them. I think he's redoing them right now, but
Yeah, I'm rebooting that.
he's like rebooting them.
So much more.
Yeah, so but like he got that the what's it the Red Sea?
Red Sea theory.
It's
I
about
remember you
like
guys
One Piece
talking
hell.
about- You were like, what do you think Big Mom and Kaido are up to? And I just got, I think they're going to the Red Sea because that's where it is underground.
Yeah.
In
So,
fact,
yeah.
if Joy Boy or Nika is a devil, maybe he has a home in the metaphorical hell. That's below, and that's where the One Piece is. Maybe that's why it's hard to get to because it's not on the sea; it's under the sea.
Shout out Dill. Shout out to Dill. He had to bounce. But all right, man. Appreciate you for showing up. I don't want to keep you longer. I know you're trying to get out of here.
Let me just make sure. Kev Dog, did you have a channel?
Yeah. I just sent it on
That's the same name.
Discord.
Oh, okay. Oh, you sent it to me. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, there's
No
a
problem.
chat. You could open up the chat in the Discord, the voice channel. I don't know if you're on a computer, but if you're on a computer, it's like
I am.
top
I'm
right.
just slow at this because I don't use Discord a lot. But thanks, I got it now.
All right.
Fire.
All right, I appreciate it, you guys.
All right, man. Anybody else need to? All right, Eliz. Anybody else need to
See you, man.
go? I don't want to. I know we've been at this for a while now, so let me
When I
know.
ended, that's fine with me, but I can stay. I can stay.
All right. I mean, if y'all got more stuff to talk about, I got the time today. I got time. So
Yeah, I got one thing to talk about. So, yeah, can I go?
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I made this theory almost a year ago. So I made it after 10/31. So I think it is 1 year ago. So it's about how every single week's anime episode actually has a parallel with that very same week's manga chapter. So I'm not talking about like chapter 1000 being animated about 1 year afterward. So I'm not talking about those parallels, those comparisons. Of course, it's going to be almost the same. The anime is just going to drag the manga chapter out. But I am talking about what, for example, this week we got chapter 1068, right? And then in the anime episode it was 1043. So actually there were parallels in those two, like the chapter and the anime. So let me just list out some chapters. I have it written down. So for example, I'll just go to the main ones. For example, Jinbei. So yeah, so in chapter 1018 Jinbei versus Who's Who happened, and in the very same week in the anime it was episode number 981, and guess who returned after 2 or 3 years? It was Jinbei. So that return of Jinbei actually coincided with the manga chapters. That chapter was entirely about Jinbei versus Who's Who almost.
Yeah,
So
last week was about the Robin's flashback with Saul and
Yeah.
everything, and that was the same week that they did the whole Vegapunk
Yes,
going to
yes.
O'Hara.
Yeah, it was actually 1 week apart, so it didn't match out. It didn't match up completely, but yeah, it still did match up. Like it was just 1 week afterwards. The week the anime episode came in, the week before that, the manga chapter had that Ohara flashback. So there are actually a lot of parallels. I listed out about 40 actually from last year. So I also made a video about it. If you're interested, you can check this out. Yeah, so I think that Oda doesn't, of course, plan out all of the parallels. Actually, he shouldn't even plan out all the parallels, because if he did that, then he would have to line up what he will draw in the manga with the corresponding anime episode, right? So I don't think that he does that, but he leaves some Easter eggs in there. For example, when like many people, not all One Piece fans, even hardcore fans, don't actually watch the anime, but still many of them do. So when they read the anime, I mean when they read the manga chapter, and then on the same week they watch the anime episode, they will get some link between them, even if it's something slight. For example, it could be something like Sanji using the raid suit for the last time, and then in the manga chapter he actually broke the raid suit, so that actually happened. That was another parallel. So I really found that very interesting. I don't think that all of them are actually coincidences. It can be, right?
Yeah, no, you're right.
I agree.
I've noticed that before, like especially with like the Robin one last couple weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've noticed.
Right.
But
and
I've noticed that a
this
couple times. I've noticed that a couple times. All right. Anybody got any other theories? Anything?
I do have a theory in the works about what I think Blackbeard's Zoan may be, his third Devil Fruit.
What's that?
I can't really divulge too much nature about it, but it has a lot to do with what we've been talking about here recently. Just keep a lookout. Keep a lookout. If you want a hint, I would say look at Rox's Jolly Roger.
Oh yeah.
I always kind of thought, like before, I think a couple of years ago, I kind of thought he might have like the hippo devil fruit, because hippos have 3 chamber stomachs. Blackbeard's animal that he's based off of is a hippo, because there was a cover story with him brushing his teeth with a hippo, and like Oda even said, right, like Oda said that would be his animal. But yeah, like if he had 3 stomachs, kind of like a hippo, that would explain why he could eat multiple devil fruits, like 2 other ones. But I think he would have showed it by now if he did already have a third devil fruit.
Yeah, I think he's hunting still.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I don't think it's the hippo devil fruit, because he would have showed it by now. And then, if he's still hunting for it, which I think is he hunting for Boa's devil fruit, or did he just want Boa? Like, did he just want the devil fruit and give it to one of his crewmates?
I don't know.
That's the question.
This might sound strange, but now I'm thinking about it. It could be like some Lineage Factor-esque stuff, and say Blackbeard is like genetically, like one of his ancestors was like a hippo mink, so he has hippo mink DNA, and that lets him have the 3 stomach. Like the hippo thing could still be possible, but not like a devil fruit type of deal.
Yeah.
Because we see it with like Fishman, you know what I mean?
I like that.
Like Chimney doesn't even look like a Fishman, but she is one.
Yeah. I like that idea. I like that.
Also, to Eli's point, because this is very good, with Nami sensing the weather, we have seen sort of like, how you put it, advanced hockey appear very early in individuals. Like if you remember Arlong's sister, Madame Charlie, I think her future prediction, her sort of fortune telling, is just future sight.
Yeah.
Or maybe just a specialized version of it.
No, I agree with you. I think I agree with you. I think it's future sight. But
that is the craziest perfect segue ever, because one of my upcoming videos is about Arlong in specific. So that's just like the perfect segue. And that's my newest theory video will probably be about how I think Arlong is absolutely coming back to the story. There's no way he's not at all. And all the stuff that's happened since Fishman Island up till now, especially now that Jinbei is in the crew, he has to show up again. Because imagine seeing Jinbei and Nami working together. Arlong's going to be crushed. He's going to be like, what is this? What is that?
I would like to see Jinbei and Arlong have like a talk, like maybe he changes Arlong's like harder. Like, I don't know. Like I think that would be a dope way to end Arlong's story.
His arc. So here's okay. I'm gonna divulge a bit, right? So in Impel Down, right? Everyone was like, "Where's Arlong?" Arlong is like the One Piece villain of the first arc. Where's Arlong? You know what I mean? Because like if Buggy's in there, why isn't Arlong? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
But with the reveal that the Sun Pirates were Celestial Dragon slaves, I completely think the Celestial Dragons took Arlong back to Marie Joie, and he's a slave at Marie Joie. And that's going to be where Arlong is at the end of the story. And so they're going to go to Marie Joie for some reason and see him there.
And then he gets saved by Luffy, and then it's like he has to kind of...
And see, humans aren't all so bad, huh, Arlong? Huh, Arlong?
It's like, and then he'll be like, oh my god, Luffy's just like Fisher Tiger was. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Also, go on. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say I think Arlong is kind of a tragic villain, you know. So I think it would be
definitely
nice to see him. But go ahead.
He's a victim of his environment.
Yeah.
I can give you all 2 small hints. I can divulge a little bit as well. A part of my sort of thoughts on Blackbeard's fruit is that there is a lot of demon symbolization in One Piece. Like, for example, Impel Down. I know Tekking says this a lot. This is like the early days back in the day. Like I said, I've been around for a bit. He thought that the Impel Down guards were demon people. We know this is not the case. They're just wearing a costume. Sure. But it's very interesting that they dress up like devils. Because why? To hold, they're like almost like theme park attendants, as if Impel Down sort of like is trying to symbolize hell. So that's why they dress up like as demons, as we know, like for example, Magellan's horns can act as pincers because he can just plop them off as they're a part of his headdress. So that's a little bit of me showing my hand as to what I think Blackbeard may become. Also,
Magellan is a costume?
Yeah, Magellan's a costume.
That's not how you look.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, the wings and the horns are fake.
Right.
Oh.
Damn.
Same thing with Shadi-chan. Fake. Completely fake.
That. It's like telling me that's like telling a kid that Santa's not real, what you just did to them.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
You just destroyed my whole world saying that. Why would you say that?
I'm sorry.
He could have been an Oni.
That's also very interesting. That's another demon symbolization. We have Onis and we have ancient giants who look like demons. Even if like you go off the whole Momotaro legend that Wano's kind of based on a little bit, we have Momotaro, which is Momonosuke. We have Momotaro again, which is Tama, because she does convince a ape, a monkey, a dog, and I guess the pheasant in this situation wouldn't be an animal; it would just be Marco. So we do have that. Old pineapple head. We have that, and then she, of course, her power is controlling animals via the millets that she makes from squeezing her cheeks.
Yeah.
And so Onis in that story are, you could say, demons, and there are a ton of Onis on Onigashima. So yeah, and then I don't want to blaspheme Jinbei, but I've been kind of hinting about blaspheming Jinbei. I don't think he's going to be the one to inherit Fisher Tiger's will at the end. I think there's a character that a lot of people overlook that appeared recently, calling out Takuma in chapter 1067, and I think you should look at her more frequently.
Jory Bonnie?
No, Koala.
Koala.
Oh, Koala.
Koala's very important, I think. Very, very important.
And she's connected to Fisher Tiger.
Absolutely.
And she's the only human with the sun pattern. The sun branding.
Interesting.
That is true, yeah. That is true.
And she's the only character that has a relationship, well, other than the Straw Hats. She's the only character other than the Straw Hats, she's the only character that has a very close relationship with Kuma and Jinbei. And on top of that, Kuma and Jinbei kind of parallel a lot, like more than you would think. Both of them have black curly hair. Both of them have a sort of, how do I say it? They're identified by this sort of roundish pattern that resembles a sun, with Jinbei, it's literally a sun. With Kuma, it's a reticle like you would find on a gun or on a scope, which also kind of looks like a sun. Before Kuma appeared in the, I believe, before he appeared in the anime, there is this old piece of art of him in which he is wearing a ochre or a orange jacket. Jinbei's official color is ochre, which is an orange. Both of them fight in a sort of sumo-like style. Kuma with his paw pad cannons, Jinbei with his palm thrusters, fishman karate, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to make a big video about this in the
Sounds
future.
like they were sparring partners.
It does sound like that. But yeah, I'm gonna make a big video about that in the future. But keep your eyes tuned to Polypede Works. Follow me, follow me, follow me, follow me.
Already on it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. I'm definitely. Let me see.
But yeah, I think there's a lot of connections to be had. Also, this isn't. Well, this is how can I put this? This is a little hint. Koala looks like something thematically. She looks like a driver, if you ask me. That's all I'll say about that.
Taxi driver?
Yeah, like a taxi driver or a driver you would find in one of those old school race like derbies.
Yeah.
Just saying.
That's interesting. I never really considered koala, as being more important. Even though she was kind of like the only human on the Fishman crew, really. Like she tagged with them.
I think she's like the one to bridge the gap, like that sort of. She's like the truth, because a bunch of the humans are obviously like super hateful towards fishermen, and she knows, she knows they're just like normal people, and they've been persecuted and all that.
Yeah.
And because she's a kid too, it like, it shows like the innocence of the world versus what's it called, like the what's it called, indoctrinated, is that the right word, or like ingrained sort of hatred.
Indoctrinated, you're right.
Yeah. And honestly, all right, this might be a bit of a reach. I'm gonna admit, but I feel like Koala's story is meant to be a parallel to the Void Century. Like, that sounds crazy, but like, hear me out, right? So, Lunarians, they were in charge, right? And they're these winged, flaming people. They lived literally on the Red Line. More likely, well, we know that because it was called God's Land, So Lunarians lived there. They were literally above everyone else in capabilities and in literal, they were above everyone else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the humans, they were like, all right, we got to stand up to these people. And I feel the humans obviously won, with the 20 kingdoms taking over. And genuinely, I feel as though the reason the persecution in the world started was because the humans were like, all right, we don't have any abilities. So we're going to make every single race that does have these abilities basically be subjugated below us, as a sort of retaliation against what they felt in in the Void Century and before then, because they literally took over their land and they're like, all right, we're better than you. And it gives me like heavy like colonialization energy, where you try to like push this agenda that we're superior, even though, we're not. And I don't know. I think it's really interesting, especially with like the minks. They just like completely isolated themselves. The fishmen were forced underwater completely, being like submerged, so no one had to deal with them. I don't know. I feel like it's possible that there's a parallel between Koala and this Void Century thing. Sort of the hatred angle for sure.
Yeah,
I agree.
So kind of jumping to like what's going on now. There was something I was thinking of. I can't remember it. I just all of a sudden just left my mind. What was it? I'll let one of y'all go.
Something about what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's something with like more recent, but it's just slipping my mind.
I have a small dissertation about Stussy.
Okay. Oh.
I think she's a Vegapunk. One of my guys in my Discord brought this up to me recently. We thought that he brought the thought to me that she is the embodiment of Vegapunk's lust. So she is the actual seventh Vegapunk. As you may know, she was introduced as being sort of like the queen of the pleasure corner.
Yeah.
When she was introduced at the Big Tea Party. So with her being a CP0 agent, she could sort of parallel with Virgo in that she's a mole. So she's Vegapunk's mole inside the world government. That's how she like somehow knows all the things that are in Vegapunk's lab. And the sort of big telltale sign that something is up is because she knows who Atlas is by her face. No one was given pictures of any of these Vegapunks. No one, Kaku, Lucy, no one knows how any of these people look. So how would she know specifically?
I would probably argue, right? And somebody actually said maybe she's a triple agent or double agent. So I'm aware of your theory. They didn't say her being a Vegapunk though, but seeing how Stussy is she's undercover, right, and she's underground. Maybe somehow being underground, right, being an underground popular person or famous person underground or whatever. Maybe there was like maybe like some of the underground kings go to Vegapunk Island for some reason. You know what I mean? Like maybe she's been there for like undercover work. Like I guess that's my only argument. Maybe she's been there for undercover work as Stussy the Pleasure Princess or Queen or whatever.
Very possible.
But I do like that idea though. I do like the idea of her being a Vegapunk. It's a unique theory. So somebody want to say something?
Yeah, do you think that the Seraphim, do they actually have the devil fruits that their original bodies had? And some of the warlords, of course, don't have devil fruits, for example, Jinbei, Mihawk. So do you think that they will have devil fruit powers?
I think
we know the Jinbei one has Senor Pink's fruit, which is the swim fruit. And
the original Jinbei doesn't, right?
Yeah, and that raises the question, is Senor Pink dead along with all the other members of Doflamingo's crew? If so, I don't think so either. But if so, that would mean possibly Vegapunk taking the wills of the people, the lineage factor, like what they did with Kizaru to make the pacifistas. And I don't know if it was confirmed with the Hancock one having her devil fruit. I don't remember. That would be really...
Wasn't like nobody turned to stone when like we saw Seraphim Boa fight, right? But and we saw some people saying that she looks exactly like Boa, right? But nobody was seen to turn to stone. So I don't think that Seraphim Boa actually has the Meru Meru no Mi.
Based on the panels of what we have, we can't really prove whether she turned anything to stone or it was just all Boa. Because you saw one panel where it's like just almost everybody were turned to stone in the field except for Blackbeard. So we don't know what she did, what the Seraphim
But isn't
Boa
that
did.
the original Boa who did it?
What?
Like Boa Hancock herself, she was also there, right? Because Blackbeard came with it. So wasn't it her? I just assumed that it was her who did it.
Don't know.
Right, it could be Seraphim Boa.
Well, I mean, like the only thing we saw of Seraphim Boa in action was shooting a light beam. We didn't see her any other time.
Right.
So we don't know what she could have done off screen.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. So my thinking, so I could be completely wrong, and I could become proven completely wrong by this. The new chapter. I haven't read the spoilers, but I think that the Seraphim don't actually have devil fruit powers. So like at least the Seraphim Jinbei obviously has it, like Seraphim Shark, he has it. But the original the people who have the devil fruits, for example, Doflamingo has the string fruit, Boa has her Meru Meru fruit. So it's so important that Blackbeard came there himself to take it, and even he risked losing his two commanders. So I don't think that devil fruits could be reproduced so easily. So that's also suggested when Vegapunk asked Luffy what
Mhm.
happened to Kaido's dragon fruit, I mean devil fruit that he reproduced.
It was
And I don't
it was like perfectly replicated aside from the color. So it's not an azure dragon, but
King dragon.
in regards to its powers, it's pretty much perfectly replicated. So
Right.
like if like for instance like with Seraphim Jinbei and Seraphim Kuma, like they may have the powers of the originals. No, I mean like Seraphim Kuma especially, like because they were teleported to the island
Right.
using Seraphim Kuma's ability. So you just have to we have to find out like what hasn't been copied from the original. So there has to be some difference.
Yeah, how I see it
So
is like Vegapunk worked with Kuma for like a long time at this point,
Mhm.
right? So
Right.
it would make sense for him to give Kuma his original power like the Paw Paw, because he probably had enough time to replicate the devil fruit as well, kind of like he
Probably.
did with Kaido's devil fruit. Somebody like Senior Pink, if Senior Pink is like arrested and under you know, he probably had enough time to get that devil fruit as well, right? Like
Right.
now Boa, maybe he didn't really have a chance to get her devil fruit to replicate it, but you know, he was able to clone
Yeah.
her genetics, but just didn't
Mhm.
have her devil fruit available to replicate that
Yeah.
either. You know, so
Mhm.
that's kind of what I think. You know, we know he can
So do
replicate
we
devil
know?
fruits. So yeah.
Yeah.
On the
Do we
subject
know the
of
timeline when Boa was captured by like she was the slave of obviously. So do we know the timeline? Was Vegapunk already working for the world government by that time?
yes, we do because she's like what 31 now,
Yeah.
at 32 now, and then Vegapunk was active when she was a child, or a teenager, and she got captured. So that's very possible.
Okay. So I was confused about it because we know that Vegapunk started working 20 years ago, right? Or is it more? I don't remember. For the world government, we just saw the flashback about Dragon coming in. Like Ohara happened 22 years ago, right?
Believe so, yes.
Ohara an accident, right. So that's why I was just calculating. So another thing is that you touched on, like them CP0 using Seraphim Bears, like S-Bear's ability to teleport. So it could be actually something else. It may not be in fact Kuma's devil fruit, Papa fruit. For example, there could be it could be some other devil fruit. So one particular thing that I thought about was Vander Decken's devil fruit. You know that you can touch whatever you touch with your
fruit.
one hand and another hand, then you can just let it fly, right? So
Mark
and we
fruit.
know that S-Bear was on Egghead Island in the past because he was probably created there, so he has touched it. So it could be something like that.
He did have some type of paws on his hands though. I don't know if they looked exactly like the original.
And Vander Decken
Kumas.
also wore gloves.
Yeah. Well, I'm just talking like it was like there was a panel where you could see his actual hand, like S-Bear's hand, and he had like paw type prints. I don't think they looked exactly like Kuma's, but there was something there, is what I'm saying. So
And then Pythagoras referenced S-Bear's powers as Paw Paw powers.
Yeah.
So
he did say that.
Yeah, it could be, but Oda didn't show that specifically, so yeah, it's still up in the air, I guess. But it's probably what you guys are saying, yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely mentioned that he does have the Paw Paw ability though. You know, so
what would be cool for Mihawk and what can be a old throwback, and I made a short about this. What if Seraphim Mihawk has the Twinkle Twinkle fruit or the Kira Kira no Mi, which was Jozu's fruit, the diamond fruit.
Ooh,
be sick.
Diamond Blade. Ooh.
And then because currently we don't know Joseph's whereabouts, but he could have got punked out by Weevil because Weevil was going on like a tirade, taking out all the Whitebeard commanders. So he could have been easy pickings for anyone to pick up and just take his body or take his fruit.
I still think the diamond fruit should go to Shiryu's sword.
That'd be sick too.
Invisible and a diamond blade.
That'd be fun. That'd be wild.
The ultimate match for Zoro apart from Mihawk.
Definitely. I was just about to say, because you brought up Weevil. What do you guys think about the idea that Weevil is like the first Seraphim experiment with like being Whitebeard's DNA and being like the first attempt of Vegapunk cloning something. Because Weevil obviously looks super messed up and weird with all the stitches all over him and just like not talking like, you know, eloquently as other people, being like, yeah, obviously he could be like, oh, he's a mama's boy, but
he's unnaturally buff for a beta male.
Buff beta.
So I have this pretty cool video. I'm gonna try and find it right now about Weevil. I'll put it in the chat.
What is Weevil's purpose? Because like that to me, Weevil's like the biggest anomaly in the series where I just can't figure out what his like. I could speculate like almost everybody, every other character, their purpose, but Weevil, it's like he was just kind of introduced, and it's like is he gonna be a fool at the end or like
yeah?
What is his purpose?
I remember before we were revealed to go to Egghead, some people were speculating that that we would see Weevil at what?
That's Sphinx Island, right?
Sphinx Island, yeah. And so
yeah, Weevil is he's an odd character. Like I can't figure him out, you know. I can't figure him. Like I thought maybe he'd be part of like maybe Blackbeard's crew or something, or you know, or maybe he'll rebel against his mom and join Buggy or something. Like I don't know. Like
the only connections we got is that he wants to deal with the remainder of the Whitebeard pirates. So
yeah.
So.
But is that him really doing that, or his mom is kind of forcing him to do that, right? Like
I
think he wants to find like.
I think he just wants to take out Marco.
Yeah, because he's Whitebeard.
Oh yeah, his mom wants to get the treasure, Whitebeard's treasure, but he wants to take avenge. Yeah. And I think the reason why I kind of speculate he could go to Blackbeard's crew, because if Rox Zebek does kind of make a return, or if he is associated with Blackbeard somehow, maybe what's her name? Weevil's mother. Like
Bakken.
Yeah. Maybe she could convince like Blackbeard or Rox, you know, to let Weevil join or something. You know, maybe that connection with Rox, that potential connection with Rox could
Weevil, the 10th Titanic captain.
Yeah.
That'd be so crazy, especially because Blackbeard killed Whitebeard and this whole thing is revenge.
Yeah.
That'd be so crazy.
Yeah. That would, but I still think Rox might be the 10th Titanic. Like Rox or Teach is going to be the 10th Titanic captain. You know, because Rox might really be like the leader of Blackbeard's crew, while Teach is just kind of, you know, his job is to bring Rox back. I don't know. That's kind of something I speculated before, you know.
So, I was just wanted to ask, like how we were beginning to get the whole thing between Law and Blackbeard, but then we got cut off. I think we're gonna come back to Law versus Blackbeard as soon as Vegapunk reveals something about the Devil Fruits. Because I think that's going to tie in, and Blackbeard might reveal something during the fight.
I like that. I hope so. I definitely hope so.
Good idea.
I hope so. You know, y'all.
I got a quick. What were you saying?
Nah, go ahead, Kev.
I was gonna say, like, it's a quick ramble. So, do we not think Aokiji is the 10th Titanic captain? Like, I don't think so personally.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
If he was, I feel as though it would have been like confirmed by now, especially since he already kind of riding with Blackbeard.
I high key think he's in Sword, and this is all like deep undercover stuff.
Yeah.
And like, if we get a 10th Titanic captain, which I think we will, but here's the thing: I don't know if we will, because my whole thing is that the amount of people on Blackbeard's crew is going to be the people on Luffy's crew. You know, that's like an equal sort of balance to it, you know what I mean? And if Aokiji's that 10th one, it would feel weird, right? Because we already know Aokiji and we know he's already like been around. It would only be not weird if it was a character we already knew from like our hero side as well. So like Vivi, for example, coming back, that makes it feel not as weird. Well, no, I kind of feel like we're set right now. You know, like this is the final crew, at least in my opinion. Unless VP or someone else comes back.
I think they do
you know
need
what I'm
one
saying?
more though. I think Straw Hats need one more at least to combat whoever the
To balance with Blackbeard. Yeah. And all right, and another thought. If it's not, you know, Aokiji, what do you guys think about it being a Rouge as the 10th Titanic captain? Because I really like that theory personally.
Wait, what?
A Rouge, the supernova buff dude, supernova angel guy.
Oh, a Rouge?
Yeah. Because
I don't know,
he
he's
likes
kind of an
Blackbeard.
enigma as well.
We do know he likes Blackbeard.
Yeah.
That's the one of the few things we know about a Rouge. He likes Blackbeard.
Well,
and
I
he's
don't
very
remember,
much into like
I don't
fate
remember
and
where
stuff.
it was. I don't remember where it was from, but I do remember there was a saying in the series where it's like, when you're in the New World, you either usurp the Yonko or join them. So I think all the worst generation are either going to basically fall or they're going to usurp a Yonko or join them. And Luffy has already surpassed he's usurped Kaido. Buggy has fallen into the position of what Big Mom had. So the rest of the worst generation around will have to, unless they take down a Yonko, they'll have to join one. So it gets me thinking that is there a possibility that Law may temporarily join Blackbeard out of necessity?
Man, there was I heard a theory about Law being part of Blackbeard's crew. You know?
Yeah,
that'd be wild. Oh, I like that.
Because the one thing is that because Blackbeard one of his hobbies is studying history,
archaeology,
and
like
since one of Law's goals is to discover the true history, I feel like that can be something that Blackbeard and Law can connect with.
You know, that'd be crazy. And if Law, let's say Law is like forcefully put into Blackbeard's crew, maybe Blackbeard's using Law for some rocks related thing. You know, because Law is obviously this master doctor guy. He could do the immortality stuff too. Maybe bring rocks back to life in some fashion. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
I do think the end of this confrontation might signify the middle of the story, because I think I know who's going to have the eye patch.
Who?
Blackbeard.
He's going to have. Say he's going to have the eye patch.
Yeah, because it was said in the SBS a long time ago, maybe like 10 years ago, that once you see the character with an eye patch, you've reached the middle of the story.
No, it was about like the end game of the story, not the middle of the story.
Yeah,
it was like
One
like,
Piece isn't gonna last that long.
All right.
I actually have the photo saved because I used it in a video not long ago.
Oh,
it's in the chat right here.
We're still in
2007,
part of the story.
In 2007, Ichiro Oda said the final scene of One Piece there would be.
We know we're
pirate.
near the end. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Huh. So maybe.
I could definitely see it being Blackbeard. The reason I had this saved was I had a huge agenda that Vegapunk was going to be the person with the eye patch. That was like my biggest agenda ever. It's the reason I started my channel and everything.
What about Saul? He got marked by
Saul
flames.
could be
he got
it.
scarred. It could have taken an eye out.
Maybe.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree.
It could be Zebek if he comes
Because
back.
we saw
It could be
we
Zebek.
saw Saul a couple chapters ago. He was covered in bandages, and we didn't see any details of him. So
True.
he could be missing an eye.
Yeah.
Very true.
It could be Zebek if he's like comes back as a zombie with an eye patch or something.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You know.
Also, low key, I hate that Law gets a new power every week.
What?
I low key hate how Law gets a new power every week. It seems. I'm being facetious.
He got a hacks ability though, man. Some of the power, like the one where he used against Big Mom to eliminate the sound, like that made sense to his ability. You know, in my opinion, it made sense because Law has control over like space almost. So just imagine he could remove all the sound vibrations within it. So I don't know, you know.
That's true.
If they make sense, I don't have a problem with them. But you know, I kind of get what you're saying though.
It's really similar to Luffy's, honestly. Like he could just pull anything out of a hat if it's like scientifically somewhat accurate, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Luffy's done some things that Kaido says like Rubber shouldn't be able to do this.
Yeah.
Like he's changing his trajectory in midair.
Oh yeah, when he does that jet carving or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I think is like in a weird way, he's applying what he learned from the CP9. So his fist is doing moonwalk as it's firing.
It's called
Geppo.
I don't think it's called. No, it's something that
Soru?
Commodore
Soru
was talking about.
Soru or Shave. Soru or Shave.
No, it's like Eliz would
Shave's
know
like
what
the
it is.
teleport thing.
It's not one of the techniques. It's called like
life
return. I can't life return. I think that's what it is. That because Commodore was using that with his hair. Like
true.
You call it life return. So,
and then Sandra Sonia was using life return as well when she like actually made her hair into snakes.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah. So it's kind of like life return with what Luffy was using as far as changing the directions. But I mean, that could be an explanation. But still, it is a little, it still is a odd ability for a rubber guy.
True.
But yeah.
So yeah.
All right. You got something?
What was that? Oh, I thought somebody left.
I think somebody did. I don't know.
Oh, I'm here.
It was Adam.
Yeah. Adam was just chilling.
So yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about Elbath because the recent things we learned about how Ohara's books are now being safeguarded there. It just makes I think it really adds more. It sets more up of what the theme of Elbath is going to be, because like to me it seems like the theme is going to end up being fables versus truth, and I feel like there's going to be we're going to see Elbath. There's going to be a lot of manipulation and people believing lies and such, and that the Straw Hats are basically going to expose the truth to the Giants. And I think this is where Usopp really ends up becoming really important in the story, because
this is character development.
We have like in Elbath we have this guy Loki. We don't know too much about him yet, but I mean, based on Norse mythology, Loki is he's a mischievous and manipulator, and so we're gonna have like a manipulator in Elbath, and then we have Usopp the liar. But now that he's starting to learn about the true history, since Vegapunk started telling the crew about it, Usopp now has the truth in his mind, and he's going to he finally has something to fight for truth, and he will no longer be the liar.
True. I also think Loki could. You see this in like Marvel movies as well. Loki is a shapeshifter, so it would make sense if Loki was a Zoan.
I kind of think it would be funny if he had the chameleon fruit.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
That'd be sick.
And
he's just a sliveling little lizard that just blends into and just changes colors.
Also, we know Capone and the boys have to come back because Loki was originally going to marry Lola. So Elbath would be a very packed arc, actually.
I like
how about that. What?
No, I was gonna say I like how you said truth and lies though, because if you also throw Big Mom in the mix, right? Like she could learn the truth of what happened with her,
right?
You know?
Yes.
Also, yeah.
What were you gonna say?
Well, we could get back to that, but I was just thinking I think it would be really cool for Big Mom and Luffy to be fighting in Elbath. I mean, for one thing, Luffy's told the Big Mom back in Whole Cake Island that as soon as I beat Kaido, you're next. And basically Big Mom getting defeated by Law and Kid kind of put a wrench in that in a lot of people's minds. So I feel like if Big Mom survived and has somehow got blown away to Elbaf, I mean, that would be a way for not only for Luffy and Big Mom to fight, but also because when Big Mom was fighting Kid and Law in Onigashima, she used an ability. She sacrificed some of her lifespan to get to heal, and she ended up getting bigger. So you have Luffy, who can turn giant now in his Gear 5th, and you got Big Mom, who can get bigger by sacrificing her lifespan. So you got these two characters who can keep getting bigger and bigger in a land if they fight in a land of giants. It would be crazy.
True. And to add on to that, out of all the characters in One Piece, the only character I would surmise that is as cartoony as Luffy would be Big Mom, because she literally makes cartoon characters out of thin air.
Boy, that would be great.
Go ahead,
Also, I think we're gonna see the return of Hot Big Mom, because now that she's lost her Yonko status, she's actually motivated, so she's not sitting around like a bump on a log. So she's gonna be like, oh, I gotta burn off all these calories and get back to it, which we do see a little bit in Whole Cake Island. In Whole Cake Island, when she's chasing down the Straw Hats for the wedding cake, she's the most motivated she's ever been in the story. Every other time she gets beat because she doesn't think much of her opponent. But this will actually motivate her to be something and do something, because she can't rest on her laurels anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you have some, Kev?
I mean, especially since she was dethroned as a Yonko.
Yes.
She also has those ringed eyes when she like slims down. When she's on a rampage, she has those ringed eyes. So we were also talking about like Mihawk having them. So some other characters do have them. For example, even Caribou has them. So I don't know what's the deal with Caribou, but it could be something like possession, because we know that Hakuba has it, and Hakuba comes in when Cavendish is sleeping. So it's something like two souls in one body. So we know that Big Mom is all about souls. And like how Devil Fruit power is about that, and about Caribou, I think that it also has to deal with his Devil Fruit, because he can store a lot of things in his like a bottomless pit, right? So I think that those eyes, and also Emu, of course. So I'm not sure about Mihawk. It could be something related to his Hawkeye.
And Luffy has him in Gear 5th.
Yes.
True.
So it's most probably very relevant, and it could
Zunisha has him too.
Yes, Zunisha.
So I'm gonna bounce right off the two souls, one body thing. Firstly, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about Luffy fighting Nika inside of him. I know some people aren't riding with that, but that's my opinion. But back to Big Mom though. So in Elbaf, there's like a weird mini theory. It's not like super fleshed out, but like I think Big Mom is going to, I'm going to put huge air quotes, die, because she's not going to be Big Mom anymore. She's going to be like how she was when she was a little kid, after being fighting with like Luffy in some fashion, learning the truth about what happened to her with Mother Carmel and all the other kids. And I think she's going to be accepted by the Giants once again, which sounds crazy, but I think she is going to be, because they're going to realize she's just that little girl from like, I don't know, decades and decades ago, like in her mind, and she was just like going crazy for all this time. I think that would be a really cool way to end her.
That would be a sweet conclusion.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool to end her arc on Elbaf. It would be a great sort of, because her whole arc has been sort of on Elbaf, and then she hates the Giants, and then the Giants accepting her for who she is. I think that would be really powerful. When her parents literally gave her up on Elbaf, I think it would be a really powerful way to end her story. And have her not be relevant in the final war. But the Big Mom Pirates, they'll probably align with Luffy in the final war because of this moment right here.
And since Whole Cake Island was a very Disney-esque kind of arc, it would be fitting if Big Mom had a happy
ending.
After.
You know? Exactly.
But y'all think Puddin is going to remind her though, like with her ability, like
why would she
make her remember?
Puddin could actually do it too. Like something with the memory abilities too. I didn't even think about that.
Because the thing is, Big Mom doesn't remember that she's the one who ate Mother Caramel.
But for
she
for putting
feels-
to do anything for Big Mom, if Big Mom's on Elbath, that means Blackbeard has to come to Elbath.
Blackbeard's totally going to Elbath.
Yeah.
He's totally going to Elbath. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Because he needs to find out what's in that tree.
Yeah.
He needs to know the truth.
I don't see him coming until the end, at least the last part of the arc.
Yeah. I mean, does Big Mom go after Blackbeard though? You know, since he got Puddin', you know, if she's still alive. Like, who's going after Puddin'?
I don't see why Blackbeard would go after Big Mom. I think he would try to stay away from her.
I don't know if they're going after Pudding necessarily, but the Straw Hats are probably going after Kobe for sure. And like maybe Law. You know, they don't know about Law, but definitely Kobe.
The only person I see that would actually try to go after Pudding if he learns of it is Sanji.
Yeah, but Sanji forgot about Pudding. That's the thing.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
True.
That's
Like, did he forget about?
You forgot
all
everything about Pudding? I thought
he did.
I thought he just forgot about the kiss.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he forgot everything. That's what I assumed.
I don't know. I think they just showed her removing his memories, and then next thing you know, Sanji's doing something different. So I don't really think they were specific on what he forgot. You know, I don't remember them being specific. It was just kind of like, cause I think they did show like the portion she was about to cut though, and it might have been the kiss.
No, the kiss was definitely cut.
Yeah,
the kiss was definitely cut, but it's just like what else is kind of like a mystery.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Also, Katakuri for Fleet Commander, baby.
That'd be fire.
Anytime you bring Katakuri back in the story, I am good with that. So I would not mind.
He's the GOAT. Have you guys ever read that fan chapter type of thing? And it's like Katakuri and the Blackbeard pirates fighting on Whole Cake.
Oh yeah,
and dude, that one scene right at the end where he lands on his back and then he gets up. Oh, chills.
Cole's wet dreams.
Yes. Oh my god.
Bring Katakuri back in the story.
What's it called? The other thing I was going to bring up Race mentioned that sort of truth and lies angle, and that's really perfect because the Giants, they're notoriously stupid, or at least gullible throughout the story. Like the ones on Enies Lobby, they were really, really, really dumb, and they were like, "No, we have to guard this place for like hundreds of years, and then bring back our leaders." Yeah, the ones who were on Middle Garden.
Yeah.
But the Enies Lobby ones were like, "Oh, we're punished. We have to guard this place, and then we'll bring our leaders back." I don't know if it was on Elbath, but when Mother Caramel showed up and saved those giants, you know, they instantly believed she was like some goddess, religious figure because she had the abilities. It was the sunbeams from above.
Yeah,
because I think Elbath has a sun god too, right? I'm not crazy. I'm pretty certain they do.
They do worship the sun.
And so Luffy being the sun god and showing up on Elbath, that's going to be some craziness as well. Really looking forward to that. But the main thing with the truth and lies is because, again, the Giants are so gullible. So I think that's a fun angle as well. So they'll probably believe a bunch of the stuff Loki or if Loki is this manipulator type character, says.
How many arcs y'all think we got left? You know, like I know all of them can't be big arcs, but I definitely see Elbath. We're in Egghead now, Elbath. Then we got like Laugh Tale. I would assume that's going to be an arc. A major war with the world government. So far, just 3 major arcs that I could think of off the top. Elbath,
I think
Laugh Tale, major.
I hope we go to the moon though.
Yeah.
Like either they go up to the moon or Enel has to come back.
Enel comes on Elbath, maybe.
Yeah, that would be cool if he came back in Elbath. I mean, he would represent the Thor character.
Yeah. Well, I did also think maybe Usopp could be Thor, because Usopp, he's the one who's going to be fighting Loki more likely than not.
Yeah.
Usopp he always has like the 5-ton
Oh.
hammer. Yeah, exactly. He has the hammer.
I have a fun idea for Mjolnir. I think like maybe on Elbath there's this mystical hammer. It's not really mystical, it's just a hammer, but according to the legends of the giants, like no giant can lift this hammer, and Usopp just casually picks it up because it's just a normal hammer.
Yeah. It's like
and of course
like
then they start revering him.
God
It's-
Usopp.
It's
Yeah.
funny you should mention that. I have a video set up about that. Stay tuned.
All right. That'd be dope.
Audio already recorded.
God Usopp.
The main thing I think in Elbath, and I think it's been kind of speculated around. The more I've been seeing it, like for example, Joy Boy Theories, he put out a fantastic video not that long ago about the similar kind of concept, that this like Ragnarok idea where not Usopp, but he's involved. But like Elbath essentially is going to be like all these characters with like godly abilities or like abilities relating to gods. So like Big Mom, obviously, she is like Prometheus and Hera, all these godlike figures. She'll be there. Luffy, sun god. Usopp, god. Usopp. Shanks is like the godly. What's it called? I literally zoned out. Conqueror's Hockey. I did forget that. But Shanks will be there. So I forget what stream I was in, but some people said that Kid might even be like revered as like some type of god because of his magnetic abilities. I don't know.
And
Just this
Enel
idea of
coming
like
back would be kind of
Enel coming
revered as a
back,
god.
yeah. And especially because he's a god complex character too.
Ugh.
Yeah, there's so many layers, I think. It'll be this crazy war, and that'll lead into the final war. You know, this will be like the first battle of it all, essentially. I think it'd be really, really sick.
I wonder if the Grand Fleet will show up in Elbath.
That would be cool, because Shanks is I assume Shanks is gonna show up.
Yeah,
And,
after he deals with Bardo.
Yeah, and I think Bartolomeo might be with Shanks. Like he's like, oh, we're gonna deal with you here. You know, we're gonna deal with you on our home turf. You know, I think that'd be crazy. And then the Grand Fleet shows. Lucas, I think it was you who mentioned Hyrule earlier. I think you mentioned Hyrule earlier, or
Oh, I'm pretty sure I didn't.
okay. Well, someone mentioned Hyrule earlier, like Kid scrapping with Hyrule or something like that.
I think that was Tachi.
And that could be another grand. Oh, it was Tachi.
Yeah.
That would be another like Grand Fleet connection. Yeah, especially so with the stuff on Vegapunk's flashback. That was pretty cool.
Also, Big Mom agenda initiated. Gerd was also in that flashback. Gerd was Big Mom's childhood friend.
Yeah, and Hyrule was in the Big Mom flashback as well.
Sure was. Also, I forgot the cook of the giant pirates. He has that weird shield that people thought was a homie. It might be a homie.
Yeah.
With the tongue sticking out.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know what
yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
about. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
trying to remember the name.
Yeah, I gotta remember. I forgot.
Goldberg. That's his name.
Oh, I was okay.
Goldberg. So I got a $1 million question right here. $1 million. Who is the final antagonist for Luffy that he fights? Because
I think it's Emu.
You think it's Emu? So
Shiki.
Not Blackbeard, not Akainu, Emu. Blackbeard, you say Blackbeard? I might be inclined to say Emu as well, because I think we'll probably get the Laugh Tale before the major war. Right? Because I think whatever's at Laugh Tale, whatever the One Piece is going to be important to unifying the world, and that like when it's like destroying the Grand Line and everything, I think whatever's at Laugh Tale is to destroy the Grand Line. So and I
Arter
think
has the opposite view though.
Say what?
Arter, Library of Ahara.
Oh, okay.
He has some I don't know remember the whole thing, but he believes that that we're gonna get the final war before we go to Laugh Tale. And I was like, what?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think I think like destroying the Grand Line is going to come with right after the war, like the world government is going to be trying to stop them from doing it, and you know, and so if that's the case, I I even consider the possibility of Blackbeard and Luffy teaming up to fight Emu. You know,
I thought about that as well.
I don't
That
necessarily.
would be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be weird, but
This might sound crazy, but you know the destruction of the Red Line theory is obviously, you know, you brought it up, yeah.
Mhm.
And if the Red Line gets destroyed, it would cause this like massive tsunami essentially that would destroy and kill like millions of people presumably. What if the world government does it themselves, and that's the great cleansing Emu was talking about, and not the weird thing that Emu used to destroy that one island? You know what I'm saying?
I would disagree with that because it was prophesized from Madam Shirley that Luffy was going to be the one to destroy Fishman Island, and the only reason why I would think Luffy would destroy Fishman Island is as an indirect
Destroy the Red Line.
destroying the Red Line. Yeah,
Yeah.
So,
True.
I love the idea because Marie Joie is right on top of Fishman Island. Like, so it would be really cool if, and you know, because Luffy always does the feats. Like with Arlong Park, he destroys the entirety of Arlong Park. Dressrosa, same thing. Like, imagine he destroys Marie Joie, and then all the Red Line below it like crushes under like, I don't know, maybe some giant fist attack, something like that.
Yeah.
Who knows? I think it'd be pretty sick.
Like
you know?
Luffy destroys the Red Line like with all like just himself.
Yeah.
Like maybe
Yeah, that'd be
Gear 5
crazy.
Luffy.
Not even Pluton. It's just something crazy.
That's not impossible because what's the attack called that he did on Kaido? Monkey God Gun or whatever.
A barrage rain gun.
Yeah, barrage rain gun. That was impressive, and it was enough to engulf Kaido. So why not? Why not a bigger version of that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just think it would be super sick because everyone's thought Pluton this entire time, and I think it'd be a really cool twist. You know, that it's Luffy himself. You know, it for me it really drives home the will theme of One Piece. You know, like if there's a will, there's a way, literally, and he did it basically himself. You know?
I still think the ancient weapons, but I don't think it would be a stretch if Luffy did it himself either. Like, pun intended, him being rubber, but I don't think it's a stretch for that. So,
I also think a antagonist that's waiting in the wings, and he might be the last antagonist, is Shiki. Because we know he was a part of Rocks. He appears in Wano briefly. The hag that has the clone fruit before Betham turned into Shiki. So that was weird. And it's kind of weird that the events of Chapter 0 are canonical. So everything but the movie itself and that one gorilla are canon from Strong World. Also, since we're talking about Mads lately, Dr. Indigo has not been brought up at all. And Dr. Indigo, go on.
Who?
He's the doctor for Shiki's crew in the movie. And I think he was in the cover story. He kind of looked like he was in the cover story, which was kind of weirding me out.
With drinking with what's his name? The guy.
Oh no, not that. In the most recent one was the Caesar and Judge like scrapping. There were some like shadowy figures in the background. I thought Dr. Indigo, I think it was the one on the right, it had like spiky hair. I thought that was him. At least that was my first let me actually look him up to see if I'm remembering correctly. He has spiky hair. He does have spiky hair. Yeah, I'll send a picture in the chat real quick.
So y'all think we're gonna have a full reunion of Matt? Well, not full because Queen, of course, but
Queen's coming back.
He got fodderized.
But I mean, Vegapunk, Judge, Caesar, you know.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I don't. I think if Vegapunk leaves with the Straw Hats, I don't think he's gonna stay with him like that long, you know. And I do believe that the Straw Hats are gonna meet with Germa again because I still think there's some type of closure that Sanji needs with his family because you know I think there's a story that haven't fully been closed with that. So and I'm also holding out hope that Sanji gets another raid suit, you know. So maybe that's just
hopefully. Oh, go on. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
That's all I have.
But I do think if he does get another raid suit, it should be made by Frankie. So like, so it's like he got a suit from his found family instead of a suit from his original family, since there's so much animosity tied up in using Germatech. And that's what Frankie said he wanted to look into. So I don't know if Frankie got the chance to actually replicate it before Sanji destroyed it back in Wano. But what's also very interesting is that I do think Queen's gonna come back just because we're talking so much about Mads now. And then too, what you were saying, I can never pronounce your name, man. Bluff. Sorry.
Bluff. With like
Bluff.
an F. Bluff.
Or
you could just say Sean. You could say Sean.
Okay. Well, what you were saying, we need to see Judge take off the helmet because we need to see Judge's eyebrows. See if they go the same way. So yes.
That would be crazy. I never thought about it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, they never did show a lot of. I think they might be normal though, because I think like Sanji and his sister is like genetic. Like I think that's like a genetic like them, because it's swirly, right? And it's kind of like devil fruits, you know. And you know, like to me, that's
but then again, Oda's hiding his eyebrows for some reason.
That is true. You know.
And then what do all these guys have in common? Even like if you want to take some stock in what's shown in Strong World, all these scientists experiment on themselves. So what Judge did to his children, he could have done to himself. Queen turned himself into a freak.
Judge probably has the craziest eyebrows of the family.
Yeah. And we know Vegapunk transformed himself.
What if they're double curled on both sides?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, bro.
Or they're like curled under instead of like the over curl, it's the under curl.
No.
Oh, that'd be scary.
So I'm actually looking through the One Piece wiki right now for Judge pictures, and we do get some glimpse. We got a glimpse of Judge's eyebrows, and they're like bushy blonde eyebrows, but we don't see the ends, which is pretty crazy. We don't see the ends.
I think he's got a unibrow.
I can see that.
And it's a big curl on both ends of the unibrow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's genius.
Yeah.
It looks like a mustache. It just looks like a
It would be
mustache.
kind of reminiscent to that Triton shape on his helmet.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Oh, and there's a big curl in the middle when they meet. So it's like a
Oh
big...
my god.
Yeah.
That's cursed, bro. We'll probably see it in the cover story, honestly. If
True.
Caesar like knocks the helmet off,
Maybe.
that'd be crazy.
Oh yeah, Caesar himself is his own experiment when you think about it.
Oh, definitely. Well, that's already confirmed with the gas stuff.
Right,
With
yeah.
the purple gas stuff that he made.
Also, too, there have been other aquatic creatures besides fish because Smiley was an axolotl, and axolotls spend most of their time in the water, even though they're amphibious.
Amphibians, yeah.
Yeah, but they're kind of like waterbound creatures, even though Smiley wasn't.
Lucas, you like, I just noticed you shared like a video, I guess, saying Usopp is Uranus.
Yeah.
I'll
I mean,
kinda-
I don't agree with it entirely, but I do believe that Usopp is connected to Uranus.
And that word, man. That always be it. But I always thought if anybody, I always kind of thought maybe it'd be Nami that's Uranus, because
Yeah.
I always look at Uranus something associated with weather, like weather. some type
I
of
would
weather
agree with
control.
that.
You
I would
know?
agree with that. However, I when I was just looking at this guy's video, as well as I was just like, there's a lot of connections between Usopp and Uranus. Like for instance, like one of Uranus's powers is premonitions, and Usopp his lies become reality, and then of course one of the things is that Uranus, yes, can control the weather, and Usopp was actually the one who created the climate act for Nami.
That's true.
So through Usopp's creation, Nami can control the weather.
Yeah.
And then there was apparently Uranus, his wife was Gaia, Mother Earth, and Usopp's girl's name is Kaya. So it kind of rhymes.
Like Gaia. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
And then Usopp has control over plants, which are like symbolized of the earth. So yeah,
You just kind of
I mean,
You
the sky. I mean, the sky and weather that plays a big role in growing plants. But yeah.
True. Yeah.
This might sound kind of forced, but
Yeah, it
I
does
just thought of
a
this. No, this what I'm about to say, not what you said.
Oh.
But with Kaya, she's kind of like stuck in one place because of her illness, you know, and she wasn't able to do anything. But Uranus, it kind of being the sky is what holds the earth to the earth in like Greek mythology.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just thought it was pretty intriguing.
kind of grounded Kaya as well, because like she was lonely and all that. But when Usopp came along and told her stories, he kind of brought life back to her.
Yeah. You know, you kind of gave me an idea for like, cause another theory that I had when it come to speculating Uranus was I thought it could be dragon, like maybe dragon.
I used to
not
think that.
not necessarily dragon though. I thought cause okay, the one thing I noticed with the ancient weapons that we know of is they're completely different, right? Like Poseidon is an actual being, where Pluton is looked at to be like a technology, a ship, right? So I kind of thought maybe what would kind of add to that pattern is if Uranus was a devil fruit. If Uranus was a devil fruit,
you see that's not the pattern I saw, because like when we first introduced to Poseidon and Shirahoshi, like there's the ancient weapon, but then there's like two other things associated with the ancient weapon. Like for Shirahoshi, she's connected to the Sea Kings, which she commands, and there's also the Noah, which the Sea Kings have to pull up to the surface. But then you see this pattern again with Pluton. Pluton is a ship, but it requires Momonosuke to command Zunisha to remove the borders of Wano to unleash it. So you have this pattern of person, creature, and ship. You have this pattern here. So, and because Shirahoshi is the person, Poseidon, and Pluton is a ship, that would mean that Uranus has to be a creature that can be commanded.
Yeah,
I like it.
I mean, I see it. I see it like because I just see him different. Even though that does make sense, though that does make sense. But I kind of think it could be a devil fruit, like a weathered devil fruit that dragon specifically would have, right? And when we look, and you just like something you said earlier when you said Gaia, Kaya. What else what else is kind of similar to a guy like Goa, right? The Goa Kingdom, which is. That's like Luffy's home. I would assume maybe Dragon might be from Goa as well. And there was something else you said that I forgot about though. But yeah, but I do see where you're going though. That does make sense as well. You know, Luffy also commands, and like he also
Luffy has like with Shirahoshi, like she has a connection with the voice of all things to the Sea Kings. Momonosuke has a connection to Zunisha, but Luffy, his connection is to people. So he's not in the way of the ancient weapons. He doesn't have a connection to any specific thing. It's just to people.
Yeah.
Whereas what?
No, I said yeah. I said
yeah. And like basically with going back to the Usopp theory, I believe Usopp is the one who can command Uranus. And we're gonna find Uranus in Elbath. I believe it's some kind of bird or dragon that's on top of the giant tree. Just like in Norse mythology, there's a giant eagle on top of Yggdrasil.
And a snake at the bottom of Yggdrasil.
That too, yeah.
That's
the Nihog.
That's if we didn't see Uranus already though. Because that thing that wiped out Lelugia, that seemed pretty ancient weapon-ish. You know,
yeah.
It seemed like
what if Uranus is a firebird? You know, kind of like how Usopp's move in Enies Lobby to burn the world government flag is a firebird.
Yeah.
Firebird star.
You know something? I want to say something that like one of my Discord members said. LaJoy Boy, shout out to him. He said his theory is that Uranus, like assuming that what we seen destroy Lelugia Island is Uranus, right? That maybe you need a Nefertari to control Uranus, and maybe that's why Eam has because we don't know where Vivi is right now. Like Vivi's missing. Maybe like his speculation is that Eam has Vivi, and the Nefertari bloodline is what it allows you to operate Uranus. Like before they had Nefertari or Cobra, and that's part of the reason why Cobra is so like weak and dying, because he was used as a thing for Uranus. And because when you think about it, why haven't they used this thing before? Right? Like why were they doing Buster
I mean,
calls?
we don't know if they have or not. We just know that it hasn't been recently.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
True.
Like in O'Hara, why haven't they used it? Maybe because they didn't have enough Atari to because you need enough Atari to operate it. But that I'm just kind of going off his logic. He would explain his argument better than I would,
But then again, you got Doflamingo and the things he was saying about the sacred treasure of Merijoa. Like first off, when he was talking to Law, he basically was implying that he needed Law's devil fruit to use the sacred treasure of Merijoa, as well as when he was in prison before we saw the sighting of Emu going into the frozen chamber. We saw Doflamingo was saying that like, why don't you just use it already? Like the power quickly fades away or something like that. It just feels like it's something that can't be used often because like it's fragile or it's like its power is just gonna waste away quickly. It just feels like it's something with a handicap, like, and that might be why Doflamingo wants Law's fruit, because he needs it to operate to perform an operation on this treasure so that it can be used to control the world.
But why would they use it on Lelusia if you can't use it often? You know, because I think there could be better islands to destroy than Lelusia. You know, what I'm saying?
It wasn't about the island; it was about the information that was being divulged on the island at the time.
It could be, yeah.
I know, I get that, but I'm saying you got a weapon that you like. I'm just saying, going by logic, that you can only use it maybe a few times. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't there be?
I mean,
it
seemed like Lelusia was it seemed like if Sabo was the actual target, it would seem like an act of desperation on the Gorosei and Emu's part. Like they were desperate to make sure he didn't tell anyone about them.
I don't think they was trying to kill Sabo though. I don't think they was targeting Sabo because how they said it, it was like it was already planned for Lelusia to be the next target. Sabo just happened to be there. Like they said, oh, it's just unfortunate for him and fortunate for us. It's not like it's just how they said it. It wasn't targeting Sabo specifically. It was like Lelusia was already in the works.
I think the key to this is understanding Emu, because I think Lelusia is when the Gorosei were asking Emu back during the reverie, what light shall be extinguished from the earth or something. I think Lelusia was what Emu had selected during that time. That was the selected target. So I think we have to understand what Emu is, what their motivation is, because like it seems like they're just locked up in this palace alone. But they don't interact with anybody except for the Gorosei. So it's like, what is their motivation for the world? Like it's like it's just kind of Emu just really seems very mysterious. Like, why would they lock themselves away like that?
I think Eam is a tragic. Like, I think Eam is going to be a tragic character that was kind of like put in.
I agree with that.
You know,
Me too.
like,
I agree.
Like because if you think about it, Emu was kind of in a prison. Like he's kind of he's kind of a prisoner.
That actually reminds me of the Japanese legend of the taiko drum and how it came to be, the mythology behind it. Basically, it talks about how the storm god Susanoo was just like terrorizing the world, and the sun goddess Amaterasu is just like disgusted by how terrible the world has been, so she locks herself into a cave and she refuses to come out no matter how much the gods beg her to come out. But she only came out because a small old goddess whose face is creased with laughter, she she takes a sake barrel, pours out the sake, and beats and plays a beat to it, and all the gods begin dancing. And then that's when Amaterasu decides to leave the cave. Yeah.
And then what? Go on. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying now, what does Luffy call his heartbeat when he goes into awakening?
It's like
the drums of liberation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, guys. So I have to go. So it's actually 7:33
Yeah.
a.m.
And I'll probably be wrapping this up in like the next.
I'm
25
I'm probably gonna leave too right now.
Yeah, so it was a blast actually. So
Yeah.
thank you so
Yeah,
much
definitely.
for inviting me.
Yeah, I appreciate
I
you
learned
guys.
A lot of things.
I do plan to do like I do want to do more of these, and maybe I kind of want it to be like Reverie almost, like another another platform.
It was,
and maybe I won't like necessarily have to host it. We could like share hosting or something. I don't know, but I don't mind hosting. I'm just saying like it doesn't have to be solely exclusive to me. But I appreciate you guys. Y'all want to kind of shout out y'all YouTube channels and everything. We can start with Triple N.
Yeah, it is Triple N at YouTube. On YouTube, you can just type NNN, and if you don't find me on the algorithm, you can just type NNN then an One Piece, Triple N One Piece. Then you'll definitely find me. So yeah. I post theory videos, I post discussions, and I also live stream. I do a live stream reading every single chapter whenever it comes. So I do the live streams when the scans come. So it's mostly on Fridays. So that's when I do it. And I also have a new series coming out. I compared the anime and also the manga, and I also review them. So not all the weeks manga chapter and the anime episodes actually have very strong parallels, so I'm not only going to compare them, I'm also going to give a short review. So I actually wrote the script already. I wasn't able to finish the video, so I'll think about posting it tomorrow. I mean, it's already today here in Bangladesh, so I haven't actually slept. I'll be going to sleep
All right,
now.
man.
So yeah, it was a blast. Thank you so much.
All right,
Take care, man.
Have a good one.
All right, and I wanted to say something to all you guys. And before you leave, I do have this recorded. I've been recording this, so if any of you guys want like the recording to use for clips for yourselves, because I know a lot of y'all said a lot of stuff, so y'all might want to use it. Whatever, y'all let me know. Y'all have to give me your emails or whatever. And y'all got me on Discord now, so y'all know how to reach me. Y'all know how to reach.
Yes,
out.
sir.
Yeah. I'll reach you on Discord. Yeah.
All right. Who we got next?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be leaving too.
All right. So you want to shout yourself out? I think we're gonna wrap it up. So
Yeah.
we're gonna go Polar Pen.
So yeah, I think I shared my link already to you guys. But yeah, Ryzium Lucas. I just, like I said, I had just started YouTube like a month or two ago. I posted one theory video so far, and I also kind of doing a little fun activity thing where I'm kind of doing a kind of like a One Piece abridged series where I'm gonna be doing an abridgment of the chapter. And I think once I get like a better computer setup, I might end up doing some live streams and some chapter reviews. But basically, on my current setup, I'm kind of limited of what I can do right now. But yeah, you can check out my channel, Ryzium Lucas.
All right. Y'all go show Lucas some love. All right.
Kev can go next if he likes.
All right, go ahead.
Or
Yeah. It's been your guy, Kev DOG. I had a very nice time talking. I know I did not talk much at the beginning, but that's just because Tachi was like a whirlwind of talking. But it's all love. But I was like, dude, how do I hop in?
I was trying to get everybody to talk, man. I was trying, but Tachi, sometimes
he's next level. He's next level. Yeah, but no, I had a ton of fun. I really enjoyed this. I've never been like a part of a huge group convo, but it was a ton of fun, yeah. And it's Kev DOG on YouTube. Hoping to get to 2K by the end of the year. I'm very close, which is pretty sick. But gonna put out some bangers. Like I don't know, that koala vid idea with the hatred. I might make that into a thing. That sounds pretty fire. So might do that. The Arlong vid. But yeah. Thanks for having us. It was super fun for sure.
Hey, I appreciate you for being part of the stream, man. You know, I
Yeah,
not a problem. And I'm gonna put the links to. I put Triple N and Lucas's links in the chat right there for people who want to check them out, and I'll put Polypede there as well.
Thank you, sir.
I'm gonna definitely put everybody's links in the description box when I like after I finish the stream. I'm gonna put them in there. But yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Kev.
No problem, man.
All right, man.
All right, it's me, Polypede Works here. You can find me at Polypede Works on YouTube, Polypede Works on Twitter, Polypede Works on TikTok, and I do shorts on One Piece every day. I have theory videos, and of course, I cover the chapter when it comes out. Usually, the scheduled time for chapter reviews is around Sunday, Monday, so check those out. And yeah, expect a lot of videos coming, especially one on Koala, because I find her fascinating.
I appreciate you, Polypede. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I'll end it. I'll let y'all know because I know a lot of people are probably new to my channel as well. My name's Sean P, the Bluff Guide. I do reaction videos. I do a lot of reaction videos to other people's theories, like a lot of YouTube theories or just One Piece content in general. I do it. So if you guys want to like send me any content to react to, that goes for you guys on. If y'all got a video, y'all want me to react to it, get my opinion or whatever, y'all could send it to me in the Discord. I have like a channel for that. And anybody listening, if y'all got like a favorite YouTuber, y'all want to get my opinion, y'all could send me something to react to. I also do chapter reactions on usually. I used to do them on Sundays to the official, but I do it to I do it to the scans as well on Fridays, and then I'll read the official and then do like a discussion, a post chapter discussion. I do like on Mondays or Tuesdays. And you guys are always free to, if you guys are available, you guys are free to be a part of those discussions as well. All you got to do is be a member of the Discord, and you could be part of one of those discussions. And I mostly do live streams. I don't really do many. I don't do theories that often. I'll give my theories on the stream or whatever, but I don't do exclusive theory videos. But yeah, if you like the stream, if you like what I do, make sure you subscribe. Go subscribe to my guests as well. They work hard making content. So, go subscribe to them. Go subscribe to me. Follow me on Twitch. Hey, I appreciate it. Everything will be in the description box. Their channels and my Twitch channel for the YouTube portion. But yeah, hey, I appreciate you guys for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Hey.
For sure, it was a fun time.
Well, all right, y'all. It's your boy Sean P, the Bluff God, and I'm out of here.